o'clock, he commented on Captain Mayo's improved demeanor. Getting one of the best jobs on this coast seemed to make considerable of a mourner out of you. Perhaps a mirror has shown you how well you look in that new uniform. At any rate, I'm glad to see you have chirked up. And now I'll give you a piece of news that ought to make you look still happier. I'm going along on this trip with you. If you show me that you can do a good job in this kind of weather, you needn't worry about your position. The expression on Captain Mayo's face did not indicate unalloyed delight when he heard this good news. Unaccustomed as he was to the ship, he could not hope to make a smooth showing. And still you refuse to cheer up, remonstrated the manager. I am glad you are going along, sir. Don't misunderstand me. But a sailor is a pretty serious chap when he feels responsibility. I'm undertaking a big stunt. It's the best way to find out whether you're the man for the job, whether you're the man I think you are. It's a test that beats sailing ships on a puddle. I'm glad you're aboard, repeated the captain. It's going to shade down my responsibility just a little. It is it? Cried Manager Fogg, his tones sharp. Not by a blame sight. You're the captain of this craft. I'm a passenger. Don't try to shirk. You aren't afraid, are you? They were standing beside the dripping rail outside the pilot house. Far below them, in the spacious depths of the steamer, a bugle sounded long-drawn notes, and the monotonous calls of stewards warned all ashore. The gangways were withdrawn with dull clackle of wet chains over pulleys, and Captain Mayo, after a swift glance at his watch, to make sure of the time, ordered a quartermaster to sound the signal for cast off. The whistle yelped a gruff note, and, seeing that all was clear, the captain yanked the auxiliary bell pulls at the rail. 2 for the port engine, 2 for the starboard, and the Montana began to back into the great pall which shrouded the river. Captain Mayo saw the lines of faces on the pier, husbands and wives, mothers and sweethearts, bidding goodbye to those who waved farewell from the steamer's decks. He gathered himself with supreme grip of resolve. It was up to him. He almost spoke it aloud. Tremors of doubt did not agitate him any longer. It was unthinking faith, nevertheless it was implicit confidence, that all those folks placed in him. They were entrusting themselves to his vessel with the blind assurance of travelers who pursue a regular route, not caring how the destination is reached as long as they come to their journey's end. The hoarse, long, warning blast which announced to all in the river that the steamer was leaving her dock drowned out the shouts of farewell and the strains of the gay air the orchestra was playing. "See you later," said General Manager Fogg. "I think I'll have an early dinner." Captain Mayo climbed the short ladder and entered his pilot house. It was up to him. XX testing out a man now. The first land we made is called the Dead Man, the ram head off Plymouth, Start, Portland, and White. We sailed by Beachy, by Fairley and Dungeness, until we came abreast of the South Foreland Light. Farewell and adieu. With starboard engine clawing her backward, and the port engine driving her ahead, the Montana swung her huge bulk when she was free of the penning piers. The churning propellers, offsetting, turned her in her tracks. Then she began to feel her way out of the maze of the traffic. The grim, silent men of the pilot houses do not talk much even when they are at liberty on shore. They are taciturn when on duty. They do not relate their sensations when they are elbowing their way through the East River in a fog. They haven't the language to do so. A psychologist might make much out of the subject by discussing concentration sublimated, human senses coordinating sight and sound on the instant, a sort of sixth sense which must be passed on into the limbos of guesswork as instinct. The man in the pilot house would not in the least understand a word of what the psychologist was talking about. The steamboat officer merely understands that he must be on his job. The Montana added her voice to the bedlam of River Yup. The fog was so dense that even the lookout posted at her four windlasses was a hazy figure as seen from the pilot house. A squat ferryboat, which was headed across the river straight at the slip where her shore gong was hailing her, splashed under the steamer's bows. 2 tugs loafed nonchalantly across in the other direction, saucy sparrows of the river traffic, always underfoot and dodging out of danger by a breathless margin. Whistle blasts piped or roared singly and in pairs, a duet of steam voices, or blended at times into a puzzling chorus. A steamer's whistle in the fog conveys little information except to announce that a steam-propelled craft is somewhere yonder in the white blank, unseen, underway. No craft is allowed to sound passing signals unless the vessel she is signaling is in plain sight. Captain Mayo could see nothing. Even the surface of the water was almost indistinguishable. Ahead, behind, to right and left, everything that could toot was busy and vociferous. Here and there a duet of 3 staccato blasts indicated that neighbors were threatening to collide and were crawfishing to the best of their ability. Twice the big steamer stopped her engines and drifted until the squabble ahead of her seemed to have been settled. A halt mixes the notations of the log, but the mates of the steamer made the battery signals, and after a time the spidery outlines of the first great bridge gave assurance that their allowances were correct. Providentially, there was a shredding of the fog at Hellgate, a shore breeze flicking the mists off the surface of the water. Then was revealed the situation which lay behind the particularly emphatic and uproarious, 1 long and 2 short, blasts of a violent whistle. A Lehigh Valley tug was coming down the 5-knot current with 3 light barges, which the drift had skewed until they were taking up the entire channel. With their cables, the tug and tow stretched for at least 4,000 feet, almost a mile of dangerous drag. "Our good luck, sir," vouchsafed the first mate. "She was howling so loud, blamed if I could tell whether she was coming or going. She's got no business coming down the Sound." Captain Mayo, his teeth set hard, his rigid face dripping with moisture, as he stood in the open window, stopped the engines of his giant charge and jingled for full speed astern in order to halt her. He had no desire to battle for possession of the channel with what he saw ahead. At that moment Manager Fogg came into the pilot-house, disregarding the no admittance sign by authority of his position. He lighted a cigar and displayed the contented air of a man who has fed fully. "You've been making a pretty slow drag of it, haven't you, Captain Mayo? I've had time to eat dinner, and I'm quite a feeder at that. And we haven't made the gate yet." "We couldn't do a stroke better and be safe," said the captain over his shoulder, his eyes on the tow. "What's the matter now?" "A tug and 3 barges in the way." "Do you mean to say you're holding up a Vos liner with 800 passengers, waiting for a tugboat? Look here, Mayo, we've got to hustle folks to where they want to go and get them there in time. That tow is coming down with the current and has the right-of-way, sir. And there's no chance of passing, for she's sweeping the channel." "I don't believe there's any law that makes a passenger boat hold up for scows," grumbled Fogg. "If there is one, a good man knows how to get around it and keep up his schedule." He paced the pilot-house at the extreme rear, puffing his cigar. He grunted when Mayo gave the go-ahead bells and the throb of the engines began. "Now ram her along, boy. People in these days don't want to waste time on the road. They're even speeding up the automobile hearses." Captain Mayo did not reply. He was grateful that the dangers of Hellgate had been revealed. The mists hung in wisps against North Brother Island when he swung into the channel of the gate, and he could see, far ahead, the shaft of the lighthouse. It was a stretch where close figuring was needed, and this freak of the mists had given him a fine chance. He jingled for full speed and took a peep to note the bearing of Sunken Meadow Spindle. "Northeast, 5/8 east," he directed the quartermaster at the wheel. The man repeated the command mechanically and brought her to her course for the Middle Ground Passage. After they had rounded North Brother, Whitestone Point Tower was revealed. It really seemed as if the fog were clearing, and even in the channel between Execution Rocks and Sands Point his hopes were rising. But in the wider waters off Race Rock the _Montana_ drove her black snout once more into the white pall, and her whistle began to bray again. The young captain sighed. "East a half nuth. East a half nuth it is, sir." At least he had conquered East River, the gate, and the Narrows beyond, and had many miles straight ahead to the Whistler off Point Judith. He was resolved to be thankful for small favors. He hoped that with the coming of the night, and on account of the prevalence of the fog, he would find that shipping of the ordinary sort had stopped moving. However, in a few minutes he heard telltale whistles ahead, and he signaled half speed. A lumbering old lighter with a yawing derrick passed close aboard. An auxiliary fisherman, his exhaust snapping like a machine gun, and seeming to depend on that noise for warning, was overtaken. "Can you leave that window for a minute, Captain Mayo?" asked the general manager. The captain promptly joined Mr. Fogg at the rear of the spacious pilot house. "See here, Cap," remonstrated his superior, "I came down through these waters on the Triton of the Union Line the other day, and she made her time. What's the matter with us?" "I'm obeying the law, sir. And there are new warnings just issued." He pointed to the placard headed "Safety First" in big, red letters. "The word has been passed that the first captain who is caught with the goods will be made an example of." "Is that so?" commented Fogg, studying the end of his cigar. His tone was a bit peculiar. "But the Triton came along. And she nigh rammed the Nequasit in the fog the last trip I made up the coast. It was simply touch and go, Mr. Fogg, and all her fault. We were following the rules to the letter." "And that's one way of spoiling the business of a steamboat line," snapped Fogg. He added to himself, "But it isn't my way. I'm sorry, but I've been trained to believe that a record for safety is better than all records for speed, sir. I let Jacobs go because he was old-fashioned, Mayo. This is the age of taking chances and getting there. Business, politics, railroading, and steamboating. The people expect it. The right folks do it. You are general manager of this line, Mr. Fogg. Do you order me to make schedule time, no matter what conditions are? You are the captain of this boat. I simply want you to deliver up-to-date goods. As to how you do it, that is not my business. I'm not a sea captain, and I don't presume to advise as to details." Captain Mayo was young. He knew the long coast game. He was ambitious. Opportunity had presented itself. He understood the unreasoning temper of those who sought dividends without bothering much about details. He knew how other passenger captains were making good with the powers who controlled transportation interests. He confessed to himself that he had envied the master of the rushing Triton who had swaggered past as if he owned the sea. Till then Mayo had been the meek and apologetic passer-by along the ocean lane, expecting to be crowded to one side, dodging when the big fellow bawled for open road. He remembered with what haste he always maneuvered the old Nequasit. Out of the way of harm when he heard the lordly summons of the passenger liners. Was not that the general method of the freighter skippers? Why should he not expect them to get out of his way, now that he was one of the swaggerers of the sea? Let them do the worrying now, as he had done the worrying and dodging in the past. He stepped back to his window, those reflections whirling in his brain. This is no freighter, he told himself. Fogg is right. If I don't deliver the goods, somebody else will be called on to do it, so what's the use? I'll play the game. Just remember, will you, Mayo, that you've got your heart's wish and are captain of the Montana. If I lose this job on account of a placard with red letters, I'll kick myself on board a towboat and stay there the rest of my life. He yanked a logbook from the rack and noted the steamer's average speed from the entries. He signaled to the engine room through the speaking tube. "Give her 200 a minute, Chief," he ordered. And 15 seconds later, her engines pulsing rhythmically, the big craft was splitting fog and water at express speed, howling for little fellows to get out from underfoot. Down in the gleaming depths of her the orchestra was lilting a gay waltz, silver clattered over the white napery of the dining room. Men and women laughed and chattered and flirted. Men wrote telegrams, making appointments for the morrow at early hours, and the wireless flashed them forth. They were sent with the certainty on the part of the senders that no man in these days waits for tide or fog. The frothing waters flashed past in the night outside, and they who ventured forth upon the dripping decks glanced at the fan of white spume spreading into the fog, and were glad to return to cozy chairs and the radiance of the saloon. High up forward, in the pilot house, were the eyes and the brains of this rushing monster. It was dark there except for the soft, yellow gleam of the binnacle lights. It was silent but for the low voice of a mate who announced his notations. Occasionally, the mates glanced at each other in the gloom when a steamer's whistle sounded ahead. This young captain seemed to be a chap who carried his nerve with him. They were used to the more cautious system of Captain Jacobs. The master did not reduce speed. He leaned far out, his hand at his ear. The third time an unknown sounded her blast, he took a quick glance at the compass. 2 points shift so she shows, he said aloud. We'll pass her all right. The change in the direction of the sound had assured him. A few minutes later the whistle voiced a location safely abeam. But the next whistle they heard sounded dead ahead, and increased in volume of sound only gradually. They were overtaking a vessel headed in the same direction. Captain Mayo pulled the cord oftener and sounded more prolonged, more imperious hoots. He ordered no change in his course. He was headed for the Point Judith Whistler and did not propose to take chances on fumbling by any detours. The craft ahead at last seemed to recognize the voice of its master. The sound of the whistle showed that it had swung off the course. The mate mumbled notations. All ears out, ordered the captain. We ought to make that Whistler. And in the next breath he said, there she is. He pointed a wet hand ahead and slightly to port. A queer, booming grunt came to them. You're all right, old girl, he declared. Jacobs wasn't overpraising you. He reached over the sill and patted the woodwork of his giant pet. He turned to the quartermaster. East 5/8 south was his direction. East 5/8 south, sir. What's the next we make, Captain? Asked the general manager from the gloom at the rear of the pilot house. So and Pig's lightship, entrance of Vineyard Sound, sir. Good work. I'm going to take a turn below. See you again. What can I tell any uneasy gentleman who is afraid he'll miss a business appointment in the morning? Tell him we'll be on time to the dot, declared the captain quietly. Mr. Fogg closed the pilot house door behind himself and chuckled when he eased his way down the slippery ladder. Mr. Fogg sauntered through the brilliantly lighted saloon, hands in his pockets, giving forth an impression of a man entirely at ease. Nobody appeared to recognize the new general manager of the Vos line, and he attracted no special attention. But if anyone had been sufficiently interested in Mr. Fogg to note him closely, it would have been observed that his mouth worked nervously when he stood at the head of the grand stairway and stared about him. His jowls sagged. When he pulled out his handkerchief, his hand trembled. He descended the stairs to the main deck and peered about in the smoking quarters, running his eyes over the faces of the men gathered there. All at once he lifted his chin with a little jerk and climbed the stairs again. A big man tossed away a cigar and followed at a respectful distance. He pursued Mr. Fogg through the saloon and down a corridor and went into a stateroom on the general manager's heels. By gad, Burkett, I'm getting cold chills, exploded Mr. Fogg as soon as the door was closed. Don't understand just why. Those people out there, I've just been looking 'em over. It's monkeying with too big a proposition, Burkett. You can't reckon ahead on a thing like this. Sure you can. I've doped it right. Oh, I know you understand what you're talking about, but, well, I ought to know. I've been pilot for the resurvey party on the shoals for the last 2 months. I know every inch of the bottom. But the panic. There's bound to be one. The rest of 'em won't understand, Burkett. It's going to be awful on board here. I'll be here myself. I can't stand it. Look here, Governor. There won't be any panic. She'll slide into the sand like a baby nestling down into a crib. There isn't a pebble in that sand for miles. Half of this bunch of passengers will be abed and asleep. They won't wake up. The rest will never know anything special except that the engines have stopped. And that ain't anything unusual in a fog. It's a quiet night, not a ripple. Nothing to hurt us. The wireless will bring the revenue cutter out from Woods Hole, and she'll stand by till morning and take 'em off. The theory is good. It's mostly my own idea, and I'm proud of it, and I was mighty glad to find a man of your experience to back me up with the practical details, said Fogg, trying to fortify his faith with words, but failing. But now that it's coming down to cases, I'm afraid of it. Well, it's up to you, of course, Governor. I insist it can be done and done smooth, and you'll lay off this steamer nice, slick, and easy. That will put a crimp into the Vos line and make them stockholders take notice the next time a fair offer is made. It's the thing to do, and I know it. The conditions are just right, and we've got a green captain to make the goat of. All set. But it's an awful thing to monkey with 800 people and no knowing how they'll take it. It came over me while I stood there and looked at 'em. Sand is sand, and the whole, Round Earth is braced up under that sand. She can't sink. She'll simply gouge her way like a plow into a furrow, and there she'll stick, sitting straight, solid as an island, and it will be a devil of a while before they'll be able to dig her out. It's a crimp for the Vos line, I say, Governor. Malevolence glowed in Burkett's little eyes. Of course, the money I'm getting for this job looks good to me, Governor, but my chance to put a wallop into anything that old Vos and his sons are interested in looks just as good. I wouldn't be in this just for the money end of it. I'm no pirate, but when they kicked me out of the pilot house and posted me up and down this coast, they put themselves in line to get what's coming to them from me. But have you considered every side of it? Pleaded Fogg. You're the practical man in this proposition. What can happen? If you do exactly what I tell you to do, nothing can happen but what's on our program. Just let me stiffen you up by running the thing over once more. He pulled a hand-smudged, folded chart from his breast pocket and spread it over his knees. With blunt forefinger, he indicated the points to which he made reference in his explanation. When he fetches Nobska Horn on his port, bearing northwest by west, he'll shift his course. After about 5 miles he's due to shift again, swinging 6 points to nor'ard. You'll hear the mate name the bearing of West Chop steam whistle. Then you walk right up to the left of the compass and stand there. You may hear a little tongue clattering for a few seconds. There'll be a little cussing, maybe, but you won't be cussed, of course. You stand right there, calm and cool, never batting an eyelid. And then it will happen, and when it does happen it will be a surprise party, all right. It's wrecking a 7,000-ton passenger steamer in the night, mourned the general manager. It isn't. It's putting her into a safe cradle. But at this speed, that chap in the pilot house is no fool. He'll get his hint in time to save her from real damage. You needn't worry. Fogg opened his traveling bag and lifted out a strip of metal. He handled it as gingerly as if it were a reptile, and he looked at it with an air as if he feared it would bite him. That's the little joker, said Burkett. About 2 points deviation by local attraction will do the business. I'm tempted to throw it overboard and call it all off, Burkett. I have put through a good many deals in my life in the big game, but this looks almost too raw. I can't help it. I feel a hunch as if something was going to miscue. I've got no more to say, Governor. My crowd doesn't ask questions of me, but they expect results. If I don't do it, I suppose I'll kick myself in the morning. He cocked up his ear and listened to the bawling of the liner's great whistle. But it seems different in the night. You ain't leaving any tracks, encouraged Burkett. And this being his first run makes it more plausible. You're here all naturally yourself. It might seem rather queer if you made another trip. It's his first run on her, I remind you. If he makes a slip-up it won't surprise the wise guys, might. It seems to be all set, I've got to admit it. By gad, Burkett, I have always put a thing through when I've started on it. That's why they call in the little Fogg boy. I'd rather apologize to my conscience than to, well, never mind who he is. He tucked the strip of metal into his inside coat pocket and buttoned the coat. Blast it. Nothing that's very bad can happen in this calm sea, and that last lifeboat drill went off. Fine. Here goes, declared Fogg with desperate emphasis. That's the boy, declared Burkett, encouraged to familiarity by their association in mischief. The general manager found the night black when he edged his way along the wet deck to the pilot house. The steamer's lights made blurred patches in the fog. Now she seemed to have the sea to herself. There were no answering whistles. I'm back again, Captain Mayo, he said, as he closed the door against the night. I hope I won't bother you folks here. I'll stay out from underfoot. He sat down on a transom at the extreme rear of the house and smoked his cigar with nervous vehemence. Another quartermaster succeeded the man at the wheel. The mate made his notations of dead reckoning and pricked the chart. The usual routine was proceeded with. Mayo continued at the window, head out thrust, except when he glanced at chart or compass or noted the dials which marked the screw's revolutions. Every now and then he put his ear to the submarine signal receiver. At last he heard the faint, far throb of the Sow and Pig's submarine bell 7 strokes, with the 4 seconds interval, then the 7 strokes repeated. A bit later he got, sweet and low as an Elfland horn, the lightship's chime whistle. It was dead ahead, which was not exactly to his calculation. The tide set had served stronger than he had reckoned. He ordered the helmsman to ease her off a half-point in order to make safe offing for the turn into Vineyard Sound. Well up in the sound, the bell of Tarpaulin Cove reassured him, and after a time he heard the unmistakable blast of the great reed horn of Nobska uttering its triple hoot like a giant owl perched somewhere in the mists. "Nobska," said the mate. "We are certainly coming on, sir." Nobly agreed Captain Mayo, allowing himself a moment of jubilation, even though the dreaded shoals were ahead. "Are you going to keep this speed across the shoals, Captain Mayo?" asked the general manager, displaying real deference. "No, sir," stated the captain with decision, bracing himself to give Mr. Fogg a sharp word or two if that gentleman advanced any more of his businessman's reasons for speed. It would not be showing due care. "I'm glad to hear you say that," affirmed Mr. Fogg heartily. "It may be a little out of place right now, but I want you to know that I feel that I have picked out just the right man to command this ship. I'm glad of a chance to say this where your mates can hear me." "Thank you, Mr. Fogg," returned the young man, gratefully. "This is a soul-racking job, and I'm glad you are here to see what we are up against. I don't feel that we'll be wasting much time in crossing the shoals if we go carefully. We can let her out after we swing east of Monomoy. She's a grand old packet." In the gloom, Fogg ran his fingers gingerly over the outside of his coat to make sure that the strip of metal was in its place. There was silence in the pilot-house after that. Ahead there was ticklish navigation. There were the narrow sloughs, the crowding shoals, the blind turns of Nantucket Sound, dreaded in all weathers, but a mariner's horror in a fog. Nobska's clarion call drew slowly abeam to port, and after due lapse of time Westchop's steam whistle lifted its guiding voice in the mists ahead. "Better use the Polaris and be careful about Westchop's bearing after we pass her, Mr. Bangs," Captain Mayo warned his first mate. As a sailor well knows, the bearing of Westchop gives the compass direction for passage between the shoals known as Hedge Fence and Squash Meadow, a 10-mile run to cross Rip Lightship. In a fog, it is vitally important to have Westchop exact to the eighth of a point. Fogg was glad that he was alone where he sat. He trembled so violently that he set an unlighted cigar between his teeth to keep them from rattling together. The mate was outlined against the window, his eyes on the instrument, his ear cocked. Every half-minute Westchop's whistle hooted. "Right, sir," the mate reported at last, speaking briskly. "I make it west by Nuth, 5/8 Nuth." Fogg rose and half staggered forward, taking a position just to the left of the wheel and compass. "East by south, 5/8 south," the captain directed the helmsman. "Careful attention, sir. Tide is flood for knots. Make the course good." The quartermaster repeated and twirled his wheel for the usual number of revolutions to allow a 3-point change. Captain Mayo stepped back and glanced at the compass to make certain that his helmsman was finding his course properly. "What in Tophet's name is the matter with you, man?" he shouted. "Bring this ship around. Bring her around." He grabbed the wheel and spun it. "You're slower than the devil drawing molasses," raged Mayo, forgetting his dignity. "She must have yawed," protested the man. "I had her on her course, sir. I supposed I had her over." "You are not to suppose. You are to keep your eyes on that compass card and move quicker when I give an order." The helmsman's eyes bulged as he stared at the compass. While he had winked his eyes, so it seemed to him, the true course had fairly straddled away from the lubber line. In his frantic haste, Captain Mayo put her over too far. He helped the man set her on the right course. Then he signaled half speed. The devious and the narrow paths were ahead of them. "That's an almighty funny jump the old dame made then," pondered the quartermaster. But he was too well trained to argue with a captain. He accepted the fault as his own, and now that she was on her course, he held her there doggedly. Even the _Montana's _half speed was a respectable gait, and the silent crew in her pilot-house could hear the sea lathering along her sides. "What do you make of that, Mr. Bangs?" the captain asked, after a prolonged period of listening. "Bell, sir." "But the only bell in that direction would be on Hedge Fence Lightship in case her whistle has been disabled." "Sounds to me like a vessel at anchor. But it's right in the fairway." Captain Mayo convinced himself by a glance at the compass. No craft would drop her hook in the fairway. "That's no bell on the hedge fence," reflected the captain. It's a schooner's bell. But sound often gets freaky in a fog. We're on our course to the fraction, and we've got to keep going. And after a moment the bell ceased its clangor. It was a distant sound, and its location was indefinite even to a sharp ear. It strikes me that sounds in general are a little worded all of a sudden, said the captain to his mate. I'll swear that I can hear hedge fences 5-second blasts now. But there she hulls off the starboard bow. The clouds must be giving us an echo. We've got to leave it to the compass. A skillful mariner is careful about forsaking the steady finger of a proved compass in order to chase sounds around the corner in foggy weather. He understands that air strata raise the dickens with whistle blasts. There are zones of silence, there is divergence of sound. Fogg held his position, his legs braced, and nobody paid any especial attention to him. They in the pilot house were too busy with other affairs. There is one sound in thick weather that tells a navigator much. It is the echo of his own whistle. The big steamer was hoarsely hooting her way. Suddenly there was a sound which fairly flew up and hit Captain Mayo in the face. It was an echo. It was the sound of the Montana's whistle blast flung back at him from some object so near at hand that there was barely a clock tick between whistle and echo. The captain yelped a great oath and yanked his bell pulls furiously. That echo came from a schooner's sails, he shouted. Then, dead ahead, clanged her bell. The next instant, plunging along at least 8 miles an hour, in spite of engines clawing at full speed astern, the towering bow smashed into the obstacle in her path. It was a mighty shock which sent a tremor from stem to stern of the great fabric. They saw that they hit her, a 3-masted schooner at anchor, with her sails set, dingy canvas wet and idle in the foggy, breathless night. But their impact against her was almost as if they had hit a pier. The collision sent them reeling about the pilot house. As they drove past they saw her go down, her stern a splintered mass of wreckage, in which men were frantically struggling. That's a granite lugger. See her go down like a stone, gasped Mate Banks. My God, what do you suppose she has done to us forward? Get there, roared Captain Mayo. Get there and report, sir. But before the chief mate was halfway down the ladder on his way, the wailing voice of the lookout reported disaster. Hole under the waterline forward, he cried. There are men in the water back there, sir, said a quartermaster. We're making water fast in the forward compartment, came a voice through the speaking tube. Already they in the pilot house could hear the ululation of women in the depths of the ship, and then the husky clamor of the many voices of men drowned the shriller cries. Captain Mayo had seen the survivors from the schooner struggling in the water. But he rang for full speed ahead and ordered the quartermaster to aim her into the north, knowing that land lay in that direction. 800 lives on my shoulders and a hole in her, he told himself, while all his world of hope and ambition seemed rocking to ruin. I can't wait to pick up those poor devils. In a few minutes, in so few minutes that all his calculations as to his location were upset, the Montana plowed herself to a shuddering halt on a shoal, her bow lifting slightly. And when the engines were stopped she rested there, sturdily upright, steady as an island. But in her saloon the men and women who fought and screamed and cursed, beating to and fro in windrows of humanity like waves in a cavern, were convinced that the shuddering shock had signaled the doom of the vessel. Half-dressed men, still dizzy with sleep, confused by dreams which blended with the terrible reality, trampled the helpless underfoot, seeking exit from the saloon. The hideous uproar, which announced panic, was a loud call to the master of the vessel. He understood what havoc might be wrought by the brutal senselessness of the struggle. He ran from the pilot house, stepping on the feet of the general manager, who was stumbling about in bewildered fashion. Call all the crew to stations and guard the exits, Captain Mayo commanded the second mate. On his precipitate way to the saloon, the captain passed the room of the wireless operator, and the tense crackle of the spark told him that the SOS signal was winging its beseeching flight through the night. 3 men, half-dressed, with life-preservers buckled on in hit-or-miss fashion, met him on the deck, dodged his angry clutch, and leaped over the rail into the sea, yelling with all the power of their lungs. A quartermaster was at the captain's heels. Get over a lifeboat on each side and attend to those idiots, roared Mayo. He thrust his way into a crowded corridor, beating frantic men back with his fists, adjuring, assuring, appealing, threatening. He mounted upon a chair in the saloon. He fairly outbellowed the rest of them. Men of the sea are trained to shout against the tempest. You are safe. Keep quiet. Sit down. This steamer is ashore on a sandbank. She's as solid as Bunker Hill. He shouted these assurances over and over. They began to look at him, to pay heed to him. His uniform marked his identity. You lie, screamed an excited man. We're out to sea. We're sinking. Where are your lifeboats? Bedlam began again. Like the fool who shouts, fire, in a throng, this brainless individual revived all the fears of the frenzied passengers. Mayo realized that heroic action was necessary. He leaped down from the chair, seized the man who had shouted, and beat the fellow's face with the flat of his hard hand. That scene of conflict was startling enough to serve as a real jolt to their attention. They hushed their cries, they looked on, impressed, cowed. If there's any other man in this crowd who wants to tell me I'm a liar, let him stand out and say so, shouted Captain Mayo. You're making fools of yourselves. There's no danger. He released the pallid and trembling man of whom he had made an example and stepped onto a chair. He put up his hand, dominating them until he had secured absolute silence. You, he said, crisply, darting finger here and there, pointing out individuals. You seem to have more level heads than the rest, you men. Go forward where the man is casting the lead. Cast the lead yourselves. Come back here and report to these passengers, as their committee. I'm telling you the truth. There's no water under us to speak of. He remained in the saloon until his committee returned. The man who reported looked a bit sheepish. The captain is right, ladies and gentlemen. We could even see the sand where she has plowed it up. They've got lanterns over the rail. There's no danger. A steward trotted to Captain Mayo and handed him a slip of paper. The captain read the message and shook the paper in the faces of the throng. The revenue cutter _Acushnet_ has our wireless call and is starting, and the _Itasca_ will follow. I advise you to go to bed and go to sleep. You're perfectly, absolutely safe. You will be transferred when it's daylight. Now be men and women. He hurried out on deck. His men were hoisting aboard the 3 dripping, sputtering passengers who had run amok. And those same men would look after a runaway horse and sneer that he didn't have any brains, remarked Captain Mayo, disgustedly. For the next half hour, he was a busy man. He investigated the _Montana's _wound, first of all. He found her flooded forward, her nose anchored into the sand with a rock of ages solidity. His heart sank when he realized what her plight meant from the wrecking and salvage viewpoint. In those shifting sands, winnowed constantly by the rushing currents of the Sound, digging her out might be a gargantuan task, working her free a hopeless undertaking. His tour of investigation showed him that except for her smashed bow, the steamer was intact. Her helplessness there in the sand was the more pitiable on that account. He had not begun to take account of stock of his own responsibility for this disaster. The whirl of events had been too dizzying. As master of the ship, he would be held to account for her mishap. But to what extent had he been negligent? He could not figure it out. He realized that excitement plays strange pranks with a man's consciousness of linked events or of the passage of time. He could not understand why the steamer piled up so quickly after the collision. According to his ample knowledge of the shoals, he had been on his true course and well off the dangerous shallows. His first mate met him amidship. I sent off one of our lifeboats, sir. Told them to go back and hunt for the men we saw in the water. They found 2. Others seem to be gone. I'm glad you thought of it, Mr. Bangs. I ought to have attended to it myself. You had enough on your hands, sir, as it was. She was the _Lucretia M. Warren _ with granite from Vinyl Haven. That's what gave us such an awful tunk. Who are the men? Mate and a sailor. They've had some hot drinks and are coming along all right. We'll have a word with them, Mr. Bangs. The survivors of the _Warren _ were forward in the crew's quarters, and they were still dazed. They had not recovered from their fright. They were sullen. I'm sorry, men. Sailor to sailor, you know what I mean if I don't say any more. It's bad business on both sides. But what were you doing in the fairway? We want in the fairway. protested a grizzled man, evidently the mate. He was uneasy in his borrowed clothes. He had surrendered his own garments to a pantry man who had volunteered to dry them. "You must have been," insisted Captain Mayo. "I know we was all of 2 miles north of the regular course. I ain't sailed across these shoals for 30 years not to know soundings when I make 'em myself. Furthermore, she'll speak for herself where she's sunk." The captain could not gainsay that dictum. The mate scowled at the young man. "I've got a question of my own. What you doing, yourself, all of 2 miles out of your course, winging along, tooting your old whistle as if you owned the sea and had rollers under you to go across dry ground with, too?" "I was not 2 miles out of my course," protested the captain, and yet the sickening feeling came to him that there had been some dreadful error, somewhere, somehow. "When they put these steamers into the hands of real men instead of having dudes and kids run 'em, then shipping will stand a fair show on this coast," declared the mate, casting a disparaging glance at Mayo's new uniform. "It was my watch on deck, and I know what I'm talking about. You came belting along straight at us, 2 points out of your course, and I thought the fog was playing tricks, and I didn't believe my own ears. You have drowned my captain and 4 honest men. When I stand up in court, they'll get the straight facts from me, I can tell you that. And they tell me it's your first trip. I might have knowed it was some greenhorn when I heard you coming 2 points off your course. You'd better take off them clothes. I reckon you've made your last trip too." It was the querulous railing of a man who had been near death. It was the everlasting grouch of the sailing man against the lordly steamboater. Mayo had no heart for rebuke or retort. What had happened to him anyway? This old schooner man seemed to know exactly what he was talking about. "If you don't believe what I'm telling you, go out on deck and see if you can't hear the hedge fence whistle," advised the mate, sourly. "If she don't bear south of east, I'll eat that suit they're drying out for me. And that will show you that you're 2 miles to the north of where you ought to be." On his way to the pilot house, Captain Mayo did hear the hollow voice of the distant whistle, with its double blast and its long interval of silence. The sound came from abaft his beam, and his disquietude increased. Then the acute realization was forced in upon him that he had the general manager of the line to face. The captain had not caught sight of his superior during the excitement. He wondered now why Mr. Fogg had effaced himself so carefully. The red coal of a cigar glowed in a corner of the pilot house. From that corner came curt inquiry. "Well, Captain Mayo, what have you got to say about this?" "I think I'll do my talking after I have had daylight on the proposition, sir." "Don't you have any idea how you happen to be off your course so far?" asked Fogg, his anxiety noticeable in his tones. "How do you know I was off my course?" Well, you wouldn't be aground, would you, if you hadn't lost your way?" "I didn't lose my way, Mr. Fogg." "What had happened then?" "That's for me to find out." "I'm not going to say anything to you yet, Captain Mayo. It's too sudden, too big a blow. It's going to paralyze the Vos line." Mr. Fogg said this briskly, as if he were passing small talk on the weather. "I'm thankful that you're taking the thing so calmly, sir. I've been dreading to meet you. A businessman in these days can't allow himself to fly to pieces over setbacks. Optimism is half the battle." But Mayo, sitting there in that dark pilot house for the rest of the night, staring out into the blank wall of the fog and surveying the wreck of his hopes, was decidedly not optimistic. XXI Bitter Proof by Morning Light. Bad news. Bad news to our captain came that grieved him very sore, but when he knew that all of it was true, it grieved him 10 times more, brave boys. It grieved him 10 times more. Cold Greenland. Morning brought to him neither cheer nor counsel. The winds swept the fog off the seas, and the brightness of the sunshine only mocked the gloom of Captain Mayo's thoughts. He was most unmistakably far off his course. He took his bearings carefully, and he groped through his memory and his experience for reasons which would explain how he came to be away up there on Hedge Fence. 2 of the masts of the sunken stone schooner showed above the sea, 2 depressing monuments of disaster. He took further bearings and tested his compass with minute care. So far as he could determine, it was correct to the dot. It was a busy forenoon for all on board the steamer. The revenue cutters took off the passengers. Representatives of the underwriters came out from Woods Hole on a tug. The huge Montana set solidly into its bed of sand, loomed against the sky, mute witness of somebody's inefficiency or mistake. Late in the day, Captain Mayo and General Manager Fogg locked themselves in the captain's cabin to have it out. When the master had finished his statement, Mr. Fogg flicked the ash from his cigar, studied the glowing end for a time, and narrowed his eyes. So, summing it all up, it happened, and you don't know just how it happened. You were off your course and don't know how you happened to be off your course. You don't expect us to defend you before the steamboat inspectors, with that for an explanation, Mayo. All I can do is to tell the truth at the hearing, sir. They'll break you, sure as a mule wags ears. There are 5 dead men inside that wreck yonder. Don't you reckon you'll be indicted for manslaughter? I shall claim that the collision was unavoidable. But you were off your course, were in a place you had no business to be in. That knocks your defense all to the devil. You are in almighty bad, Mayo. You must wake up to it. The young man was pale and rigid and silent. The Vos line isn't bad enough as it is, without trying to defend you. I suppose I'll be blamed for putting on a young captain. Mayo, I am older than you are and wiser about the law and such matters. Why don't you duck out from under, eh? You mean run away? I wouldn't put it quite as bluntly as that. I mean, go away and keep out of sight till it quiets down. If you stay, they'll put you on the rack and get you all tangled up by firing questions at you. And what will you gain by going through the muss? You've got to agree with me that the inspectors will suspend you, revoke your license. Here's this steamer here, talking for herself. If you stay around underfoot and all the evidence is brought out at the hearing, then the federal grand jury will take the thing up, probably. They'll have a manslaughter case against you. Still, Captain Mayo did not speak. If you simply drop out of sight, I don't believe they'll chase you. Personally, having watched you last night, I don't believe you are guilty of any very bad break. It simply happened wrong. We don't want all the notoriety a court trial would bring to the line. And here's what I'll do, Mayo. I'll slip you a few hundred for expenses so that you can go away and grab into the shipping game somewhere else. A fellow like you can land on his feet. Mr. Fogg, a renegade steamboat man, stands a mighty per show. I may be suspended, and worse may happen to me, but I'm not going to ruin myself and my good name by running away. That's confession. It's wrecking all my prospects forever, and I have worked too hard for what I've got. I'm going to stay here and face the music, tell my story like a man. It will make a fine story, and you have told me yourself that they are just waiting to make a smashing example of somebody, sneered Fogg. You, a cub captain, broke the navigation rules last night by running at least 15 knots in the fog. Your log and the testimony of your mates will show that. I'm not blaming you, son. I'm showing you how it looks. You got off your course and rammed a schooner at anchor, and you didn't even stop to pick up her men. I saw that much. Mayo, the only sensible thing for you to do is to duck out from under. It will save the line from a lot of scandal and bad advertising. By gad. If you don't do that much for us after the offer I've just made you, I'll go onto the stand and testify against you. You seem to be mighty ready and anxious to make me the goat in this thing, blazed the young man, his temper getting away from him. He had been without sleep for many hours. His soul had been crucified by the bitter experiences he had been through. Are you looking for a fight? No, Mr. Fogg, I'm looking for a square deal. I haven't done anything intentionally to make me a fugitive from justice. I won't run away. You won't be the first witness who has helped big interests by keeping out of sight and out of reach of the lawyers. It's business, Mayo. It may be, Mr. Fogg. I don't know the inside of the big deals. I'm only a sailor. I associate with sailors. And I've got a little pride in my good name. Mr. Fogg looked at this recalcitrant with scorn. He wanted to tell this stubborn individual that he was merely a two-spot in the big game which was being played. But the expression on Mayo's face encouraged neither levity nor sneers. I'll give you $1,000 expense money for your trip, and we'll talk job with you next year after you get your license back, proffered the general manager. Captain Mayo fixed flaming eyes on the tempter. What special, private reason have you got for wanting to bribe me? Demanded the young man, with such heat that Fogg flinched. You are making something very mysterious out of what should be open and above board. That may be Wall Street tactics, Mr. Fogg, but it doesn't go with a sailor who has earned a master's papers and is proud of it. Well, pass on then, directed Fogg. There's a tug alongside to take the underwriters back to Woods Hole. Go along to jail, or wherever it is you'll fetch up. I shall stay aboard the ship as her captain until I am relieved according to the formalities of the Admiralty law, declared Captain Mayo, with dignity. I don't propose to run away from duty or punishment, Mr. Fogg. The general manager pursed a contemptuous mouth and departed from the cabin. He went away on the tug without further word to Mayo. During the next 2 days, small craft buzzed about the stricken giant like flies around a carcass. There were insurance men, wreckers with plans and projects, sightseers, stockholders, and one visitor was Captain Zeratus Was. Nothing else to do just now, boy, except to come and sympathize with you. He clucked his tongue against his teeth as he looked the steamer over. It was condolence without words. Now tell me the story of it with all the fine details, he demanded, after they were closeted in the captain's cabin. He sat with elbows on his knees and gazed at the floor during the recital, and he continued to gaze at the floor for some time after Mayo had ceased speaking. I admit that the quartermaster let her off for just a minute, less than a minute, repeated the young man. I had only just looked away for an instant. I helped him put her over. We couldn't have done more than cut a letter S for a few links. But the more I think of it, the queerer it seems. 2 points off, almost in a finger snap. Tell that part of it over and over again, while I shut my eyes and get it fixed in my mind as if I had seen it, requested Captain Was. Who was there, where did they stand, and so forth and etc. When a thing happens and you can't figure it out, it's usually because you haven't pawed over the details carefully enough. Go ahead. I'm a good listener. But after he had listened, he had no comments to make. He went out of the cabin after a few minutes' wait which was devoted to deep meditation, and strolled about the ship, hands behind his back, scuffing his feet. A half-hour later, meeting Captain Mayo on his rounds, the veteran inquired, "How do you happen to have Oliver Burkett aboard here?" "I don't know him." "You ought to know him. He is the captain the Vos line fired off the _Nirvana _3 years ago. He gave the go-ahead and a jingle when he was making dock, and chewed up 4 fishing boats and part of the pier. He had to choose between admitting that he was drunk, crazy, or bribed by the opposition. And I guess they figured that he was all 3. Was he aboard here the night it happened?" "I don't know, sir. According to my notion it's worth finding out," growled Captain Was. "I'm not seeing very far into this thing as yet, son, and I'll admit it. But if dirty work was done to you, Burkett would have been a handier tool for Fogg than a Stilson wrench in a plumbing job. No, don't ask me questions now. I haven't got any consolation for you or confidence in myself. I'm only thinking." The next day, the wounded _Montana was formally surrendered to the underwriters. Captain Boyd Mayo was ordered to appear before the United States inspectors, and he went and told his story as best he could. But his best was an unconvincing tale after all. He left the hearing after his testimony and walked down to the little hotel by the waterfront to wait for news. Captain Was came bustling down to the little hotel, plumping along at an extra rate of speed, setting his heels down hard, a moving monument of gloom. His protégé, removing disconsolate gaze from the dusty chromos on the office walls, did not require verbal report. Captain Was's demeanor told all. "And you couldn't expect much of anything else," declared the old man. "I made the best talk I could for you after you had finished your testimony and had gone out. But it was no use, son. The department has been laying for a victim. Both of us have known that right along. They have soaked it to you good and proper." "How long am I suspended for?" faltered Mayo. "That's the point. Indefinitely. You were meat. Everybody watching the case. They trimmed you." Mayo set his hands into his thick hair, propped his head, and stared at the floor. "Indefinitely doesn't mean forever, but there ain't much comfort in that. I'll tell you what it does mean, boy. It means that if there has been crooked work, we've got to show it up in order to reinstate you. And now get a good brace on yourself. I've taken a peek in at the United States court." The young man, without lifting his head, gave the veteran a piteous side glance. "Fletcher Fogg is buzzing around the outside of that hive. He has Burkett along for an understrapper. They're marshalling in witnesses before the grand jury, those men from the _Warren _, and you know what they'll say, of course. Your mates and quartermasters, too. Mayo, they're going to railroad you to Atlanta Penitentiary. They have put something over on you because you're young and they figured that you'd be a little green. It seemed queer to me when Fogg was so mighty nice to you all of a sudden. But they don't lay off a man like Jacobs and put in a new man just to be nice. They either felt they couldn't work Jacobs, or else they felt a green man would give Em a good excuse for what happened. But they couldn't arrange to have a schooner. That was probably more than they figured on. But as long as it has happened, they're going to use it to best advantage. You're going to have both tin cans tied to you, son. Every cussed bit of influence is going to be used against you. Poor devils on the outside, like you and I, don't understand just how slick the ways can be greased. Mayo, I'm going to give you good advice. Duck out. Run away like a confessed criminal? That's the advice Fogg gave me. I don't think your advice is good, Captain Was. I won't run away. It may not be good advice. I ain't wise enough to know everything that's best. But if they put you behind the bars in Atlanta, son, you'll stay there till your term is up. No matter what is found out in your case, it will take money and a lot of time to get the truth before the right people. But if you ain't in prison and we can get a line on this case and dig up even a part of the truth, then you've got a fighting chance in the open. If we can get just enough to make Em afraid to put you onto the witness stand, that much may make Em quit their barking. You're a sailor, boy. You know a sailor can't do much when his hands are tied. Stay outside the penitentiary and help me fight this thing. I don't know what to do, mourned the young man. I'm all in a whirl. I'm no coward, Captain Was. I'm willing to face the music. But I'm so helpless. Stay outside jail till the fog lifts a bit in this case, adjured his mentor. Are you going to lie down and stick up your legs to have him tied, like a calf bound for market? Here are a few things you can do if you duck out of sight for a little while. I'll go ahead and... Suddenly he checked himself. He was facing the window, which commanded a considerable section of street. He wasted no further breath on good advice. I know those men coming down there, he cried. They're bailiffs. I saw them around the courthouse. They're after you, Mayo. You run. Get away. There must be a back door here. Scoot. He pulled the unresisting scapegoat out of his chair and hustled him to the rear of the office. A young man may have the best intentions. He may resolve to be a martyr, to bow to the law's majesty. But at that moment Mayo was receiving imperious command from the shipmaster whose orders he had obeyed for so long that obedience was second nature. And panic seized him. Men were at hand to arrest him. There was no time to reason the thing out. Flight is the first impulse of innocence persecuted. Manly resolve melted. He ran. I'll stay behind and bluff Em off. I'll say you're just out for a minute, that I'm waiting here for you, cried Captain Was. That will give you a start. Try the docks. You may find one of the boys who will help. Mayo escaped into a yard, dodged down an alley, planning his movements as he hurried, having a mariner's quickness of thought in an emergency. He made directly for the pier where steam vessels took water. A huge ocean-going tug was just getting ready to leave her berth under the water hose. Her gruff whistle call had ordered hawsers cast off. Mayo's Long Coast acquaintance was fairly extensive. This was a coal barge tug, and he waved quick greeting to the familiar face in her pilot house and leaped aboard. He climbed the forward ladder nimbly. I reckon you'll have to make it hello and goodbye in one breath, mate, advised the skipper. I'm off to take a light tow down coast. Norfolk next stop. Let her go sooner the better, gasped the fugitive. I'll explain why as soon as you're out of the dock. You don't say that you want to take the trip? I've got to take it. The skipper cocked an eyebrow and pulled his bell. Make yourself to home, mate, he advised. I hope you ain't in so much of a hurry to get there as you seem to be, for I've got 3 barges to tow. Mayo sat down on the rear transom and was hidden from all eyes on the pier. There was no opportunity for an explanation until the barges had been picked up, for there was much maneuver and much tooting. But he found ready sympathy after he had explained. The law sharps are always hankering to catch a poor cuss who is trying to navigate these waters and suit the inspectors and the owners at the same time, admitted the master of the tug. I have read everything the papers had to say about your case, and I figured they didn't give you a fair show. Newspapers and lawyers and owners don't understand what a fellow is up against. I'm glad you're aboard, mate, because I want to hear your side, with all the details. The threshing over of the matter occupied many hours of the long wallow down the Jersey coast, and the tug captain weighed all features of the case with the care of a man who has plenty of time on his hands, and with the zest a mariner displays in considering the affairs of his kind of folk. If I didn't know you pretty well, Mayo, and know what kind of a man you got your training with, I might think just as those law sharps will probably say that you were criminally careless or didn't know your business. But that dodge she made on you. 2 points off her course. You've got to put your finger right on there and hold it. Let me tell you something. It was a queer thing in my own case. That was a queer thing in your case. Stand 2 queer things in our business up beside each other and squint at 'em, and you may learn something. She was on her course. I put her there with my own hands, persisted Mayo. Sure. You know your business. If this thing was going to be left to the bunch that know you, you'd go clear. But here's what happened in my case. I had a new man in the wheelhouse here, and he almost rammed me into Cutty Hunk, gave me a touch and go with the Pollock Rip lightship, and had me headed toward Nauset when the fog lifted. And he was steering my courses to the thinness of a hair at that. Say, I took a sudden tumble and frisked that chap and dragged a toad stabber knife out of his pocket, one of those regular foot-long knives. It had been yawing off that compass all the way from a point to a point and a half. When did you shift wheel watch? Before we made Vineyard Sound. And no trouble coming up the Sound? Made Nobska and West Chop to the dot. Then perhaps your general manager, who was in that pilot house, had an iron gizzard inside him. Most of them Wall Street fellows do have, said the skipper with sarcasm. There's something going on in the steamboat business that I can't understand, declared Mayo. It's high up. It hasn't to do with us chaps who have to take the kicks. Fogg brought a man aboard the old _Nequasset_, and he didn't bring along a good explanation to go with that man. I have been wondering ever since how it happened that Fogg got to be general manager of the Vos line so almighty sudden. Them high financiers play a big game, mate. And if you happen to be a marked card in it, they'd tear you up and toss you under the table without thinking twice. If you'll take a tip from me, you lay low and do a lot of thinking while Uncle Zeratus does his scouting. What are you going to do when you get to Norfolk? I haven't thought. Well, the both of us better think, and think hard, mate. If the United States is really after you, there'll be a sharp eye at every knothole. I can't afford to let him get in a crack at me for what I've done. I'll jump overboard outside the Capes before I'll put you in wrong, asserted Mayo, with deep feeling. That night the captain of the tug took a trick at the wheel in person. His guest lay on the transom, smoking the skipper's spare pipe and racking his mind for ways and means. After a time he was conscious that the captain was growling a bit of a song to relieve the tedium of his task. He sang the same words over and over, a tried and true Chesapeake shanty. Oh, I sailed aboard a lugger, and I shipped aboard a scow, and I sailed aboard a peanut shell that had a razor bow. Needle in a haystack, brick into a wall. A nigger man in Norfolk, he ain't no count at all. Mayo rolled off the transom and went to the captain's side. There's more truth than poetry in that song of yours, sir, he said. You have given me an idea. A nigger in Norfolk doesn't attract much attention. And I haven't got to be one of the black ones, either. Don't you suppose there's something aboard here I can use to stain my face with? My cook is a great operator as a tattoo artist. I don't think I want to make the disguise permanent, sir, stated the young man, with a smile. What I mean is, he may have something in his kit that he can use to paint you with. What's your idea? Stay there. I'm afraid they'll nail you. I'll stay there just long enough to ship before the mast on a schooner. There isn't time to think up any better plan just now. Anything to keep out of sight until I can make up my mind about what's really best to be done. We'll have that cook up here, offered the captain. He's safe. The cook took prompt and professional interest in the matter. Sure, he said. I've got a stain that will sink in and stay put for a long time if no grease paint is used. Only you mustn't wash your face. There's no danger of a fellow having any inducement to do that when he's before the mast on a schooner in these days, declared the tug captain dryly. An hour later, Captain Boyd Mayo, late of the Crackliner _Montana_, was a very passable mulatto, his crisply curling hair adding to the disguise. He swapped his neat suit of brown with a deckhand and received some particularly unkempt garments. The next night, when the tug was berthed at the water station, he slipped off into the darkness, as homeless and as disconsolate as an abandoned dog. XXI's special business of a passenger Ranzo was no sailor. He shipped on board a whaler. Oh, pity Reuben Ranzo boys. Oh, poor old Reuben Ranzo boys. Reuben Ranzo. Captain Mayo kept out of the region of the white lights for some time. He had a pretty wide acquaintance in the Virginia port, and he knew the beaten paths of the steamboating transients, ashore for a bit of a blow. He lurked in alleys, feeling especially disreputable. He was not at all sure that his makeup was effective. His own self-consciousness convinced him that he was a glaring fraud, whose identity would be revealed promptly to any person who knew him. But while he sneaked in the purlieus of the city, several of his longshore friends passed him without a second look. One, a second engineer on a Union Line freighter, whirled after passing and came back to him. Got a job, boy? No, sir. We need coal passers on the _Drummond_. She's in the stream. Come aboard in the morning. But it was not according to Mayo's calculation, messing with steamboatmen. Don't conclude wants no sec job, he drawled. No, of course you don't want to work, you blasted yaller mutt, snapped the engineer. He marched on, cursing, and Mayo was encouraged, for the man had given him a thorough looking over. He went out onto the wider streets. He was looking for a roving schooner captain, reckoning he would know one of that gentry by the cut of his jib. A ponderous man came stumping down the sidewalk, swinging his shoulders. He's one of 'em, decided Mayo. The round-crowned soft hat, undented, the flapping trouser legs, the gait recognized readily by one who has ever seen a master mariner patrol his quarterdeck. All these marked him as a safe man to tackle. He stopped, dragged a match against the brick side of a building, and relight his cigar. But before Mayo could reach him, a colored man hurried up and accosted the big gentleman, whipping off his hat and bowing with smug humility. Mayo hung up at a little distance. He recognized the colored man. He was one of the numerous Norfolk runners who furnish crews for vessels. He wore pearl gray trousers, a tailed coat, and had a pink in his buttonhole. Done have to say that don't get that number 7 man up to now, Captain Downs, though I have squitulate for him all up and down. But done expect. Captain Downs scowled over his scooped hands, puffing hard at his cigar. He threw away the match. Look-a here. You've been chasing me 2 days with new stories about that 7th man. Haven't you known me long enough to know that you can't trim me for another fee? Captain Downs, you done know yourself the present lucidateness of the sailor-man's supply. I know that if you don't get that man aboard my schooner tonight, or the first thing tomorrow morning, you'll never put another one aboard for me. You go hustle. And look here. I see you making up your mouth. Not another cent. The colored man backed off and went away. Mayo accosted the captain when that fuming gentleman came lunging along the sidewalk. Done lack to have that job, Captain, he pleaded. You a sailor? Yes, sir. How is it you ain't hiring through the regular runners? Don't lack to give all my money to a dude nigger to go spodyin on. Well, there's something in that, acknowledged Captain Downs, softening a bit. I haven't got much use for that kind myself. You come along. But if you ain't A1, shipshape, and seaman-like and come aboard my vessel to loaf on your job, you'll wish you were in Tophet with the torches lighted. Got any dunnage laying around anywhere? No, sir. Well, then, I guess you're a regular sailor. All right, the way the breed runs nowadays. That sounds perfectly natural. The captain led the way down to a public landing where a power yawl, with engineer and a mate, was in waiting. Will she go into the stream tonight, Mr. Dodge? Asked Captain Downs curtly. No, sir. About 400 tons still to come. Schooner captains keep religiously away from their vessels as long as the crafts lie at the coal docks. Come up for me in the morning as soon as she is in the stream. Here's a man to fill the crew. If that coon shows up with another man, kick the 2 of 'em up the wharf. Will the passenger come aboard with you, sir? He called me up at the hotel about supper time and said something about wanting to come aboard at the dock. I tried to tell him it was foolish, but it's safe to reckon that a man who wants to sail as passenger from here to Boston on a coal schooner is a fool, anyway. If he shows up, let him come aboard." Captain Downs swung away, and the night closed in behind him. Mayo took his place in the yawl and preserved meek and proper silence during the trip down the harbor. When they swung under the counter of the schooner, which was their destination, the young man noted that she was the Drusilla M. Alden, a five-master of no very enviable record along the coast. So far as the methods and manners of her master went, Mayo had heard of her master, whose nickname was Old Mole. He had not recognized him under the name of Captain Downs when the runner had addressed him. The new member of the crew followed the mate up the ladder only a few steps, for the huge schooner, with most of her cargo aboard, showed less than 10 feet of freeboard amidships. "Sleepy, George?" asked the mate when they were on deck. "No, sir." "Then you may as well go on this watch." "Yes, sir." "We'll call it now 8 bells midnight. You'll go off watch 8 bells morning." Mayo knew that the hour was not much later than 11, but he did not protest. He knew something about the procedure aboard coastwise coal schooners. Searchlights bent steady glare upon the chutes down which rushed the streams of coal, black dust swirling in the white radiance. The great pockets at Lambert Point are never idle. High above, on the railway, trains of coal cars racket. Under his feet the fabric of the vessel trembled as the chutes fed her through the 3 hatches. Sweating, coal-blackened men toiled in the depths of her, revealed below hatches by the electric lights, pecking at the avalanche with their shovels, trimming cargo. The young man exchanged a few listless words with the 2 Negroes who were on deck, his mates of the watch. They were plainly not interested in him, and he avoided them. The hours dragged. He helped to close and batten the forehatch, and later performed similar service on the hatch aft. The main hatch continued to gulp the black food which the chute fed to it. Suddenly a tall young man appeared to Mayo. The stranger was smartly dressed, and his spick-and-span garb contrasted strangely with the general riot of dirt aboard the schooner. He trod gingerly over the dust-coated planks and carried 2 suitcases. "Here, George," he commanded. "Take these to my stateroom." Mayo hesitated. "I'm going as passenger," said the young man, impatiently, and Mayo remembered what the captain had told the mate. Passengers on coal schooners, sailing as friends of the master, were not unknown on the coast, but Mayo judged, from what he had heard, that this person was not a friend, and had wondered a bit. "I am not allowed to go aft, sir, without orders from the mate." "Where's the mate?" "I think he is below, sir." "Asleep?" "I wouldn't wonder." Mayo did not trouble to use his dialect on this stranger, a mere passenger, who spoke as if he were addressing a car porter. The tone produced instant irritation, resentment in the man who had so recently been master of his ship. The passenger set down his baggage and pondered a moment. He looked Mayo over in calculating fashion. He stared up the wharf. Then he picked up his bags and hurried along the port alley and disappeared down the companionway. He returned in a few moments, came into the waist of the vessel, and made careful survey of all about him. There were 2 sailors far forward, merely dim shadows. For some reason general conditions on the schooner seemed to satisfy the stranger. "The thing is breaking about right about as I reckoned it would," he said aloud. "Look here, George, how much talking do you do about things you see?" "Talking to who, sir?" "Why, to your boss, the captain, the mate." A sailor before the mast is pretty careful not to say anything to a captain or the mates unless they speak to him first, sir. "George, I'm not going to do anything but what is perfectly all right, you understand. You'll not get into any trouble over it. But what you don't see you can't tell, no matter if questions are asked later on. Here, take this." He crowded $2 silver into Mayo's hands and gave him a push. "You trot forward and stay there about 5 minutes, that's the boy." "It's all right. It's a little of my own private business." "Go ahead." Mayo went. He reflected that it was none of his affair what a passenger did aboard the vessel. It was precious little interest he took in the craft, anyway, except as a temporary refuge. He turned away and put the money in his pocket, the darkness hiding his smile. He did not look toward the wharf. He strolled on past the forward house, where the engineer was stoking his boiler, getting up steam for the schooner's windlass engine. When he patrolled aft again, after a conscientious wait, he found the passenger leaning against the coachhouse door, smoking a cigarette. The electric light showed his face, and it wore a look of peculiar satisfaction. Just then someone fumbled inside the coachhouse door at the stranger's back, and when the latter stepped away the first mate appeared, yawning. "I'm the passenger, Mr. Bradish," the young man explained, promptly. "I just made myself at home, put my stuff in a stateroom, and locked the door and took the key." "Is that all right?" "Maybe just as well to lock it while we're at dock and stevedores are aboard," agreed the mate. "How soon do we pull out of here?" The mate yawned again and peered up into the sky, where the first gray of the summer dawn was showing over the cranes of the coal pockets. "In about a half hour, I should say. Just as soon as the tug can use daylight to put us into the stream." The roar of the coal in the main hatch chute had ceased. The schooner was loaded. "Go strike 8 bells, Jeff, and turn in," ordered the mate, speaking to Mayo. "Well, I'll stay outside, here, and watch the sunrise," said Bradish. "It will be a new experience. It's an almighty dirty place for loafing till we get into the stream and clean ship, sir. I should think taking an excursion on a coal lugger would be another new experience." There was just a hint of grim sarcasm in his tone. "The doctor ordered me to get out and away where I wouldn't hear of business or see business, and a friend of mine told me there were plenty of room and comfort aboard one of these big schooners. That cabin and the staterooms, they're fine. Oh, they have to give a master a good home these days." "That's a Winton carpet in the saloon," declared the mate with pride. "And we've got a one-eyed cook who can certainly sling grub together." "Yes, for a cheap vacation I dunno, but a schooner is all right." The two were getting on most amicably when Mayo went forward. He was dog-tired and turned in on tie-bear boards of his Forecastle berth. No bedding is furnished men before the mast on the coal carriers. If a man wants anything between himself and the boards he must bring it with him, and few do so. At the end of each trip a crew is discharged and new men are hired, in order to save paying wages while a vessel is in port loading or discharging. Therefore, a coastwise schooner harbors only transients, for whom the Forecastle is merely a shelter between watches. But Mayo was a sailor, and the bare boards served him better than bedding in which some dusky and dirty son of Ham had nestled. He laid himself down and slept soundly. The second mate turned out the watch below at 4 bells 6 in the morning. The schooner was in the stream, and all hands were needed to work hose and brooms and clear off the coal dust. Mayo toiled in the wallow of black water till his muscles ached. There was one happy respite: they knocked off long enough to eat breakfast. It was sent out to them from the cookhouse in one huge metal pan without dishes or knives or forks. A white cook washed dishes for negroes. Mayo knew the custom which prevailed on board the schooners between the coal ports and the New England cities, and he fished for food with his fingers and cut meat with his jackknife with proper meekness. When he was back at his scrubbing again, the cook passed aft, bearing the zinc-lined hamper which contained the breakfast for the cabin table. That this cook had the complete vocabulary of others of his ilk was revealed when the man with the hose narrowly missed drenching the hamper. "That's right, cook," roared Captain Downes, climbing ponderously on board from his yawl. "Talk up to the loafing, cockeyed, pot-colored sons of a coal scuttle when I ain't here to do it. Turn away that hose, you mule-eared Fiji." He turned on Mayo, who stood at one side and was poising his scrubbing broom to allow the master to pass. "Get to work, there, yellow pup. Get to work." Ordinarily, the skipper addresses one of his sailors only through the mate. But there was no mate handy just then. "One hand for the owners and one hand for yourself when you're aloft, but on deck it's both hands for the owners," he stated as he plodded aft, giving forth the aphorism for the benefit of all within hearing. The passenger was still on deck, and Mayo heard Captain Downes greet him rather brusquely. Then the cook's handbell announced breakfast, and before the captain and his guest reappeared on deck, a tug had the Alden's hawser, and was towing her down the dredge channel on the way to Hampton Roads and to sea. Mayo went at his new task so handily that he passed muster as an able seaman. If a sailor aboard a big schooner of these days is quick, willing, and strong, he does not need the qualities and the knowledge which made a man an A. be in the old times. While the schooner was on her way behind the tug, they hoisted her sails, a long cable called the Messenger, enabling the steam winch forward to do all the work. Mayo was assigned to the jiggermast and went aloft to shake out the topsail. It was a dizzy height, and the task tried his spirit, for the sail was heavy, and he found it difficult to keep his balance while he was tugging at the folds of the canvas. He was obliged to work alone. There was only one man to a mast, and very tiny insects did his mates appear when Mayo glanced forward along the range of the masts. The tug dropped them off the tail of the Horseshoe. A smashing sou'wester was serving them. With all her washing set, the schooner went plowing out past the capes, and Mayo was given his welcome watch below. He was so sleepy that his head swam. When he turned out, he was ordered to take his trick at the wheel. The schooner had made her offing and was headed for her northward run along the coast, which showed as a thin thread of white along the flashing blue of the sea. Mayo took the course from the gaunt, sooty Jamaican who stepped away from the wheel. He set his gaze on the compass and had plenty to occupy his hands and his mind. For a big schooner, which is logging off 6 or 8 knots in a following sea, is somewhat of a proposition for a steersman. Occasionally, he was obliged to climb bodily upon the wheel in order to hold the vessel up to her course. Captain Downes was pacing steadily from rail to rail between the wheel and the house. At each turn, he glanced up for a squint at the sails. It was the regular patrol of a schooner captain. In spite of his absorption in his task, Mayo could not resist taking an occasional swift peep at the passenger. The young man's demeanor had become so peculiar that it attracted attention. He looked worried, ill at ease, smoked his cigarettes nervously, flung over the rail one which he had just lighted, and started for the captain, his mouth open. Then he turned away, shielded a match under the hood of the companionway, and touched off another cigarette. He was plainly wrestling with a problem that distressed him very much. At last he hurried below. He came up almost immediately. He had the air of a man who had made up his mind to have a disagreeable matter over with. "Captain Downes," he blurted, stepping in front of Old Mole and halting that astonished skipper, "will you please step down into the cabin with me for a few moments? I've something to tell you." "Well, tell it here," barked the captain. "It's very private, sir. I don't know of any privater place than this quarterdeck, 15 miles offshore. But the man at the wheel. Good Josephus. That ain't a man. That's a nigger sailor steering my schooner. Tell your tale, Mr. Bradish. Tell it right here. That fellow don't count any more, and that rudderhead counts. If you could step down into the cabin, my place is on this quarterdeck, sir. If you've got anything to say to me, say it." He began to pace again. Bradish caught step, after a scuff or two. "I hope you're going to take this thing right, Captain Downes. It may sound queer to you at first," he stammered. Well, tell it to me, tell it. Then I will let you know whether it sounds queer or not. I brought another passenger on board with me. She is locked in a stateroom." Old Mole stopped his patrol with a jerk. "She," he demanded. "You mean to tell me you've got a woman aboard here? We're engaged, we want to get married." "So she came along. Then why in Tophet didn't you go get married? You don't think this is a parsonage, do you? There were reasons why we couldn't get married ashore. You have to have licenses, and questions are asked, and we were afraid it would be found out before we could arrange it. So this is an elopement, hey? Well, the young lady's father has foolish ideas about a husband for his daughter, and she doesn't agree with him." "Who is her father?" "I don't intend to tell you, sir. That hasn't anything to do with the matter." Captain Downes looked his passenger up and down with great disfavor. "And what's your general idea in loading yourselves onto me in this fashion?" "You have the right, as captain of a ship outside the 3-mile limit, to marry folks in an emergency." "I ain't sure that I've got any such right, and I ain't at all certain about the emergency, Mr. Bradish. I ain't going to stick my head into a scrape. But there can't be any scrape for you. You simply exercise your right and marry us and enter it in your log and give us a paper. It will be enough of a marriage so that we can't be separated. Want to hold a hand you can bluff her father with, hey? I don't approve of any such tactics in matrimony. I wouldn't be doing this if there were any other safe way for us," protested Bradish earnestly. "I'm no cheap fellow. I hold down a good job, sir. But the trouble is I work for her father and you know how it always is in a case like that. He can't see me. Rich, Yes, sir. Bradish made the admission rather sullenly. It's usually the case when there's eloping done. But this will not seem like eloping when it's reported right in the newspapers. Marriage at sea, it will seem like a romantic way of getting rid of the fuss of a church wedding. We'll put out a statement of that sort. It will give her father a chance to stop all the gossip. He'll be glad if you perform the ceremony. Say, young fellow, you're not rehearsing the stuff on me that you used on the girl, are you? Well, it doesn't go. Captain Downs, you must understand how bullheaded some rich men are in matters of this kind. I am active and enterprising. I'll be a handy man for him. He likes me in a business way, he has said so. He'll be all right after he gets cooled down. More rehearsal. But I ain't in love with you like that girl is. We're in a terrible position, Captain. Perhaps it wasn't a wise thing to do. But it will come out all right if you marry us. What's her name? I can't tell you. How in the devil can I marry you and her if I don't know her name? But you haven't promised that you will do your part. I don't want to expose this whole thing and then be turned down. I ain't making any rash promises, stated Captain Downs, walking to the rail and taking a squint at the top hamper. Besides, he added, on his tramp past to the other rail, he may be an owner into this schooner property, for all I know. 16ths of her are scattered from Tophet to Tar Hollow. You needn't worry about his owning schooner property. He is doing quite a little job at putting you fellows out of business. Curiosity and something else gleamed in Captain Downs's eyes. Chance for me to rasp him, hey, by wishing you onto the family? This new idea in the situation appealed instantly to Bradish as a possibility to be worked. Promise man to man that you'll perform the marriage and I'll tell you his name. Then you'll be glad that you have promised, he said, eagerly. I don't reckon I'd try to get even with Judas Iscariot himself by stealing his daughter away from him, sir. There's the girl to be considered in all such cases. But this isn't stealing. We're in love. Maybe, but you ain't fooling me very much, young fellow. I don't say but what you like her all right, but you're after something else, too. A man has to make his way in the world as best he can. That plan seems to be pretty fashionable among you financing fellows nowadays. But I'm a pretty good judge of men, and you can't fool me, I say. Now how did you fool the girl? It was blunt and insulting query, but Bradish did not have the courage to resent it. He had too much need of placating this despot. The lover hesitated and glanced apprehensively at the man at the wheel. Don't mind that nigger, yelped Captain Downs. How did you ever get nigh enough to that girl to hornswoggle her into this foolishness? We met at dances. We were attracted to each other, explained Bradish meekly. Huh. Yes, they tell me that girls are crazy over hoof-shaking these days, and I suppose it's easy to go on from there into a general state of plumb lunacy, commented Old Mole, with disgust. You show you ain't really in love with her, young man. You'd never allow her to cut up this caper if you were. He stuck an unlighted cigar in his mouth and continued to patrol his quarterdeck, muttering. Bradish lighted a cigarette, tossed it away after 2 puffs, and leaned against the house, studying his fingertips, scowling and sullen. Mayo had heard all the conversation, but his interest in the identity of these persons was limited. New York was full of rich men, and there were many silly daughters. Look here, suggested the captain, unamiably, whatever is done later, there's something to be done now. It's cruelty to animals to keep that girl shut up in that stateroom any longer. She didn't want to come out and show herself till I had had a talk with you, sir. I have spoken to her through the door a few times. He straightened himself and assumed dignity. Captain Downs, I call it to your attention. I want you to remember that I have observed all the proprieties since I have been on board. Captain Downs snorted. Proprieties push. You have got her into a nice scrape. And she's down there locked in like a cat and probably starving. She doesn't care to eat. I think she isn't feeling very well. I shouldn't think she would. Go bring her up here, where she can get some fresh air. I'll talk to her. After a moment's hesitation, Bradish went below. He returned in a little while. In spite of his efforts to pretend obliviousness, Mayo stared hard at the companionway, eager to look on the face of the girl. But she did not follow her lover. She doesn't feel well enough to come on deck, reported Bradish. But she is in the saloon. Captain Downs, won't you go and talk to her and say something to make her feel easy in her mind? She is very nervous. She is frightened. I'm not much of a ladies' man, stated Old Mole. But he pulled off his cap and smoothed his grizzled hair. And if you could only say that you're going to help us, pleaded the lover. We throw ourselves on your mercy, sir. I ain't much good as a life raft in this love business. He started for the companionway. But don't tell her that you will not marry us, not just now. Wait till she is calmer. Oh, I shan't tell her. Don't worry, said Captain Downs, with a grim set to his mouth. All she, or you, gets out of me can be put in a flea's eye. He disappeared down the steps, and Bradish followed. A mate had come aft, obeying the master's hand flourish, and he took up the watch. In a little while Mayo was relieved. He went forward, conscious that he was a bit irritated and disappointed because he had not seen the heroine of this love adventure, and wondering just a bit at his interest in that young lady. An hour later Mayo, coiling down lines in the alley outside the engine room, overheard a bulletin delivered by the one-eyed cook to the engineer. The cook had trotted forward, his sound eye bulging out and thus mutely expressing much astonishment. There's a dame aft. I've been making tea and toast for her. Well, you act as if it was the first woman you'd ever seen. What's the special excitement about a skirt going along as passenger? She wa'n't expected to be aboard. I heard the old man talking with her. The flash gent that's passenger has rung her in somehow. I didn't get all the drift because the old man only sort of purred while I was in hearing distance. But I caught enough to know that it ain't according to schedule. Good looker. The engineer was showing a bit of interest. She sure is, declared the cook, demonstrating that one eye is as handy, sometimes, as two. Peaches and cream, molasses candy hair, hands as white as pastry flour. Looks good enough to eat. Nobody would ever guess you are a cook, hearing you describe a girl, sneered the engineer. There's a mystery about her. I heard her kind of taking on before the dude hushed her up. She was saying something about being sorry that she had come, and that she wished she was back, and that she had always done things on the impulse, and didn't stop to think, and so forth, and couldn't the ship be turned around? Mayo forgot himself. He stopped coiling ropes and stood there and listened eagerly until the cook's indignant eye chanced to take a swing in his direction. Do you see who's standing there butting in on the private talk of two gents? He asked the engineer. Hand me that great poker, the hot one. I'll show that nigger where he belongs. But Mayo retreated in a hurry, knowing that he was not permitted to protest either by word or by look. However, the cook had given him something else besides an insult. He had retailed gossip, which kept the young man's thoughts busy. In spite of his rather contemptuous opinion of the wit of a girl who would hazard such a silly adventure, he found himself pitying her plight, guessing that she was really sorry. But as to what was going on in the master's cabin, he had no way of ascertaining. He wondered whether Captain Downs would marry the couple in such equivocal fashion. At any rate, pondered Mayo, how did it happen to be any affair of his? He had troubles enough of his own to occupy his sole attention. Their spanking wind from the sou'west let go just as dusk shut down. A yellowish scud dimmed the stars. Mayo heard one of the mates say that the glass had dropped. He smelled nasty weather himself, having the sailor's keen instinct. The topsails were ordered in, and he climbed aloft and had a long, lone struggle before he got the heavy canvas folded and lashed. When he reached the deck, a mate commanded him to fasten the canvas covers over the skylights of the house. The work brought him within range of the conversation which Captain Downs and Bradish were carrying on, pacing the deck together. Of course I don't want to throw down anybody, Captain, Bradish was saying. There was an obsequious note in his voice. It was the tone of a man who was affecting confidential cordiality in order to get on to win a favor. But I have a lot of sympathy for you and for the rest of the schooner people. I have been right there in the office and have had a finger in the pie, and I've seen what has been done in a good many cases. Of course, you understand, this is all between us. I'm not giving away any of the office secrets to be used against the big fellows. But I'm willing to show that I'm a friend of yours. And I know you'll be a friend of mine and keep mum. All is, you can get wise from what I tell you and can keep your eyes peeled from now on. Mayo heard fragmentary explanation of how the combination of steamboat and barge interests had operated to leave only pickings to the schooners. The two men were tramping the deck together, and at the turns were too far away from him to be heard distinctly. "But they're putting over the biggest job of all just now," proceeded Bradish. "Confound it, Captain Downes, I'm not to be blamed for running away with a man's daughter after watching him operate as long as I have. His motto is, go after it when you see a thing you want in this world. I've been trained to that system. I've got just as much right to go after a thing as he. I'm treasurer of the Paramount, that's the trust with which they intend to smash the opposition. My job is to ask no questions and to sign checks when they tell me to, and heaven only knows what kind of a goat it will make of me if they ever have a showdown in the courts. They worked some kind of a shenanigan to grab off the Vos line. I wired a pot of money to Fletcher Fogg, who was doing the dirty work, and it was paid to a clerk to work proxies at the annual meeting. And then Fogg put up some kind of a job on a greenhorn. Captain worked a flip trick on the fellow and made him shove the _Montana_ onto the sands. I suppose they'll have the Vos line at their price before I get back." Mayo sat there in the shadow, squatting on legs which trembled. This babbler tongue loosened by his new liberty and by the antagonism his small nature was developing, anticipating his employer's enmity, had dropped a word of what Mayo knew must be the truth. It had been a trick and Fletcher Fogg had worked it. Mayo did not know who Fletcher Fogg's employer might be. From what office this tattler came he did not know, but it was evident that Bradish was cognizant of the trick. As a result of that trick, an honest man had been ruined and blacklisted, deprived of opportunity to work in his profession, was a fugitive, a despised sailor, kicked to the very bottom of the ladder he had climbed so patiently and honorably. Furious passion bowled over Mayo's prudence. He leaped down from the top of the house and presented himself in front of the two men. "I heard it, I couldn't help hearing it," he stuttered. "Here's a nigger gone crazy," yelped Captain Downes. "Ahoy there, Ferrard. Tumble aft with a rope." "I'm no nigger, and I'm not crazy," shouted Mayo. The swinging lantern in the companionway lighted him dimly. But in the gloom his dusky hue was only the more accentuated. His excitement seemed that of a man whose wits had been touched. "I knew it was a trick." "But what was the trick?" he demanded, starting toward Bradish, his clutching hands outspread. Captain Downes kicked at this obstreperous sailor, and at the same time fanned a blow at his head with open palm. Mayo avoided both the foot and the hand. "What does the law say about striking a sailor, Captain?" "Hold on there. I'm just as good a man as you are. Don't you tell those men to lay hands on me." He backed away from the sailors who came running aft, with the second mate marshalling them. He stripped up his sleeve and held his arm across the radiance of the binnacle light. "That's a white man's skin, isn't it?" he demanded. "What kind of play acting is all this?" asked Old Mole, with astonished indignation. In that crisis Mayo controlled his tongue after a mighty effort to steady himself. He was prompted to obey his mood and announce his identity with all the fury that was in him. But here stood the man who had served as one of the tools of his enemies, whoever they were. For his weapon against this man Mayo had only a few words of gossip, which had been dropped in an unwary moment. He realized his position. He regretted his passionate haste. He was not ready to put himself into the power of his enemies by telling this man who he was. He remembered that he was running away from the law. Bradish gaped at this intruder without seeming to understand what it all meant. "Passengers better get below out of the muss," advised Captain Downes. "Here's a crazy nigger, mate. Grab him and tie him up." Mayo backed to the rack at the rail and pulled out two belaying pins, mighty weapons, one for each hand. Bradish hurried away into the depths of the house, manifestly glad to get out from underfoot. "Don't you allow those niggers to lay their hands on me," repeated the man at bay. "Captain Downes, let me have a word to you in private." He had desperately decided on making a confidant of one of his kind. He bitterly needed the help a master mariner could give him. "Get at him," roared the skipper. "Go in, you niggers. By the gods. You'll be short-handed, sir. I'll kill M." That threat was more effective than mere bluster. Captain Downes instinctively squinted aloft at the scud which was dimming the stars. He sniffed at the volleying wind. "One word to you, and you'll understand, sir," pleaded Mayo. He put the pins back into the rack and walked straight to the captain. There was no menace in his action, and the mate did not interfere. "Just a word or two to you, sir, to show you that I have done more than throw my hat into the door of the Masters and Mates Association." He leaned close and whispered. "Now let me tell you something else in private," he urged in low tones. Captain Downs glanced again at the bared arm and surveyed the sailor with more careful scrutiny. "You go around and come into the Ferrard cabin through the coach-house door," he commanded, after a little hesitation. Mayo bowed and hurried away down the lee alley. That cabin, designated as the place of conference, was the dining saloon of the schooner. He waited there until Captain Downs, moving his bulk more deliberately, trudged down the main companionway and came into the apartment through its after door, which no sailor was allowed to profane. "Can anybody in there here?" asked Mayo, cautiously. He pointed to the main saloon. "She's in her stateroom, and he's talking through the door," grunted the skipper. "Now what's on your mind?" Mayo reached his hand into an inside pocket of his shirt and drew forth a document. He laid it in Captain Downs's hand. The skipper sat down at the table, pulled out his spectacles, and adjusted them on his bulging nose in leisurely fashion, spread the paper on the red damask cloth, and studied it. He tipped down his head and stared at Mayo over the edge of his glasses with true astonishment. "This your name in these master's papers?" he demanded. "Yes, sir. You claim to be the Captain Mayo who smashed the Montana. I'm the man, sir. I hung on to my papers, even though they have been cancelled." "How do I know about these papers?" "How do I know your name is Mayo? You might have stolen 'em, though. For that matter, you might just as well carry a dynamite bomb around in your pocket, for all the good they'll do you." "That's the point, sir. They merely prove my identity. Nobody else would want them. Captain Downs, I'm running away from the law. I own up to you. Let me tell you how it happened." "Make it short," snapped the captain, showing no great amiability toward this plucked and discredited master. "The wind is breezing up." He told his story concisely and in manly fashion, standing up while Captain Downs sat and stared over his spectacles, drumming his stubby fingers on the red damask. "There, sir, that's why I am here and how I happened to get here," Mayo concluded. "I ain't prepared to say it isn't so," admitted Old Mole at last, no matter how foolish it sounds. "And I'm wondering if next I'll find the King of Peruvia or the Queen of Sheba aboard this schooner. New folks are piling in fast. I know Captain Was pretty well, though I never laid eye on you to know you. Where's that wart on his face?" "Starboard side of his nose, sir." "What does he do? Whittle off his jaw or bite the plug?" "Neither. Choose fine cut." "What's his favorite line of talk?" "Reciting the pilot rules and jawing, because the big fellows slam along without observing them. Last remark showing that you have been in the pilot house along with Captain Was. Examination is over and you rank 100 and the board stands adjourned." He rose and shook hands with Mayo. "Now what can I do for you?" "I don't suppose you can do much of anything, Captain Downs. But I'm going to ask you this, master to masthead. Don't let a soul aboard the schooner know who I am, especially those two back there." He pointed to the door of the main saloon. "Seems to be more or less of a masked ball party aboard here," growled the skipper. "That man you call Bradish, whoever he is, knows what kind of a game they played on me. I want to get it out of him. If he knows who I am, he won't loosen. I was a fool to break in as I did." "He was coming across to you. Seemed to be pretty gossipy," admitted the captain. "Is trying to be my special chum so as to work me. Don't you suppose you can get some more out of him?" "Might be done. I feel that it's sailors against the shore pirates this time, sir. Won't you call that man out here and ask him some questions and allow me to listen? Under the circumstances, I'll do it. Sailors first is my motto. You step into the mate's stateroom, there, and put ear to the crack o' the door." But when Bradish appeared, answering the captain's summons, all his chattiness had left him. He declared that he knew nothing about the trouble in the Montana case. "But you said something about a scheme to fool a green captain?" "It was only gossip. I probably got it wrong. I have thought it over and really can't remember where I heard it or much about it. Might have been just newspaper faking." He kept peering about the dimly lighted room. "You needn't worry, young man. That nigger isn't here. But he said he was a white man. And how does he come to be interested? It's a nigger gone crazy about that case. He has probably been reading fake stories in the papers, too, stated Captain Downs grimly. I must remind you again, Bradish, that you were talking to me in pretty lively style. Oh, a man lets out a lot of guesswork when he is nervous about his own business. Well, I might fix it so that you'd be a little less nervous, providing you'll show a more willing disposition when I ask you a few questions, probed the skipper. But this insistence alarmed Bradish, and his blinking eyes revealed his fears and suspicions. I don't know anything about the _Montana_ case. I don't intend to do any talking about it. Captain Downs tapped harder on the table, scowled, and was silent. Anything else, sir? Inquired Bradish after a pause. Guess not, if that's the way you feel about it, snapped Captain Downs. Bradish went back into the main saloon, and the eavesdropper ventured forth. I don't know just what the dickens to do about you, now that I know who you are, confessed the master, looking Mayo up and down. There isn't anything to do except let me go back to my work, sir. I'm in a devil of a position. You're a captain. I shipped on board here before the mast, Captain Downs, and knew exactly what I was doing. I'll take my medicine. I don't like to have you go for'ard there among those cattle, Mayo. Captain Downs, it was wrong for me to make the break I did on your quarterdeck. I ought to have kept still, but the thing came to me so sudden that I went all to pieces. I'd like to step back into the crew and have you forget that I'm Boyd Mayo. I'll sneak ashore in Boston and lose myself. The captain tipped up his cap and scratched the side of his head. Seems as if I remember you being at the wheel, Mayo, when that fellow was unloading some pretty important information onto me. I couldn't help hearing, sir. So you know he's eloping with a girl? The old skipper lowered his voice. Yes, sir. Did you ever hear of such a cussed, infernal performance? And I have talked with the girl, and she really doesn't seem to be that sort at all. She's flighty, you can see that. She has been left to run loose too much, like a lot of girls in society are running loose nowadays. They think of a thing that's different, and biff, they go do it. She is wishing she hadn't done this. That shows some sense. He studied the young man. Do you know anything about this right a captain has to perform marriage ceremonies? Nothing special. It will probably be a good thing for that girl to be married and settled down. She seems to have picked out Bradish. Mayo, you're one of my kind, and I want to help you. I'll take a chance on my right to perform the ceremony. What say if we get Bradish back in here and swap a marriage for what he can tell us about the _Montana_ business? Captain Downs, a fellow who will put up a job of this kind on a girl, no matter if she has encouraged him, is a cheap pup, declared Mayo, promptly and firmly. I don't want to buy back my papers in any such fashion. Then you don't approve of my marrying them? I haven't any right to tell you what you shall do, sir. I'm talking merely for myself. Captain Downs pondered. If he's her father's right-hand man, he's probably just as good as most of the land pirates who have been courting her. If she goes home married, even if it is only marriage on the high seas, contract between willing persons with witnesses and the master of the vessel officiating, as I believe it's allowed, she'll have her good name protected, and that means a lot. I don't know as I have any right to stand out and block their way, seeing how far it has gone. What do you think, Mayo? I don't believe I want to make any suggestions, sir. At that moment the door aft opened. Mayo was near the door of the mate's stateroom in the shadows, and he dodged back into his retreat. He heard Bradish's voice. Captain Downs, this young lady has something to say to you, and I hope you'll listen. Then the girl's voice. It was impetuous outburst. She hurried her words as if she feared to wait for second and saner reflection. Captain Downs, I cannot wait any longer. You must act. I beg of you. I have made up my mind. I am ready. Ready to get married, you mean? Yes. Now that my mind is made up, please hurry. Her tone was high-pitched. Tears were close behind her desperation. Her words rushed almost incoherently. But Mayo, staring sightlessly in the black darkness of the little stateroom, his hearing keen, knew that voice. He could not restrain himself. He pulled the door wide open. The girl was Alma Marston. Her eyes were bright, her cheeks were flushed, and it was plain that her impulsive nature was flaming with determination. The shadows were deep in the corners of the saloon, and the man in the stateroom door was not noticed by the three who stood there in the patch of light cast by the swinging lamp. I ask you, I beg you, I have made up my mind. I must have it over with. Don't have hysterics. This is no thing to be rushed. You must. You're talking to a captain aboard his own vessel, ma'am. From Mayo's choking throat came some sort of sound, and the girl glanced in his direction, but it was a hasty and indifferent gaze. Her own affairs were engrossing her. He reeled back into the little room, and the swing of the schooner shut the door. You are captain. You have the power. That's why I am talking to you, sir. But when you talked with me a little while ago, you were crawfishing, was Captain Downes's blunt objection. I am sorry I have been so imprudent. I ought not to be here. I have said so. I do too many things on impulse. Now I want to be married. More impulse, eh? I must be able to face my father. There was silence in the saloon. Mayo shoved trembling fingers into his mouth and bit upon them to keep back what his horrified reason warned him would be a scream of protest. In spite of what his eyes and ears told him, it all seemed to be some sort of hideous unreality. It's a big responsibility, proceeded Captain Downes, mumbling his words and talking half to himself in his uncertainty. I've been trying to get some light on it from a man who ought to understand more about it than what I do. It's too much of a problem for a man to wrestle with all alone. He turned his back on them, gazed at the stateroom door, tipped his cap awry, and scratched his head more vigorously than he had in his past ponderings. Say, you in there? Mate, he called, clumsily preserving Mayo's incognito. I'm in a pinch. Say what you really think. There was no word from the stateroom. You're an unprejudiced party, insisted the skipper. You have good judgment. Now what? Who is that in there? Demanded Bradish. Why should this person, whoever he is, have anything to say about my affairs? Asked the girl. Because I'm asking him to say, yelped the skipper, showing anger. I'm running this. Don't try to tell me my own business. He walked toward the door. Speak up, mate. It's an insult to me asking strangers about my private affairs. The protest of the girl was a furious outburst. I resent it, Captain. Most bitterly resent it, stated Bradish. The old skipper walked back toward them. Resent it as much as you condemned like, sir. You're here asking favors of me. I want to do what is right for all concerned. You ought to be married, I admit that. But what sort of a position does it leave me in? Are you going to tell me this girl's name? I'm Alma Marston. She volleyed the name at him with hysterical violence, but he did not seem to be impressed. I am Julius Marston's daughter. The skipper looked her up and down. Now you will be so good as to proceed about your duty, she commanded haughtily. Well, you can't expect me to show any special neighborly kindness to the Wall Street gouger who kept me tied up without a charter 2 months last spring with his steamboat combinations and his dicker deals. How are we to take that, sir? Asked Bradish. The girl was staring with frank wonder at this hard-shelled mariner whom she had not been able to impress by her name or her manner. Just as you want to. I demand an explanation. Well, I'll give it to you, seeing that I'm perfectly willing to. Take it one way, and I'm willing to wallop Julius Marston by handing him the kind of a son-in-law you'd make. Take it the other way, and I ain't particular about doing anything to accommodate anybody in the Marston family. He eyed them sardonically. So, you see, I'm betwixt and between in the matter. It's like settling a question by flipping a cent. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. He smacked his palm on the table. He strode back toward the stateroom door. Mate, ahoy there. Sailor to sailor, now, and remember that you have asked something of me. If you were captain of this schooner, would you marry off these two? They waited in silence, in which they heard the whummel and screech of the wind outside and the angry squalling of the sheathing of the plunging schooner's cabin walls. The voice which replied to Captain Downes's query did not sound human. It was a sort of muffled wail, but there was no mistaking its positiveness. No, said the man behind the door. Back to the table lurched Captain Downes. He pounded down his fist. That settles it with me. Then he poised his big hand on the edge of the table cover. I was ready to tip one way or the other, and it needed only a little push. I have tipped. Down came the palm flat on the tablecloth with final and decisive firmness. Young man, he informed Bradish, there's an extra stateroom there, off this dining saloon. You take it. What can I tell my father? Wailed the girl, the fire of her determination suddenly quenched by sobbing helplessness. You can tell him that I temporarily adopted you as my daughter at 3 bells on this particular evening, and I'll go to him and back you up if it becomes necessary. He opened the door leading aft and bowed. Now, you trot along to your stateroom, sissy. After hesitating a few moments, she hurried away. The skipper locked the door and slipped the key into his pocket. Do you think I'm going to? Began Bradish angrily. I ain't wasting any thoughts on you, sir. I'm saving all for the Drusilla M. Alden just now. The craft's plunging roll gave evidence that the sea was making. At that instant the first mate came down a few steps of the forward companionway, entering through the coach-house door. She's breezing up fresh from Eastard, sir, he reported. So I've judged from the way this sheathing is talking up. I'll be on deck at once, Mr. Dodge. That report was a summons to a sailor. Mayo came staggering out of the stateroom. He looked neither to right nor left nor at either of the men in the saloon. He stumbled toward the companionway, reaching his hands in front of him after the fashion in which a man gropes in the dark. Are you letting a nigger and a crazy one at that decide the biggest thing in my life? Raged Bradish. I know what I'm doing, Captain Downes assured him. But the skipper was manifestly amazed by the expression he saw on Mayo's face. I won't stand for it. Here, you. Bradish rushed across the room and intercepted Mayo. Come away from that man, commanded the skipper. But Bradish was not in a mood to obey authority. There's something behind this, and I propose to be let in on it. Stop, you. He pushed Mayo back, but the latter's face did not change its expression of dull, blank, utter despair which saw not and heard not. Mayo recovered himself and came on again, looking into vacancy. If you have a grudge against me, by the gods, I'll wake you up and make. You explain it, shouted Bradish. He drew back his arm and drove a quick punch squarely against the expressionless face. The blow came with a lurch of the vessel and Mayo fell flat on his back. He went down as stiffly as he had walked, with as little effort to save himself as a store dummy would have made. But he was another man when he came upon his feet. Bradish had awakened him. The master of the Alden hurried around the table, roaring oaths, and tried to get between them, but he was an unwieldy man on his short legs. Before he was an arm's length they were at each other, dodging here and there. Bradish was no shrimp of an adversary. He was taller than his antagonist, and handled his fists like a man who had been trained as an amateur boxer. They fought up and down the cabin, battering each other's face. The indignant master threatened them with an upraised chair, tried to strike down their hands with it, but they were in no mood to mind a mediator. They fought like maddened cats, banging against the cabin walls, whirling in a crazy rigadoon to find an opening for their fists. Captain Downes was not nimble enough to catch them. Uttering awful profanity, he threatened to shoot both of them and rushed into the main saloon, unlocking the door. I'm coming back with a gun, he promised. But the fight ended suddenly in a wrestling trick. Mayo closed in, got Bradish's right hand in a grip, and doubled the arm behind his adversary's back. Then he tripped the city man and laid him backward over the table and against its edge with a violence that brought a yell of pain and made Bradish limp and passive. Mayo held him there. My grudge, eh? My grudge, the victor panted. Because you wouldn't tell me how the sneaks ruined me? No, the girl isn't here now. I'll tell you. It's because you stole her self-respect and her good name, and it makes you too dirty a dog to be her husband. He picked up Bradish and threw him on the floor. When he turned, he saw the girl's white, agonized, frightened face at the crack of the saloon door. Captain Downes, she shrieked, that Negro is killing him. He's killing Ralph. The victor turned his back on her and lurched around the table on his way out. He stroked blood from his face with his palm, and was glad that she had not recognized him, and yet, her failure to do so, even though he was such a pitiable figure of the man she had known, was one more slash of the whip of anguish across his raw soul. For a moment they had stood there, face to face, and only blank unrecognition greeted him, It made this horrible contretemps seem all the more unreal. Mayo did not pause to listen to the ravings of Captain Downs, who came thrusting past her. Dizzy, bleeding, half-blind, he rushed up the forward companionway and went into the Black Knight on deck. The mate was bawling for all hands to shorten sail, and Mayo took his place with the toilers, who were manning sheets and downhauls. XCI, the monster that slipped IT's leash, and their Captain Kirby proved a coward at last, and he played at Bo Peep behind the mainmast, and there they did stand, boys, and shiver and shake, for fear that terror their lives it would take. Admiral Benbow. Rain came with the wind, and the weather settled into a sullen, driving, summer easterly. Late summer regularly furnishes one of those storms to the Atlantic coast, a recrudescence of the wintry gales, a trial run of the elements, a sort of interequinoctial testing out so that Eurus may be sure that his bellows is in working condition. Such a storm rarely gives warning ahead that it is to be severe. It seems to be a meteorological prank in order to catch mariners napping. At midnight the Alden was plunging into creaming seas, her 5 masts thrummed by the blast. With 5,000 tons of coal waiting her, she wallowed like a water-soaked log. Mayo, who was roused from his hideous agony of soul at 4 bells morning to go on deck for his watch, ventured as near the engine-room door as he dared, for the rain was soaking his meager garments and the red glow from within was grateful. The ship's pump was clinking, a circumstance in no way alarming, because the huge schooners of the coal trade are racked and wrenched in rough water. The second mate came to the engine-room, lugging the sounding rod to the light in order to examine the smear on its freshly chalked length. He tossed it out on deck with a grunt of satisfaction. "Nothing to hurt," he said to the engineer. "However, I'd rather be inside the capes in this blow. The old skimmer ain't what she used to be. Johnson, do you know that this schooner is all of 2 feet longer when she is loaded than when she is light? I knew she was hogged, but I didn't know it was as bad as that. I put the lead line on her before she went into the coal dock this trip, and I measured her again in the stream yesterday. With a cargo, she just humps right up like a monkey bound for war. That's the way with these 5-masters. They get such a racking they go wrong before the owners realize. They'll never build any more, and I don't suppose they want to spend much money on the old ones," suggested the engineer. "Naturally not, when they ain't paying dividends as it is." He stepped to the weather rail and sniffed. "I reckon the old man will be dropping the killick before long," he said. Mayo knew something of the methods of schooner masters and was not surprised by the last remark. In the gallant old days, when it was the custom to thrash out a blow, the later plan of anchoring a big craft in the high seas off the Delaware coast, with Europe for a lee, would have been viewed with a certain amount of horror by a captain. But the modern skipper figures that there's less wear and tear if he anchors and rides it out. To be sure, it's no sort of a place for a squeamish person aboard a loaded schooner whose mudhook clutches bottom while the sea flings her about, but the masters and crews of coal luggers are not squeamish. Mayo, glancing aft, saw 2 men coming forward slowly, stopping at regular intervals. The light of a lantern played upon their dripping oilskins. When they arrived at the break of the main deck, near the forward house, he recognized Captain Downs and the first mate. The second mate stepped out and replied to the captain's hail. "Bring a maul and some more wedges," commanded the master. Drusilla is getting her back up some more," commented the second mate, starting for the storeroom. "I don't blame her much. This is no place for an old lady out here tonight." He ordered Mayo to accompany him. In a few moments they reported to the captain, the mate carrying the 2-headed maul and the young man bearing an armful of wedges. Captain Downs bestowed on Mayo about the same attention he would have allowed to a galley cockroach. He pointed to a gap in the rail. "There, drive one in there," he told the mate. "Let that nigger hold the wedge." There was rancor in his voice, baleful hostility shone in his snapping eyes. No captain tolerates disobedience at sea, and Mayo had disregarded all discipline in the cabin. The young man kneeled and performed the service, and followed the party dutifully when they moved on to the next gap. The pitching schooner groaned and grunted and squalled in all her fabric. Every angle joint was working, yawing open and closing with dull grindings as the vessel rolled and plunged. By Goofer, she's gritting her teeth in good shape, commented the first mate. She ought to have been stiffened a year ago, when she first began to loosen and work, declared Captain Downs. His anxiety stirred both his temper and his tongue. I was willing to have my 16th into her assessed for repairs, but a stockholder don't have to go to sea. I wish I had an excursion party of owners aboard here now. When these old critters once get loose enough to play, they rattle to pieces mighty fast, said the mate. But this is nothing specially bad. Find out what we've got under us, snapped Captain Downs. The wedges had been driven. Let this nigger carry the lead for'ard. It was a difficult task in the night, because the lead line had to be passed from the quarterdeck to the cathead outside the shrouds. The rails and deck were slippery. Plainly, Captain Downs was proposing to show Mayo a thing or two. He let go the lead at command, and heard the man on the quarterdeck, catching the line when it swung into a perpendicular position, report 25 fathoms. Again, answering the mate's bawled orders, Mayo carried the lead forward and dropped it, after a period of waiting, during which the schooner had been eased off. He was soaked to the skin, and was miserable in both body and mind. He had betrayed himself. He had made an enemy of the man who knew something which could help him. He felt a queer sense of shame and despair when he remembered the girl and the expression of her face. He tried to convince himself that he did not care what her opinion of him was. What happened to that love she had professed on board the Olnea? What manner of maiden was this? He did not understand. 5 times he made his precarious trip with the lead, fumbling his way outside the rigging. In 20 fathoms, Captain Downs decided to anchor, after the mate, arming the lead by filling its cup with grease, found that they were over good holding ground. When the Alden came into the wind and slowed down, slapping wet sails, the second mate hammered out the holding pin of the gigantic port anchor, and the hawse-hole belched fathom after fathom of chain. All hands were on deck letting sails go on the run into the lazy jacks, and the big schooner swung broadside to the trough of the sea. She made a mighty pendulum, rolling rails under, sawing the black skies with her towering masts. There are many things which can happen aboard a schooner in that position when men are either slow or stupid. A big Negro who was paying out the mizzen-peak halyards allowed his line to fall. Into the triangle of sail the wind volleyed, and the 30-foot mizzen-boom, the roll of the ship helping, swung as far as its loosened sheets allowed. The Traveler, an iron hoop encircling a long bar of iron fastened at both ends to the deck, struck sparks as a trolley pulley produces fire from a sleety wire. With splintering of wood and clanging of metal, the iron bar was wrenched from its deck fastenings and began to fly to and fro across the deck at the end of its tether, like a giant's slung shot. It circled, it spun, it flung itself afar and returned in unexpected arcs. Men fled from the area which this terror dominated. The boom swung until it banged the mizzen shrouds to port, and then came swooping back across the deck to slam against the starboard shrouds. The clanging, tethered missile it bore on its end seemed to be searching for a victim. When the boom met the starboard shrouds in its headlong rush, the schooner shivered. "Free that halyard and douse the peak," roared the first mate. A sailor started, ducking low, but he ran back when the boom came across the deck with such a vicious swing that the iron bar fairly screamed through the air. "God A'mighty! She'll bang the mast out of her," clamored Captain Downs. "Get some men to those halyards, mister. Dodge. Catch that boom." The mate ran and kicked at a sailor, shouting profane orders. He seized the fellow and thrust him toward the pins where the halyards were belayed. But at that instant the rushing boom came hurtling overhead with its slung shot, and the iron banged the rail almost exactly where the fouled line was secured. The mate and the sailor fell flat on their faces and crawled back from the zone of danger. "Get some rope and noose that boom. Lasso it," commanded the master, touching up his orders with some lurid sea oaths. But the men who stepped forward did so timidly and slowly, and dodged back when the boom threatened. The flying bar was a terrible weapon. Now it swung in toward the mast, now swept in wider radius. Just where it would next sweep the deck between the masts depended on the vagary of wave and wind. It was perfectly apparent that anybody who got in its path would meet death as instantly as a fly under a housewife's spanker. Life is sweet, even if a man is black and is toiling for $1 a day wage. And even if a man is a mate, at a higher wage and with more responsibility, he is inclined to think of himself before he figures on saving a mast and gear for a schooner's owners. "What kind of a gore-rammed crew have I got aboard here?" shrieked the master. "About the kind that all windjammers carry these days," said a voice at his elbow. Captain Downes whirled and found Mayo there. "How do you dare to speak to me, you tin-kettle sailor?" demanded the master. In his passion he went on, "You're aboard here under false pretenses. You can't even do your work. You have made this vessel liable by assaulting a passenger. You're no good. With you aboard here, I'm just the same as one man short." But he had no time to devote to this person. He turned away and began to revile his mates and his sailors, his voice rising higher each time the rampaging boom crashed from side to side. One or two of the backstays had parted, and it was plain that before long the mast would go by the board. "If that mast comes out, it's apt to smash us clear to the waterline," lamented the captain. "If you can make your herd of sheep give me a hand at the right time, I'll show you that a tin-kettle sailor is as good as a windjammer swab," said Mayo, retaliating with some of the same sort of rancor that Captain Downes had been expending. In that crisis, he was bold enough to presume on his identity as a master mariner. "I'd hate to find this kind of a bunch on any steamboat I've ever had experience with." Then he ran away before the captain had time to retort. He made a slide across the danger zone on his back, like a runner in a ball game. This move brought him into a safe place between the mainmast and the mizzen. There was a coil of extra cable here, and he grabbed the loose end and deftly made a running bowline knot. He set the noose firmly upon his shoulders, leaped up, and caught at the hoops on the mizzenmast. "See to it that the line runs free from that coil, and stand by for orders," he shouted, and though his dyed skin was dark and he wore the garb of the common sailor, he spoke with the unmistakable tone of the master mariner. The second mate ran to the line and took charge. "This is a bucking bronco, all right," muttered Mayo. "But it's for the honor of the steamboatmen. I'll show this gang." He poised himself for a few moments on the crotch of the boom, clinging to the cringles of the luff, the short ropes with which the sail is reefed. As he stood there, gathering himself for his desperate undertaking, waiting for opportunity, taking the measure of the lashing and insensate monster whom he had resolved to subdue, he heard Captain Downes bawl an impatient command, "Passengers, go below." Mayo looked aft and saw Alma Marston clinging to the spike-rack of the spanker mast. The coach-house lantern shone upon her white face. "Go below," repeated the master. She shook her head. "This is no place for a woman." "The vessel is going to sink," she quavered. "The schooner is all right. You go below." How bitter her fear was Mayo could not determine. But even at his distance, he could see stubborn resolution on her countenance. "If I've got to die, I'll not die down there in a box," she cried. "I'm going to stay right here." Captain Downes swore and turned his back on her. Apparently, he did not care to come to a real clinch with this feminine mutineer. The great spar crashed out to the extent of its arc, and the sail volleyed with it, ballooning under the weight of the wind. The reef points were no longer within Mayo's reach. He ran along the boom, arms outspread to steady himself, and was halfway to its end before the telltale surge under him gave warning. Then he fell upon the huge stick, rolled under it, and shoved arms and legs under the foot of the sail. Barely had he clutched the spar in fierce embrace before it began its return journey. It was a dizzy sweep across the deck, a breathtaking plunge. When the spar collided with the stays, he felt as if arms and legs would be wrenched from his body. He did not venture to move or to relax his hold. He clung with all his strength and nerved himself for the return journey. He had watched carefully and knew something of the vagaries of the giant flail. When it was flung to port, the wind helped to hold it there until the resistless surge of the schooner sent it flying wild once more. He knew that no mere flesh and blood could endure many of those collisions with the stays. He resolved to act on the next oscillation to port, in order that his strength might not be gone. "See that the cable runs free," he screamed as he felt the stick lift for its swoop. He swung himself upward over the spar the moment it struck, and the momentum helped him. He ran again, steadying himself like a tight-wire acrobat. He snatched the noose from his shoulders, slipped it over the end of the boom, and yelled an order with all the strength of his lungs, "Pull her taut." At that instant the boom started to swing again. Standing on the end of the spar, he was outboard. The frothing sea was under him. He could not jump then. To leap when the boom was sweeping across the deck meant a skinful of broken bones. To wait till the boom brought up against the stays, so he realized, would invite certain disaster. He would either be crushed between the boom and shrouds or snapped far out into the ocean as a bean is filliped by a thumb. On the extreme end of the spar the leverage would be so great that he could not hope to cling there with arms and legs. A queer flick of thought brought to Mayo the phrase, between the devil and the deep sea. That flying boom was certainly the devil, and the foaming sea looked mighty deep. Her weather roll was more sluggish, and Mayo had a moment to look about for some mode of escape. He saw the sail of No. 4 mast sprawling loose in its lazy jacks, unfurled and showing a tumbled expanse of canvas. When he was inside the rail, and while the boom was gathering momentum, he took his life in his hands and his grit between his teeth and leaped toward the sail. He made the jump just at the moment when the boom would give him the most help. He heard Captain Downes's astonished oath when he dove over that worthy mariner's head, a human comet in a 20-foot parabola. He landed in the sail on his hands and knees, yelling, even as he alighted, "Catch her, boys." They did it when the spar banged against the stays. They surged on the rope, tightened the noose, and before the vessel rolled again had made half a dozen turns of the free end of the cable around the nearest cleats. Mayo scrambled down from the sail and helped them complete the work of securing the spar. He passed near Captain Downes when the job had been finished. "Well," growled the master of the Alden_, "what do you expect me to say to that? I simply ask you to keep from saying something." "What?" "That a steamboat man can't earn his pay aboard a windjammer, sir." "I don't like to feel that I am under obligations in any way." The master grunted. "And if the little thing I have done helps to square that break I made by licking your passenger, I'll be glad of it," added Mayo. "You needn't rub it in," said Captain Downes, carefully noting that there was nobody within hearing distance. "When a man has been in a nightmare for 24 hours, like I've been, you've got to make some allowances, Captain Mayo. This is a terrible mixed-up miss." He squinted at the mizzen rigging where the lanterns revealed the damage. "And by the way those backstays are ripped out, and seeing how that mast is wobbling, this schooner is liable to be about as badly mixed up as the people are on board of her." Mayo turned away and went back to his work. They were rigging extra stays for the mizzenmast. And he noted that the girl near the coach-house door was staring at him with a great deal of interest. But in that gloom he was only a moving figure among toiling men. An hour later the mate ordered the oil bags to be tied to the catheads. The bags were huge gunny sacks stuffed with cotton waste which was saturated with oil. In spite of the fact that her spanker, double-reefed, was set in order to hold her up to the wind, weather-vane fashion, the schooner seemed determined to keep her broadside to the tumbling seas. The oil slick helped only a little. Every few moments a wave with spoondrift flying from it would smash across the deck, volleying tons of water between rails, with a sound like thunder. At these times the swirling torrent in the waist would reach to a man's knees. Mayo did not take his watch below. The excitement of his recent experience had driven away all desire for sleep, and the sheathing in the Avicii was squawking with such infernal din that only a deaf man could have remained there in comfort. However, he was not uneasy in regard to the safety of the schooner. In a winter gale, with ice caking on her, he would have viewed their situation in different light. But he had frequently seen the seas breaking over the wallowing coal luggers when he had passed them at anchor on the coast. He made a trip of his own along the main deck, scrambling upon the spars to avoid the occasional deluge which swept her amidship. The battened hatches were apparently withstanding the onslaughts of the waves. He could feel less weight in the wind. It was apparent that the crisis of the blow had passed. The waves were not so savage, their crests were not breaking. But just then the second mate rushed past, and Mayo overheard the report he gave the captain, who was pacing the lee alley. "The mizzenmast is getting more play, sir. I'm afraid it's raising the devil with the step and coal sun. Rig extra stays and try her again for water," ordered the master. Mayo, returning to the mizzen, found the entire crew grouped there. The mast was writhing and groaning in its deck collar, twisting its coat, the canvas covering at its foot where it entered the deck. The dusky faces were exhibiting much concern. They had flocked where the ship was dealing herself a wound. The sailors' sixth sense of impending trouble had drawn them there. "For a view, hustle aloft and stand ready to make fast those stays," commanded the first mate. "Rest of you make ready tackle," shouted the second mate, following close on Mayo's heels. The Negroes did not stir. They mumbled among themselves. "Step lively," insisted the mate. "'Scuse us, but dat mast done goin' to tumble down," ventured a man. "Aloft with you, I say." Just then the schooner slatted herself on a great roller, and the starboard stays snapped, one after the other, like mammoth fiddlestrings. The mast reeled, and there was an ominous sound below the deck. "She done put a hole into herself," squealed a sailor. In the gloom their eyes were gleaming with the fires one beholds in the eyes of frightened cats. "There she comes," shouted one of them. He pointed trembling finger. Over the coamings of the forehatch black water was bubbling. Yelping like animals, the sailors stampeded aft in a bunch, bowling over Mayo and the mates in their rush. "Stop, Captain," bellowed the first mate, guessing their intent. He rose and ran after them. But Freg gave them wings for their heels. They scampered over the roof of the afterhouse and were on the quarterdeck before the skipper was out of the alley. They leaped into the yawl, which was swung at the stern davits. "You renegades," roared the master. "Come out of that boat." With the two mates at his heels, he rushed at them. They grabbed three struggling men by the legs and dragged them back. But the Negroes wriggled loose, driven to frantic efforts by their panic. They threw themselves into the boat again. "Be men," clamored Mayo, joining the forces of discipline. "There's a woman aboard here." But the plea which might have affected an Anglo-Saxon did not prevail. Their knives were out not for attack on their superiors, but to slash away the davit tackle. "Come on, boys. Throw 'em out," shouted the master, leading the way into the yawl over the rail. His two mates and Mayo followed, and the engineer, freshly arrived from forward, leaped after them. But as fast as they tossed a man upon the quarterdeck, he was up and in the boat again fighting for a place. "Throw 'em overboard," roared the master, venting a terrible oath. He knocked one of the maddened wretches into the sea. The next moment the captain was flat on his back, and the sailors were trampling on him. Most of the surges came riding rail-high. Sometimes an especially violent wave washed the deck aft. Following it, a chasm regularly opened under the vessel's counter, a swirling pit in the ocean 20 feet deep. There was good fortune as well as misfortune in the affair of the yawl. When at last it dropped, it avoided the period of the chasm. In spite of the efforts of the captain and his helpers, the sailors succeeded in slashing away the davit tackle. A swelling roller came up to meet the boat as the last strand gave way and swept it, with its freight, out into the night. But as it went, Mayo clutched a davit pulley and swung in midair. The dizzy depths of the sea opened under him as he dangled there and gazed down. An instant later, all his attention was focused on Alma Marston, who stood in the companionway clutching its sides and shrieking out her fears. The lantern showed her to him plainly. Its radiance lighted him also. He called to her several times, angrily at last. "Where is that man, Bradish?" he demanded fiercely. It seemed as if his arms would be pulled out. He could not reach the davit iron from where he hung. The schooner's rail was too far away, though he kicked his feet in that direction. "Don't be a fool. Stop that screaming," he told her. "Can Bradish?" "He is sick, he is frightened," she faltered. "Come out here. Pull on that rope. Swing me in, I can't hold on here much longer. Do you want to see me drown?" She came along the rail, clinging to it. "No, not that rope. The other one. Pull hard." She obeyed, fighting back her fear. The davit swung inward slowly, and he managed to slide his legs up over the rail and gain the deck. "Thank you," he gasped. "You're quite a sailor." He had been wondering what his first words to her would be. Even while he swung over the yawning depths of the sea, the problem of his love was so much more engrossing than his fear of death that his thoughts were busy with her. He tried to speak to her with careless tone. It had been in his mind that he would speak and bow and walk away. but he could not move when she opened her eyes on him. She was as motionless as Hiei, silent, staring pallid statue of astounded fright. The rope slipped slowly from her relaxing fingers. Yes, it's just the man you think it is, he informed her curtly. But there's nothing to be said. I must say something, but he checked her savagely. This is no place to talk over folly. It's no place to talk anything. There's something else to do besides talk. We are going to die, aren't we? She leaned close to him, and the question was hardly more than a whisper framed by her quivering lips. I think so, he answered, brutally. Then let me tell you, you can tell me nothing. Keep still, he shouted, and drew away from her. Why doesn't Captain Downs come back after us? Don't be a fool. The sea has taken them away. They exchanged looks and were silent for a little while, and the pride in both of them set up mutual barriers. It was an attitude which conspired for relief on both sides. Because there was so much to say, there was nothing to say in that riot of the sea and of their emotions. I won't be a fool, not anymore, she told him. There was so distinctly a new note in her voice that he stared at her. I am no coward, she said. She seemed to have mastered herself suddenly and singularly. Mayo's eyes expressed frank astonishment. He was telling himself again that he did not understand women. I don't blame you for thinking that I am a fool, but I am not a coward, she repeated. I'm sorry, stammered the young man. I forgot myself. There is danger, isn't there? I'm afraid the mast has pounded a bad hole in her. I must run forward. I must see if something can't be done. I am going with you. She followed him when he started away. You must stay aft. You can't get forward along that deck. Look at the waves breaking over her. I am going with you, she insisted. Perhaps there is something that can be done. Perhaps I can help. The girl was stubborn, and he knew there was no time for argument. 3 times on their way forward, he was obliged to hold her in the hook of his arm while he fought with the torrent that a wave launched upon the deck. There was no doubt regarding the desperate plight of the schooner. She was noticeably down by the head, and black water was swashing forward of the break of the main deck. The door of the galley was open, and the one-eyed cook was revealed sitting within beneath a swinging lantern. He held a cat under his arm. Bear a hand here, cook, called Mayo. But the man did not get off his stool. Bear a hand, I say. We've got to rig tackle and get this longboat over. The schooner's spare boat was in chocks between the foremast and the main. Mayo noted that it was heaped full of spare cable and held the usual odds and ends of a clutterbox. He climbed in hastily and gave a hand to the girl to assist her over the rail. It will keep you out of the swash, he advised her. Sit there in the stern while I toss out this truck. But she did not sit down. She began to throw out such articles as her strength could manage. Again Mayo hailed the cook, cursing him heartily. Oh, it ain't any use, declared the man, with resignation. We're goners. We aren't gone till we go, you infernal turtle. Come here and pitch in. I hain't got no heart left for anything. I never would have believed it. The old man going off and saving a lot of nigger sailors instead of me after all the victuals I've fixed up for him. If that's the kind of gratitude there is in the world, I'm glad I'm going out of it. Me and the cat will go together. The cat's a friend, anyway. Mayo lost his temper then in earnest. All his nature was on edge in that crisis, and this supine surrender of an able-bodied man whose 2 hands were needed so desperately was peculiarly exasperating. He leaped out of the boat, ran into the galley, and gave the cook an invigorating beating up with the flat of his hands. The cook clutched his cat more firmly, braced himself on the stool, and took his punishment. Kill me if you want to, he invited. I've got to die, and it don't make a mite of difference how. Murder me if you're so inclined. Man, what's the matter with you? Gasped Mayo. We've got a chance. Here's a girl to save. She hain't got no business being here. Was sneaked aboard. It's no use to pound me. I won't lift a finger. My mind is made up. I've been deserted by the old man. You old lunatic, Captain Downs got carried away by those cowards. Wake up. Help me. For the love of the Lord, help me. Rushing around will only take my mind off and thoughts of the hereafter, and I need to do some right thinking before my end. It ain't any use to threaten and jaw. Nothing makes any difference to me now. Mayo saw the uselessness of further appeal, and the fellow dangled as limply as a stuffed dummy when the young man shook him. Therefore Mayo gave over his efforts and hurried back to the longboat. The spectacle of the girl struggling with the stuff she was jettisoning put new determination into him. Her amazing fortitude at the time when he had looked for hysterics and collapse gave him new light on the enigma of femininity. "Did you tell me that Bradish is ill?" he asked hurriedly. "He is in the cabin. He would not talk to me. I could not induce him to come on deck. I must have help with the tackle," he told her, and started aft on the run. He found Bradish sprawled in a Morris chair which was lashed to a radiator. He expected hot words and more insults, but Bradish turned to him a face that was gray with evident terror. His jaw sagged, his eyes appealed. "This is awful," he mourned. "What has happened on deck?" "I heard the fighting." "Where is Miss Marston?" "She is forward. There has been an accident, a bad one. We have lost the captain and crew." "Come on. I need help." "I can't help." "I'm all in," groaned Bradish. "I say you must. It's the only way to save our lives." Bradish rolled his head on the back of the chair, refusing. His manner, his sudden change from the fighting mood, astonished Mayo. The thought came to him that this man had been pricked to conflict by bitter grudge instead of by his courage. "Look here, Bradish, aren't you going to help me save that girl?" "I'm not a sailor. There's nothing I can do." "But you've got two hands, man." "I want to get a boat overboard." "Hurry." "No, no. I wouldn't get into a small boat with these waves so high. It wouldn't be safe." "This schooner is sinking," shouted Mayo. He fastened a heavy clutch upon Bradish's shoulders. "There's no time to argue this thing. You come along." He hauled Bradish to his feet and propelled him to the companionway, and the man went without resistance. It was evident that real danger and fear of death had nearly paralyzed him. "There's nothing I can do," he kept bleating. But Mayo hurried him forward. "Ralph," cried the girl, fairly lashing him with the tone in which she delivered the word. "What is the matter with you?" "There's nothing I can do. It isn't safe out here. You must do what this man tells you to do. He knows." But Bradish clung to the gunwale of the longboat and stared out at the yeasty waves, blinking his eyes. "If I only had a couple of men instead of these two infernal tapeworms," raged Mayo, "I could reef tackle and get this boat over." "Wake up! Wake up!" he clamored, beating his fist on Bradish's back. "Ralph, be a man." There were anger, protest, shocked wonder in her tones. Suddenly Mayo saw an ominous sight and heard a boating sound. The forehatch burst open with a mighty report, forced up by the air compressed by the inflowing water. He wasted no more breath in argument and appeals. He realized that even an able crew would not have time to launch the boat. The schooner was near her doom. In all haste, he pulled his clasp knife and cut the lashings which held the boat in its chocks. That the craft would be driven free from the entangling wreckage and go afloat when the schooner went under he could hardly hope. But there was only this desperate chance to rely upon in the emergency. In his agony of despair and his fury of resentment, he was tempted to climb into the boat and leave the two cowards to their fate. But he stooped, caught Bradish by the legs and boosted him over the gunwale into the yawl. A sailor's impulse is to save life even at the risk of his own. Mayo ran to the galley and kicked the cook off the stool and then drove him headlong to the longboat. The man went along, hugging his cat. "What will happen to us?" asked the girl when Mayo climbed in. "I don't know," he panted. "I reckon the devil is pitching coppers for us just now and the penny is just hopping off his thumbnail." His tone was reckless. The excitement of the past few hours was having its effect on him at last. He was no longer normal. Something that was almost delirium affected him. "Aren't you frightened?" she asked. "Yes," he admitted. "But I'm going to keep hustling just the same." Bradish and the cook were squatting amidships in the yawl. "You lie down under those thwarts, the two of you, and hang on," cried Mayo. Then he quickly passed a rope about the girl's waist and made the ends of the line fast to the cleats. "I don't know what will happen when the old tub dives," he told her. "Those 5,000 tons of coal will take her with a rush when she starts. All I can say is, hold tight and pray hard." "Thank you," she said, quietly. "By gad, she's got grit, muttered the young man, scrambling forward over the prostrate forms of the other passengers. I wonder if all the women in the world are this way? He was remembering the bravery of Polly Candage. There was a huge coil of rope in the bow, spare cables stored there. Mayo made fast the free end, working as rapidly as he was able, and bundled about half the coil into a compact masse knob at the end of some 10 fathoms of line. And to this knob he lashed oars and the mast he found stowed in the boat. He knew that if they did get free from the schooner, only an efficiency anchor or drag would keep the yawl right side up. When this task was finished, he crouched low in the bow and looked at the girl. "We're about ready to start on our journey," he called to her. "If I don't see you again, goodbye." "I shall not say goodbye to you, Captain Mayo, not yet." Ziv down a galloping SEA, I saddled me an Arab steed and saddled her another, and off we rode together just like sister and like brother, singing, "Blow ye winds in the morning. Blow ye winds, hi-ho. Brush away the morning dew. Blow ye winds, hi-ho. Blew ye winds." With anxiety that was almost despairing, Mayo looked up at the shrouds, stays, and halyards, which were set like nets to right and left and overhead. A big roller tumbled inboard and filled the space forward of the break of the main deck. The swirling water touched the sides of the longboat and then receded when the stricken schooner struggled up from the welter. A scuttlebutt was torn from its lashings and went by the board, and other flotsam followed it. Mayo found that spectacle encouraging. But the longboat sat high in its chocks. When it did float, it might be too late. Another wave roared past, and the longboat quivered. Then Mayo took a chance without reckoning on consequences. He made a double turn of the cable around his forearm and leaped out of the boat and stood on deck, his shoulder against the stem. The next wave washed him to his waist, tore at him, beat him against the longboat's shoe, but he clung fast and lifted and pushed with all his strength. That push did it. The boat needed just that impetus to free her from the chocks. She lifted and rushed stern foremost to lee, and the young man dragged after her. When the boat dipped and halted in a hollow of the sea, he clutched the bow and clambered in. Tugging mightily, he managed to dump the sea anchor over. The next wave caught her on the quarter and slopped a barrel of water into her. But she kept right side up, and in a few moments the cable straightened and she rode head into the tumult of the ocean. The sea anchor was dragging and performing its service. Mayo was obliged to kick the two men with considerable heartiness before he could stir them to bailing with the buckets. The bedraggled cat fled to the shelter of the girl's arms. Mayo struggled aft in order to take his weight from the bow of the boat, and when he sat down beside the girl, she was mothering the animal. "It's coming in faster than I can throw it out," wailed Bradish. "Bail faster then. Bail or drown." "She's leaking," announced the cook. "She has been on deck so long she has got all dried out." "Bail or drown," repeated Mayo. To the girl he said, "This seems to be the only way of getting work out of cowards. They'll have to do it. I'm about done for." The waves were lifting and dropping them in dizzying fashion. There was suddenly a more violent tossing of the water. "That's the old packet. She went under then," Mayo explained. "Thank the Lord we are out of her clutches. I was afraid we were stuck there." "Is there any hope for us now?" she inquired. "I don't know. If the boat stays afloat and the wind doesn't haul and knock the sea crossways, if somebody sees us in the morning, if we don't get rolled onto the coast in the breakers and—" He did not finish. "It seems that a lot of things can happen at sea," she suggested. "That fact has been proved to me in the past few weeks." "You mean in the past few hours, don't you?" "Miss Marston, what has happened on that schooner is a part of the business, and a sailor must take it as it comes along. I wish nothing worse had happened to me than what's happening now." She made no reply. "But no matter about it," he said, curtly. The two men, kneeling amidships, clutching a thwart and bailing with their free hands, toiled away. Even Bradish had wakened to the fact that he was working for his own salvation. In the obscurity, the waves which rose ahead seemed like mountains topped with snow. Hollows and hills of water swept past on their right and left. But the crests of the waves were not breaking, and this fact meant respite from immediate danger. "I'm sorry it was all left to you to do," ventured the girl, breaking a long silence. "I thought Ralph had more man in him," she added, bitterly. "I feel that he ought to apologize to you for several things." He, on his part, did not reply to that. He was afraid that she intended to draw him into argument or explanation. Just what he would be able to say to her on that topic was not clear to him. "It seems as if years had gone by instead of hours. It seems as if I had lived half a life since I left home. It seems as if I had changed my nature and had grown up to see things in a different light. It is all very strange to me." He did not know whether she were talking to herself or to him. He did not offer comment. There was a long period of silence. The sound of rushing waters filled that silence and made their conversation audible only to themselves when they talked. "I don't understand how you happened to be on that schooner as you were," she said, hesitating. "I didn't rig myself out this way to play any practical jokes, Miss Marston," he returned, bitterly. "I would like to know how it all happened, your side of it. I have talked too much already." There was no more conversation for a long time. He wondered how she had mustered courage to talk at all. They were in a predicament to try the courage of even a seasoned seaman. In the night, tossed by that wild sea, drifting they knew not where, she had apparently disregarded danger. He asked himself if she had not merely exhibited feminine ignorance of what their situation meant. He had often seen cases where apparent bravado was based on such ignorance. "I must say that you told me at least one truth a while ago. You are not a coward," he said at last. She was comforting the wretched cat. "But I am miserably frightened," she admitted. "I don't dare to think about the thing. I don't dare to look at the waves. I talk to you so as to take my mind off my troubles. I didn't mean to be prying. I'll tell you what has been done to me," he blurted. "Hearing somebody's troubles may take your mind off your own." While the two men amidships bailed doggedly and weariedly, he told his story as briefly as he could. The gray dawn showed her face to him after a time, and he was peculiarly comforted by the sympathy he saw there. He did not communicate to her any suspicions he may have entertained. With sailor directness, he related how he had hoped, and how all had been snatched away from him. But on one topic the mouths of both seemed to be sealed. After a time Bradish and the cook were enabled to rest from the work of bailing. The planks of the boat swelled and the leak was stopped. "You'd better crawl aft here and sit beside Miss Marston," advised Mayo. "Be careful how you move." He passed Bradish and took the latter's place with the cook, and felt a sense of relief. He had feared that the dreaded topic would force itself upon him. "I don't see no sense in prolonging all this agony," averred his despondent companion. "We ain't ever going to get out of this alive. We're drifting in on the coast, and you know what that means." "You may jump overboard any time you see fit," said the skipper of the craft. "I don't need you any longer for bailing. If that's the way you feel about it, you won't get rid of me so easy," declared the cook, malevolence in his single eye. Mayo noticed, with some surprise, that after the two had exchanged a few words there was silence between Bradish and the girl. The New Yorker was pale and trembling, and his jaw still sagged, and he threw glances to right and left as the surges galloped under them. He was plainly and wholly occupied with his fears. When day came at last without rain, but with heavy skies, in which masses of vapor dragged, Mayo began eager search of the sea. He had no way of determining their whereabouts. He hoped they were far enough offshore to be in the track of traffic. However, he could see no sail, no encouraging trail of smoke. But after a time he did behold something which was not encouraging. He stood up and balanced himself and gazed westward, in the direction in which they were drifting. Every now and then a lifting wave enabled him to command a wide expanse of the sea. He saw a white ribbon of foam that stretched its way north and south into the obscurity of the mists. He did not report this finding at once. He looked at his companions and pondered. "I think you have something to say to me," suggested the girl. "I suppose I ought to say it. I've been wondering just how it ought to be said. It's not pleasant news." "I am prepared to hear anything, Captain Mayo." "Nothing matters a great deal just now. We are being driven onto the coast. I don't know whether it's the Delaware or the New Jersey coast. It doesn't make much difference. The breakers are just as bad in one place as in the other. Why don't you anchor this boat? Are you going to let it go ashore and be wrecked?" asked Bradish, with anger that was childish. "The anchor seems to have been overlooked when we started on this little excursion. As I remember it, there was some hurry and bustle returned. Mayo, dryly. Why didn't you remember it? You got us into this scrape. You slammed and bossed everybody around. You didn't give anybody else a chance to think. You call yourself a sailor. You're a devil of a sailor to come off without an anchor. I suppose so, admitted Mayo. And there wasn't any sense in coming off in this little boat. We ought to have stayed on the schooner. Ralph, protested the girl. Have you completely lost your mind? Don't you know that the schooner sank almost the minute we left it? Mr. Brodish's mind was very much occupied at the time, said Captain Mayo. I don't believe the schooner sank. What does a girl know about such things? That fellow got scared, that's the trouble. There isn't any sense in leaving a big boat in a storm. We would have been taken off before this. We would have been all right. This is what comes of letting a fool boss you around when he is scared, he raved. You are the fool, she cried, with passion. Captain Mayo saved us. Saved us from what? Here we are going into the breakers and he says so, and there's no anchor on here. He took everything out of my hands. Now why doesn't he do something? Don't pay any attention to him, she pleaded. We are going to be drowned. You can't deny it, can you? We're going to die. He pulled a trembling hand from between his knees, where he had held both hands pinched in order to steady them. He shook his fist at Mayo. Own up, now. We're going to die, aren't we? I think it's right to tell the truth at this stage, said Mayo, in steady tones. We're not children. Yonder is a beach with sand reefs and breakers, and when we strike the sand this boat will go over, and we shall be tossed out. The waves will throw us up and haul us back like a cat playing with mice. And we stand about the same chance as mice. And that's the best you can do for us, and you call yourself a sailor. Whined Bradish. I'm only a poor chap who has done his best as it came to his hand to do, said the young man, seeking the girl's eyes with his. She gazed at him for a moment and then put both hands to her face and began to sob. It's a hard thing to face, but we'd better understand the truth and be as brave as we can, said Mayo, gently. For myself, I ain't a mite surprised, averred the cook. I had my hunch. I was resigned. But my plans was interfered with. I wanted to go down in good, deep, green, clean water like a sailor ought to. And now I'm going to get mauled into the sand and have a painful death. Shut up, barked Mayo. The girl was trembling, and he feared collapse. Bradish began to blubber. I'm not prepared to die, he protested. Mayo studied his passenger for some time, wrinkling his brows. Bradish, listen to me a moment. The New Yorker gave him as much attention as terror and grief permitted. There isn't much we can do just now to fix up our general earthly affairs. But we may as well clean the slate between us two. That will help our consciences a little. I haven't any quarrel with you anymore. We won't be mushy about it. But let's cross it off. It's all over, mourned Bradish. So what's the use of bearing grudges? I suppose it's true that the court has indicted me for manslaughter. Bradish, tell me, man to man, whether I've got to go into those breakers with that on my conscience. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. You know whether those men of the schooner _Warren_ were drowned by any criminal mistake of mine or not. Bradish did not speak. You wouldn't have said as much to Captain Downes if you hadn't known something, insisted the victim of the plot. It was only what Burkett let drop when he came after some money. I suppose he thought it was safe to talk to me. But what's the good of my giving you guesswork? I don't know anything definite. I don't understand sailor matters. Bradish, what Burkett said was it's something about the compass, about putting a job over on me by monkeying with the compass. It was something like that. His tone exhibited indifference. It was evident that he was more occupied with his terror than with his confession. Didn't Burkett say something about a magnet? He got off some kind of a joke about fog in the pilot house and fog outside, but that the fog inside did the business. And he said something about Fogg's iron wishbone. So that was the way it was done by the general manager of the line, cried Mayo. The general manager himself. It's no wonder I have smashed that suspicion between the eyes every time it bobbed up. I suspected, but I didn't dare to suspect. Is that some of your high finance, Bradish? No, it isn't, declared the New Yorker with heat. It's an understrapper like Fogg going ahead and producing results, so he calls it. The big men never bother with the details. The details. taking away from me all I have worked for, my reputation as a master, my papers, my standing, my liberty. By the gods, I'm going to live. I'm going through those breakers. I'll face that gang like a man who has fought his way back from hell," raged the victim. This was none of my father's business." "It could not have been," expostulated Miss Marston. "Your father never knows anything about the details of Fogg's operations," declared Bradish. "He ought to know," insisted the maddened scapegoat. "He gives off his orders, doesn't he? He sits in the middle of the web. What if he did know how Fogg was operating? Probably wouldn't stand for it. But he doesn't know. And the angel Gabriel himself wouldn't get a chance to tell him," declared the clerk. "A put-up job, then, is it, and all called high finance," jeered Mayo. "High finance isn't to blame for tricks the field workers put out so that they can earn their money quick and easy. What's the good of pestering me with questions at this awful time? I'm going to die. I'm going to die," he wailed. Miss Marston slid from the seat to her knees, in order that she might be able to reach her hand to Mayo. "Will you let this handclasp tell you all I feel about it, all your trouble, all your brave work in this terrible time? I am so frightened, Captain Mayo. But I'm going to keep my eyes on you, and I'll be ashamed to show you how frightened I am." He returned the fervent clasp of her fingers with gentle pressure and reassuring smile. "Honestly, I feel too ugly to die just now. Let's keep on hoping." But when he stood up and beheld the white mountains of water between their little boat and the shore, and realized what would happen when they were in that savage tumult, with the undertow dragging and the surges lashing, he felt no hope within himself. From the appearance of the coast, he could not determine their probable location. The land was barren and sandy. There seemed to be no inlet. As far as he could see, the line of frothing white was unbroken. The sea foamed across broad shallows, where no boat could possibly remain upright and no human being could hope to live. Nevertheless, he remained standing and peered under his hand, resolved to be alert till the last, determined to grasp any opportunity. All at once he beheld certain black lines in perpendicular silhouette against the foam. At first, he was not certain just what they could be, and he observed them narrowly as the boat tossed on its way. At last their identity was revealed. They were weir stakes. The weir itself was evidently dismantled. Such stakes as remained were set some distance from one another, like fence posts located irregularly. He made hasty observation of bearings as the boat drifted, and was certain that the sea would carry them down past the stakes. How near they would pass depended on the vagary of the waves and the tide. He realized that 3 men, even if they were able seamen, could do little in the way of rowing or guiding the longboat in the welter of that sea, now surging madly over the shoals. He knew that there was not much water under the keel, for the ocean was turbid with swirling sand, and the waves were more mountainous, heaped high by the friction of the water on the bottom. Every now and then the crest of a roller flaunted a banner of bursting spray, showing breakers near at hand. Mayo hurried to the bow of the boat and pulled free a long stretch of cable. He made a bowline slip knot, opened a noose as large as he could handle, coiled the rest of the cable carefully, and poised himself on a thwart. "What now?" asked the cook. "No matter," returned Mayo. His project was such a gamble that he did not care to canvass it in advance. The nearer they drove to the stakes, the more unattainable those objects seemed. They projected high above the water. The cook perceived them and got up on his knees and squinted. "Ha," he sniffed. "You'll never make it. It can't be done." In his fierce anxiety, Mayo heaved his noose too soon, and it fell short. He dragged in the cable with all his quickness and strength and threw the noose again. The rope hit the stake 3/4 of the way up and fell into the sea. "It needs a cowboy for that work," muttered the cook. Mayo recovered his noose and poised himself again. In the shallows where they were, the boat which bore him became a veritable bucking bronco. It was flung high, it swooped down into the hollows. He made a desperate try for the next stake in line. The noose caught, and he snubbed quickly. The top of the stake came away with a dull crack of rotten wood when the next wave lifted the boat. Mayo pulled in his rope hand over hand with frantic haste. He was obliged to free the broken stake from the noose and pull his extemporized lasso into position again. He made a wider noose. His failure had taught a point or two. He waited till the boat was on the top of a wave. He curbed his desperate impatience, set his teeth, and whirled the noose about his head in a widening circle. Then he cast just as the boat began to drop. The rope encircled the stake, dropped to the water, and he paid out all his free cable so that a good length of the heavy rope might lie in the water and form a makeshift bridle. When he snubbed carefully, the noose drew close around the stake, and the ladder held. The waves which rode under them were terrific, and Mayo's heart came into his mouth every time a tug and shock indicated that the rope had come taut. However, after 5 minutes of anxious waiting, kneeling in the bow, his eyes on the cable, he found his courage rising and his hopes glowing. "Does it mean?" gasped the girl when he turned and looked at her. "I don't know just what it will mean in the end, Miss Marston," he said, with emotion. "But it's a reprieve while that rope holds." Bradish sat clutching the gunwale with both hands, staring over his shoulder at the waters frothing and roaring on the shore. The girl glanced at him occasionally with a certain wonderment in her expression. It seemed to Mayo that she was trying to assure herself that Bradish was some person whom she knew. But she did not appear to have much success in making him seem real. She spoke to him once or twice in an undertone, but he did not answer. Then she turned her back on him. Suddenly Mayo leaped up and shouted. A man was running along the sandy crest of a low hill near the beach. He disappeared in a little structure that was no larger than a sentry box. "There's a Coast Guard patrol from the life-saving station. There must be one somewhere along here." The man rushed out and flourished his arms. "He has telephoned," explained Mayo. "Those are the boys. There's hope for us." There was more than hope, there was rescue after some hours of dreary and anxious waiting. The lifeboat came frothing down the sea from the distant inlet, and they were lifted on board by strong arms. And then Alma Marston gave Mayo the strangest look he had ever received from a woman's eyes. But her lips grew white and her eyes closed, and she lapsed into unconsciousness while he folded a blanket about her. "You must have had quite a job of it, managing a woman through this scrape," suggested the captain of the crew. "It's just the other way," declared Mayo. "I'm giving her credit for saving the whole of us. How's that?" "I might find it a little hard to make you understand, Captain. Let it stand as I have said it. XXV, a girl and her debt of honor, says she, you lime juice sailor, now see me home you may. But when we reached her cottage door she unto me did say, and away, you Santee, my dear Annie. Oh, you New York girls, can't you dance the polka?" Walking down the Broadway. Mayo was promptly informed that Captain Downs and the crew of the Alden were safe. "He caught our flare, got his motor to working, and made the inlet by a lucky stab," explained the coast station captain. "But he didn't reckon he'd ever see you folks again." "How did it happen he didn't tell me there was a woman aboard?" "You'll have to ask him." "Who is she?" "You'll have to ask him that too." "I'm only a sailor." The captain looked him over with considerable suspicion. His shirt was torn and his white skin was revealed. The drenching by rain and spray had played havoc with his disguise. Most of the coloring had been washed away. "Have you got anything special to say about yourself?" "No, sir." The captain turned his back on his men and leaned close to Mayo. "They have had your picture in the paper this week," he said. "You're the captain they're wanting in that Montana case. They're after you. I've got to report on this thing, you understand." "Very well, Captain. But I reckon we'll talk it all over after we get to the station," said the master kindly. "There may be something in it that I don't understand. There's considerable in it that I don't understand myself, just now, but I'm going to find out," declared Captain Mayo. They placed Alma Marston in the care of the station captain's wife as soon as they were safely on shore in the inlet. Fortunate chance had sent the woman to the station that day on a visit to her husband. Captain Downs, fed and warmed, watched the new arrivals eat beside the kitchen stove and listened to the story Mayo had for him. The bedraggled cat lapped milk, protected from the resentful jealousy of the station's regular feline attaché by the one-eyed cook. And afterward, closeted with Captain Downs and the station captain, Mayo went over his case. "I must say you seem to be pretty hard and fast ashore in mighty sloppy water," commented the Coast Guard captain. "It isn't my especial business, but what do you propose to do?" "Go to New York and take what they're going to hand me, I suppose. I ought to have stayed there and faced the music. I have put myself in bad by running away. but I was rattled. The best of us get rattled, said the host consolingly. I'm not a policeman, sheriff, or detective, mate. I'll report this case as Captain Downs and so many souls saved from the schooner _Alden_. You'd better trot along up to the city and face them as a man should. I'll rig you out in some of my clothes. Your old friend, Was, meant well by rushing you away, but I've always found that in a man's fight you can't do much unless you're close enough to t'other fellow to hit him when he reaches for you. A half-hour later, made presentable in the Coast Guard captain's Liberty suit, Mayo walked through the kitchen. Bradish and the cook were still in front of the stove. The captain's wife, standing in a door which admitted to an inner room, put up a finger to signal the young man and then nodded her head in invitation. The young lady wants to see you, sir, she informed him in a whisper when he stepped to her side. Go in. She closed the door behind him and remained in the kitchen. He stood in the middle of the room and gazed at the girl for some time, and neither of them spoke. She was swathed in blankets and was huddled in a big chair. Her face was wan and her eyes showed her weariness. But her voice was firm and earnest when she addressed him. Captain Mayo, what I am going to say to you will sound very strange. Tell me that you'll listen to me as you would listen to a man. I'm afraid, he stammered. It's too bad that man and woman can seldom meet on the plane where man and man meet. But I don't want to be considered a girl just now. I'm one human being and you're another, and I owe something to you which must be paid, or I shall be disgraced by a debt which will worry me all my life. She put out her hands and knotted the fingers together in appeal. Understand me, help me. He was ill at ease. He feared with all his soul to meet the one great subject. When we thought we were going to die, I told you it seemed as if I had lived a life in a few hours, that I did not seem like the same person as I looked into my thoughts. Captain Mayo, that is true. It is more apparent to me now when I have had time to search my soul. Oh, I am not the Alma Marston who has been spoiled and indulged a fool, leaping here and there with every impulse, watching a girl in my set do a silly thing and then doing a sillier thing in order to astonish her. That has been our life in the city. I never knew what it meant to be a mere human being near death. You know, you saved me from that death. I only did what a man ought to do, Miss Marston. Perhaps. But you did it, that's the point. There are other men, she hesitated. I have had a talk with Mr. Bradish, she told him. It was a mistake. You saved me from that mistake. You did it in the cabin of the schooner. He has told me. It was better for me than saving my life. But because a man isn't a sailor I ascent used to danger, he expostulated. That is not it. I say I have just had a talk with Mr. Bradish. I have found out exactly what he is. I did not find it out when I danced with him. But now that I have come near to dying with him, I have found him out. The red banners in her cheeks signaled both shame and indignation. A coward will show all his nature before he gets himself in hand again, and Mr. Bradish has shown me that he is willing to ruin and disgrace me in order to make profit for himself. And there is no more to be said about him. She paused. Captain Mayo, I know what idea you must have of me, of a girl who would do what I have done. But you don't have half the scorn for me I have for myself, for the girl I was. But I have my self-respect now. I respect the woman that I am at this moment after that experience. Perhaps you don't understand. I do. I'm glad I have that self-respect. I shall face what is ahead of me. I shall do right from now on. She spoke quickly and passionately, and he wanted to say something, but his sailor tongue halted. I am not going to bring up a certain matter, not now. It's too sacred. I am too miserably ashamed. Again, Captain Mayo, I say that I want to stand with you as man to man. I want to render service for what you have done for me. You have lost everything out of your life that you value. I want you to have it back. Will you listen to me now? Yes, Miss Marston. You go to my father with a letter from me. I do not believe he knows what kind of methods have been practiced by his understrappers, but he can find out. You tell him that he must find out, that he must make them confess. You tell him that this is a man's fight, and that you are fighting back with all the strength that you can command. You tell him that you have me hidden, and that I cannot get away, as my own letter will tell him. You tell him that he must make a fair exchange with you, give you back what is yours before he can have what is his. Mayo walked backward limply, feeling for the wall with his hands behind him, and leaned against it. You are single-handed. It's a big game they play up in the city when they are after money, and you must take what cards are offered, she insisted, displaying the shrewdness of the Marston nature. You mean to say that I'm going to your father as if I were holding you for ransom, he gasped. Something like that, she returned, eagerly. The only way you'll get what you want and get it quickly is by a good bluff. I have had some good samples of your courage, Captain Mayo. You can do it beautifully. But I'm not going to do it. I say you are. Not by a. His feelings were carrying him away. He was forgetting that these dealings were with an impulsive girl. His anger was mounting. She was putting him on the plane of a blackleg. Go ahead and talk as strongly as you like, Captain Mayo. It will make it seem like man's business between us. Those tricks may be all right in Wall Street, but they don't do for me. And you've got a pretty poor opinion of me if you think I'll do it. Don't be quixotic, she protested impatiently. We are living in up-to-date times, Captain Mayo. Some of those underlings have played a nasty trick on you. They must be exposed. This is a girl's crazy notion. Captain Mayo, is this the way you help me pay my debt? You don't owe me anything. And now you pay me an insult. Are my honor as a girl and my life worth nothing? You have saved both. I don't know how to talk to you. I haven't had any experience in talking with women. I simply say that I'm not going to your father in any such manner. Certainly not. Don't you realize what I have offered you? She pleaded. You are throwing my sacrifice in my face. As the case stands now, I can hurry off to the home of some girlfriend and make up a little story of a foolish lark, and my father will never know what has been happening. He expects me to do a lot of silly things. That's your business and his, he returned, dryly. Captain Mayo, I have been trying to show you that I am fit to be considered something besides a silly girl. I wanted you to know that I have a sense of obligation. The plan may seem like a girl's romantic notion, but it isn't. It's bold, and your case heeds boldness. I was trying to show you that I'm not a coward. I was going to confess to my father what I have done and start on the level with him. You throw it all in my face. You insult my plan by calling it crazy. It is, he insisted, doggedly. And I'm in bad enough as it is. Oh, you're afraid then? He frowned. Her sneer seemed gratuitous injury. He did not understand that variety of feminine guile which seeks to goad to action one who refuses to be led. I admire boldness in a man when his case is desperate and he is trying to save himself. I have lived among men who are bold in going after what they want. I have had a little experience with that kind of land pirates, and I don't like the system. I shall not make any unnecessary sacrifices, she declared, tartly, but there were tears in her eyes. I did what I could to help you when you were trying to save me. Why are you so ungenerous as to refuse to help me now? It's taking advantage of your position. But I offer it. I beg of you to do it. I will not do it. You absolutely refuse? Yes, Miss Marston. Then I shall leave you to your own fate, Captain Mayo. You don't expect me to go to my father with the story, do you? Certainly not. I shall go ahead now and protect myself the best I can. I am sure that Captain Downs will keep my secret. I shall forget that I ever sailed on that schooner. I suppose you will block yourself up and run away again. I am going to New York. To be put in jail? Probably. You make me very angry. After you have shown that you can fight, just when you ought to fight the hardest, you slink bade to be whipped. Yes, Miss Marston, if you care to put it that way. Then, goodbye. Goodbye. Perhaps each expected that the other would break the wall of reserve at this moment of parting. He hesitated a moment, an awkward instant, then he bowed and left the room. Captain Downs walked with Mayo for a distance across the sand dunes when the latter started to make his way to the nearest railroad station. The captain intended to remain at the inlet until a representative of the Alden's owners arrived. They left Bradish still huddled behind the stove in the kitchen. Unless my eyes have gone back on me, Captain Mayo, my notion is that the dude is wasting his time hanging around that girl anymore, suggested Captain Downs. She has had him out on the marine railway of love, has made proper survey, and has decided that she would hate to sail the sea of matrimony with him. Don't you think that's so? I think you're a good judge of what you see, Captain Downs. I reckon that you and I as gents and master mariners are going to keep mum about her being aboard the Alden. Certainly, sir. The Coast Guard crew don't know who she is, and they can't find out. So she can go home and mind her business from this time out. Most every woman does one infernal fool thing in her life and then is all right ever after. But now a word on some subject that's sensible. What are you going to do? Stick my head into the noose. It's about the only thing I can do. But you'll talk up to, of course? I'll play what few cards I hold as best I know, sir. The most I can hope for is to make drop that manslaughter case. Perhaps I can say enough so that they'll be afraid to bring me to trial. As to getting my papers back, I'm afraid that's out of the question. I'll have to start life over in something else. Mayo, why don't you go to the captain's office? He promptly answered the young man's glance of inquiry. Julius Marston himself is the supreme boss of that steamship consolidation business. Bradish gave all that part away, telling about those checks, though, of course, we all knew about Marston before. It is probably likely that Marston gives true courses to his understrappers. If they take fishermen's cuts between buoys in order to get there quick, I'll bet he doesn't know about it. Go to him and tell him, man to man, what has happened to you. There are 2 reasons why I shall probably never see Mr. Marston, returned Mayo, grimly. First, I'll be arrested before I can get across New York to his office. Second, I'll never get farther than the outer office. He's guarded like the Tsar of Russia, so they tell me. Does his girl know anything about your case? I blabbed it to her like a fool when we were in the boat. Why is it that when a man is drunk or excited or in trouble, he'll blow the whole story of his life to a woman? Growled Mayo. I've thought that over some, myself, admitted Captain Downs. Especially on occasions when I've come to and realized what I've let out. I suppose it's this more or less. A man don't tell his troubles to another man, for he knows that the other man is usually inwardly glad of it because any friend is in trouble. But a woman's sympathy is like a flaxseed poultice, it soothes the ache and draws at the same time. Mayo trudged on in silence, kicking the sand. Seems to me the smallest thing that girl could have done was to offer to get you a hearing with her old man. It was some chore you did for her, mate. I had to save myself. A few more in the party didn't matter. These society girls think of themselves first, of course. I don't suppose you give a hoot for my advice, Captain Mayo, but I'm talking to you in the best spirit in the world. I know you are, Captain Downs, declared the young man, his sullenness departing. I didn't mean to show bristles to you. I'll try to see Marston. It'll be a hard stunt. But I'm in the mood to try anything. By gad. If they lug me to jail, I'll go kicking. That's the spirit, boy. And if you can get in a few kicks where Julius Marston can see 'em, they may count. He's the boss. I don't think I'll go any farther with you. This is too hard footing for an old waddler like me. Good luck. They shook hands and turned their backs on each other with sailor repression in the matter of the emotions. The young man went on his way, wondering in numb despair how he could have left Alma Marston with merely a curt word of farewell. Mayo lurked that evening in the purlieus of Jersey City and entered the metropolis after midnight on a ferryboat which had few passengers and afforded him a dark corner where he was alone. He found lodgings in humble quarters on the east side. In the morning he nerved himself to the ordeal of appearing in the streets. His belief in his own innocence made his suffering greater as he waited for the clap of a heavy hand on his shoulder and the summons of an officer's voice. He knew that the eyes of Uncle Sam are sharp and his reach a long one. He had firm belief in the almost uncanny vigilance of government officers. He was rather surprised to find himself at last in the outer office of Marston and Waller. He sat down on a bench and waited for a time in order to regain his self-possession. He wanted to control features and voice before accosting one of the guardians of the magnate. But the espionage of the attendants did not permit loiterers to remain long in that place without explanation. A man tiptoed to him and asked his name and his business. My name doesn't matter, said Mayo. But I have important business with Mr. Marston. If you will tell him that the business is most important, that it is something he ought to know, and that you haven't any appointment then. No, do you think for one moment that you can get in to see Mr. Marston without giving your name and explaining beforehand the nature of your business? I hoped so, for it is important. What is it? It's private. It's something for Mr. Marston. Impossible, was the man's curt rejoinder. He went back to his post. In a few moments he returned to Mayo. "You mustn't remain here. You cannot see Mr. Marston. Won't you take in a message from me?" "I'll explain to me. That's what I'm here for." Telling that cold-blooded person that this visitor was the broken master of the _Montana_ was out of the question. To mention the case of the _Montana_ to this watchdog was dangerous. But Mayo dreaded to go back to the street again. "I'll stay here a little while and perhaps I can," he began. "If you stay here without explaining your business, I'll have you escorted down to the street by an officer, my friend." Mayo rose and hurried out. An officer. Even in his despairing and innocent quest of a hearing, he was threatened with arrest. He sneaked back to his lodgings and hid himself in the squalid apartment and nursed the misery of his soul. That night Mayo sat till late, toiling over a letter addressed to Julius Marston. He dispatched it by messenger at an early hour, and mustered his courage in the middle of the forenoon and followed in person. He assumed a boldness he did not feel in his quaking heart when he approached the guardian of the outer office. "Will you ask Mr. Marston if he will see the man who sent him a letter by messenger this morning?" "What letter? Signed by what name?" "He will understand what letter I refer to." "He will he?" The attendant gave this applicant sharp scrutiny. The Coast Guard captain's Liberty garments were not impressive, nor did they fit very well. Mayo displayed the embarrassment of the man who knew he was hunted. "Do you think Mr. Marston receives only one letter by messenger in a morning? Look here, my man, you were in here yesterday, and I look on you as a suspicious character. You cannot see Mr. Marston on any such excuse. Get out of that door inside of 1 minute, or I'll send in a police call." And once more Mayo fled from the danger which threatened him. He bought a stock of newspapers at a sidewalk newsstand. His hours of loneliness in his little room the day before had tortured him mentally. He sat himself down and read them. The news that the Vos line had gone into the steamship combination was interesting and significant. Evidently, the _Montana's layup had discouraged the mass of stockholders. He had time to kill and thoughts to stifle. He went on reading scrupulously, lingering over matters in which he had no interest, striving to occupy his mind and drive the bitter memories and his fears away from him. Never in his life before had he read the society tattle in the newspapers. However, dragging along the columns, he found a paragraph on which he dwelt for a long time. It stated that Miss Marston of Fifth Avenue had returned by motor from a house party in the Catskills, accompanied by Miss Lana Vanadistine, who would be a house guest of Miss Marston's for a few days. That bit of news was significant. She had established her alibi, she had reinstated herself, and had turned a smooth front to the world. Mayo was certain in his soul that he knew her kind. His illusions were departing. Now that her tragic experience was behind her, now that she was back among her own, now that the fervor of romance was cool, she was thanking God, so he told himself, that she had not sacrificed herself for anybody. He was honestly glad that she was at home, glad of the hint which the paragraph gave that her secret was still her own, so far as family and the social world were concerned. That night Mayo took further counsel with himself. In the morning his final decision was made. He would endeavor once more to see Julius Marston. He determined that he would march into the outer office, boldly announce his name, assert that he was there to expose a crime, and tell them that if Mr. Marston refused to hear him, he should tell what he knew to the public through the newspapers. Then he would ask them to send for the police, if the door of Marston's office remained closed to him. He would call attention to himself and to his case by all the uproar he could make. When he went to jail, he would go with plenty of folks looking on. Let Marston and his fellow financiers see how they liked that. It was a desperate and a crude plan, but Mayo was not a diplomat, he was a sailor. He marched forth on his errand with his chin up and resolve flaming within him. Other men, prosperous-looking and rotund men, rode up in the elevator with him and went into Marston and Waller's office ahead of him, for he had modestly stepped to one side to allow them to pass. He heard some talk of a board meeting. It was plain that Mr. Marston was to be occupied for a time. This was not a favorable moment in which to project himself upon the attention of the financier. He needed a clear field. Therefore, he tramped up and down the corridor of the office building, watching the elevator door, waiting to see the rotund gentlemen go on their way. And with attention thus focused, he saw Miss Alma Marston arrive. She waited until the elevator had passed on, and then she came directly to him. Her expression did not reveal her mood except to hint that she was self-possessed. "I am not especially surprised to find you here," she told him. "I believe you said to Captain Downs so. He informed me that you were going to try to see my father. And men who try to see my father, without proper introduction, usually kick their heels outside his office for some days." There was a bit of hauteur in her voice. She preserved much of the acerbity which had marked her demeanor when they had said goodbye to each other. He would not acknowledge to himself that he hoped she would meet him on another plane. He meekly accepted her attitude as the proper one. He was a sailor, and she was the daughter of Julius Marston. "Do you blame me for being suspicious in regard to what you intend to say to my father?" she demanded. "I tell you frankly that I came here looking for you. We must settle our affair. I am trying to get word with him about my own business, simply my own business, Miss Marston. But as to me, what are you going to say to him about me?" "You remember I told you that I intended to protect myself," she declared, with some insolence. "I thought you had a better opinion of me," he protested. "Miss Marston, as far as I am concerned, you never were on that schooner. I know nothing about you. I do not even know you. Do you understand?" He started away hastily. "Don't stay here. Don't speak to me. Somebody may see you. Come back here." He stopped. "I demand an explicit promise from you that if you are able to talk with my father, you will never mention my name to him or try to take advantage of the dreadful mistake I made." "I promise, on my honor," he said, straightening. "Thank you, sir. And now that I have promised," he added, red in his tanned cheeks, "I want to say to you, Miss Marston, that you have insulted me gratuitously. I suppose I'm not much in the way of a gentleman as you meet them in society. I'm only a sailor. But I'm neither a tattler nor a blackmailer. I know the square thing to do where a woman is concerned, and I would have done it without being put under a pledge." He bowed and walked away. She gazed after him, a queer sparkle in her eyes. "We'll see about you, you big child," she murmured. She entered the waiting room of the Marston and Waller suite and was informed that her father was busy with a board meeting. "But it's merely a bit of routine business. It will soon be over, Miss Marston, if you will be so good as to wait." After a time the gentleman filed out, but she waited on. "Tell my father that I'm here and will be in presently," she commanded the guardian. Before the messenger returned, Mayo came in, rather apprehensively. He tried to avoid her, but she met him face to face and accosted him with spirit. "Now that I have put you on your honor, I'm not afraid to have you talk your business over with my father. Come with me. I will take you to him. Then we will call accounts square between us." "Very well," he consented. "After what I have been through here, I feel that one service matches the other." Mayo followed her and came into the presence. Julius Marston was alone, entrenched behind his desk, on his throne of business. The dark back of the chair, towering over his head, set off in contrast his gray garb and his cold face, to Mayo, who halted respectfully just inside the door. He appeared a sort of bas-relief against that background, something insensate, without ears to listen or heart to bestow compassion. The girl, hurrying to him, engaged his attention until she had seated herself on the arm of his chair. Then he saw Mayo, recognized him, and tried to rise, but she pushed him back, urging him with eager appeal. "You must listen to me, father. It is serious. It is important." He groped for the row of desk buttons, but she held his hand from them. Captain Mayo strode forward, determined to speak for himself, rendered bold by the courageous sacrifice the girl was making. "Not a word. Not a word." The supreme impudence of it. Marston repeated the last phrase several times with increasing violence. He pushed his daughter off the arm of the chair and struggled up. Only heroic measures could save that situation, and the girl knew her father. She forced herself between him and his desk. "You'd better listen," she warned him, hysterically. A few days ago I ran away to be married. He stood there, stricken motionless, and she put her hands against his breast and pressed him back into his chair. But this is not the man, father. Marston had been gathering his voice for wild invective, but that last statement took away all his power of speech. I warned you that you'd better listen. In that moment, she dominated the situation as completely as if she stood between the two men with a lighted bomb in her hand. Mayo was overwhelmed even more completely than the financier. He realized that her extortion of a pledge from him had been subterfuge. Her triumphant eyes flashed complete information on that point. Both anger and bewilderment made him incapable of any sane attempt to press his case with Marston at that time. He turned and started for the door. "Stop that man, father. You'll be sorry if you do not. He must stay. Come back here," shouted Marston. Mayo looked behind. The magnate stood with finger on the push button. "Come back, I say." "I protest. This is none of my business. I am here for something else than to listen to your daughter's private affairs." "You come back," commanded the father in low tones of menace, "or I'll have you held for the United States Marshals the minute you step foot outside that door." Raging within himself at the tactics of this incomprehensible girl, Captain Mayo walked slowly to the desk. It occurred to him that it was as hard to get out of Julius Marston's office as it was to get in. "I would never have come in here if I had dreamed that your daughter would tell you what she has. I am in a false position. I insist that you allow me to leave. You'll leave when I get to the bottom of this thing." "Now, Alma, what new craziness is all this?" "I am not resenting the word you apply to it," she replied, facing him resolutely. "I did it and I don't know why I did it." "Did what?" "I ran away. I did it because the girls dared me to do it. I promised a man I would marry him." "This man, No. I have told you this is not the man." "Well, who then?" Incredulity was mingled with her father's wrath. "One of your trusted young gentlemen. Mr. Ralph Bradish." "Where did you meet him?" "At the dances." "Not at our house?" "I do not know how you are so sure of that, father," she returned, a touch of rather wistful reproach in her tones. "You have left me alone in that house ever since mother went away." "But it was not at our house, it was in the public ballrooms." "Hell set to music," he rasped. "I ought to have realized that you are still an infant." "No, I am a woman today. I lived a whole lifetime in one night on the ocean. I know you have reason to be ashamed of me, but I'll never give you cause for shame again. Now, what are you going to say to this man who saved my life, who did more than that? He saved me from myself." Marston narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Mayo. "I don't understand this thing yet. The story doesn't ring right." He turned on his daughter. "How did this man save your life? Be quick and be short." He interrupted her in the middle of her eager recital. He had been scowling while she talked, staring into vacancy in meditation. "A storybook tale," he declared impatiently, and yet there was a shade of insincerity in that impatience. "I would be bitterly ashamed of you, Alma, if you had run away as you were trying to make me believe. But don't you believe me?" Silence. "But this trumped-up story is too transparent. You are still acting the fool in the matter of this person here. Now see here, my man, you are here today on the _Montana_ affair. Isn't that so?" "It is, sir." "I was sure of it. How did you dare to sneak into that job after I had discharged you from the _Olney_? There was no sneaking to it. I was hired by Mr. Fogg and you may be sure that I did not know you were on board the _Montana_. But I cannot attend to all the details of my business. You realize, don't you, that you are a fugitive from justice? I am a scapegoat for the dirty dogs who operate for you. That's enough. I am investigating this matter now. Sit down in that chair." Mayo obeyed, lulled by the assurance. "Alma, you go home. I am going to stay here, father, until Captain Mayo. I have listened to all the falsehoods I propose to hear." This rejoinder astounded his two listeners. "I see into this matter clear to the bottom. I am amazed that you should think such a silly yarn would deceive me for a moment." He had pressed one of the buttons. To the man who opened the door he said, "Tell Mr. Bradish that I want to see him here at once. He is in the office, isn't he?" "Yes, sir." "I will inform him." Mayo and the girl exchanged eloquent looks. They had been leaving Mr. Bradish out of their calculations. They had discarded him from their thoughts. That he had had the effrontery to reappear in the Marston and Waller offices was news indeed. Marston took the girl by the arm and led her toward a door. "I tell you to go home," he cried, angrily, stopping her protests. "No, you are going by the side door. I do not believe one word you have told me. It's all a transparent attempt to continue your folly. I'll know how to look after you from now on." He closed the door behind her and locked it. "I swear this is all true, sir," pleaded Mayo. "I'm not trying to deceive you through your daughter." I did not understand what she intended to say. "I want my rights as a man who has been tricked, abused, Mr. Bradish appeared, bowing respectfully. He was once more part of the smooth machinery of the Marston and Waller offices. He was pale, calm, cool, subdued master of his emotions as the employees of Julius Marston were trained to be. "Did you ever see this man before?" "Of course you never did," prompted the financier. "I never saw him before, sir." "Certainly not. What have you to say to the ridiculous, nonsensical story that you attempted to elope with my daughter?" Not by a flicker of the eyelids did the imperturbable maker of million-dollar checks show confusion. "If such a lie needs denial from me, I most firmly do deny it, sir." "You cheap renegade," roared the captain. "That will do, Mr. Bradish." The clerk obeyed the wave of his master's hand and retired quickly. "Mr. Marston," raved Mayo, "I'm fighting for all that's worthwhile to me in life. My reputation as a master mariner, my chance to make a living in my work. I was a fool on board your yacht. With all my soul I am penitent. I will dash enough. Don't you dare to discuss my own daughter with me." "I don't intend to, sir. I'm going to believe that you don't know what your understrappers have done to me. You only see results. But find out what is being done in your name, Mr. Marston. Someday it will be bad for you if you don't stop. Is that a threat?" "It's only my appeal for justice." "My God, sir, there's justice waiting for you." "Then send out for your marshals. Let them drag me into court." "Your man Bradiah's mouth is closed now, but it has been open. I know what has been done to me. Let them put me on the stand. You don't dare to have me stand up in court and tell what I know. Do you suppose I am running the federal courts? You'd better find out whether you have power or not. There are men in this world who will believe an honest man's true story." "Good day," said Mr. Marston, significantly. Mayo hesitated, gazed into the impassive countenance of the magnate, and then conviction of the uselessness of argument overwhelmed him. He started for the door. "Certain sensible things can be done," Marston called after him. "You'd better get out of New York. If you know of a place to hide, you'd better get into it." Mayo did not reply. He strode out through the offices, descended to the street, and went on his way. He did not notice that an automobile pursued him through the roaring traffic of the streets, halting ahead of him when he had turned into one of the quieter thoroughfares. The car was close to the curb, and Alma Marston put out her hand and signaled to him. "He gave you no hope, nothing?" "Nothing. I have waited. I thought of asking you to come for a talk with me." He shook his head. "Perhaps it's better as it is. There isn't very much to be said, not now." She leaned over the side of the tonneau, and the clatter of traffic enabled her to talk without taking the eavesdropping chauffeur into their confidence. "I am not worthy of your thoughts or your confidence after this, Boyd. What I was yesterday, I am not today. I have told you that." "No, do not say anything. I know, now, that I was only playing with love. I cannot name what I feel for you now. I have insulted the word love too much in the past. I'm not going to say anything about it. Was it any excuse for me that you had sunk a ship, were going to prison for killing men, so the papers hinted? No, it was not. But I allowed myself to make it an excuse for folly." "You don't know what love is," he declared. In the agony of his degradation, he had no relish for softer sentiments. But he did not dare to look up at her. "Did not know. But perhaps someday I can show you that I do now know," she replied, humbly. "That will be the day when I can give you the proofs against the men who have tried to ruin you. I am inside the camp of your enemies, Boyd, and I'll give you those proofs even against my own father, if he is guilty. That's all. Let's wait. But while you are working, I hope it's going to give you a bit of courage to know that I am working for you." She patted his cheek. "Go on," she called to her driver. The car jerked forward and was hidden among the chariots roaring down through the modern Babylon. Without power for self-analysis, without being able to penetrate the inner recesses of his own soul in that crisis, he trudged on. A little later, almost unconscious of volition in the matter, he found himself at a steamboat office buying a ticket. He was going back to the obscurity of Macoit. But he was fully conscious that he was not obeying Julius Marston's injunction to go and hide. A deeper sentiment was drawing him. He knew where there existed simple faith in him and affection for him, and he craved that solace. There were humble folks in Macoit who would welcome him. "I'll go back, I'll go home," he said. Once he would have smiled at the thought that he would ever call the hue and cry colony home. XXVI The fangs of old Razier $1 a day is a Hoosier's pay, Lowlands, away my John. Yes, $1 a day is a Hoosier's pay, my $1.50 a day. Old pumping song. Before leaving New York, Mayo made inquiries at offices of shipping brokers and trailed Captain Zoratus Wasp to his lair in the loafer's room of a towboat office. Their conference was a gloomy one. Neither had any comfort for the other. Mayo was laconic in his recital of events. He said that he had run away and had come back. Of Marston and Marston's daughter, he made no mention. "I have been to see that fat whelp of a Fogg," stated the old master mariner. "I ain't afraid of him. I had a good excuse. I said I wanted a job. I didn't let on to him that I advised you to slip your cable, but I might have curried favor with him by saying so. He seemed to be pretty well satisfied because you had skipped. Captain Was, that's the main thing I've come to talk over with you. Here's my ticket back home. But I feel that I ought to walk up to the United States Marshal's office and surrender myself. And I want to ask you about the prospects of my getting bail. Can you help me? I reckon if I saw you behind bars, I'd do my best to get you out, son. But you steer away from here on a straight tack and mind your own business. When the United States wants you, they'll come and get you. You needn't worry." "But I do worry, sir. I am dodging about the streets. I expect to feel a hand on my shoulder every moment. I can't endure the strain of the thing. I don't want anybody to think I'm a sneak. As near as I can find out by nosing around a little, that indictment is a secret one even if it really was returned. And I'm half inclined to think there wasn't any indictment. Perhaps those officers were only sent out to get you and hold you as a witness. Fogg has been doing most of the talking about there being an indictment. However it is, if they don't want you just yet, I wouldn't go up to a cell door, son, and holler and pound and ask to be let in. Law has quite a way of giving a man what he hollers for. You go away and let me do the peeking and listening for you around these parts. I'm collecting a little line of stuff on this." Waterfront. Haven't much else to do these days. I reckon my first hunch was the right one, sir. I'll go along home. If you hear anybody with a badge on inquiring for me, tell him I'm fishing on the _Ethel and May _. That's a mean job for you, son. But I guess I'd better not say anything about it, seeing what I have shanghaied you into. It has not been your fault or mine, what has happened, sir. I am not whining. By gad. I know you ain't. But get ready to growl when the right time comes, and keep your teeth filed. When it's our turn to bite, we'll make a bulldog grip of it." He emphasized the vigor of that grip in his farewell handshake. But Mayo did not reflect with much enthusiasm on Captain Wassa's metaphorical summons to combat. Returning to Macoit, the young man decided that he was more like a beaten dog slinking back with canine anxiety to nurse his wounds in secret. His experiences had been too dreadful and too many in the last few days to be separated and assimilated. He had been like a man stunned by a fall, paralyzed by a blow. Now the agonizing tingle of memory and despair made his thoughts an exquisite torture. He tried to put Alma Marston out of those thoughts. He did not dare to try to find a place for her in the economy of his affairs. However, she and he had been down to the gates of death together, and he realized that the experience had had its effect on her nature. He believed that it had developed her character as well. Insistently, the memory of her parting words was with him, and he knew, in spite of his brutal and furious efforts to condemn her, that love was not dead and that hope still lived. He swung aboard the _Ethel and May one afternoon, after he had waited patiently for her arrival with her fare. "I have come back to fish with you, Captain Candage, until my troubles are straightened out, if they ever are. Captain Candage was silent, controlling some visible emotions. I have come back to be with folks who won't talk too much about those troubles, he added, gloomily. Exactly, agreed the skipper. Nothing is ever gained by stirring up trouble after it has been well cooked. Swing the pot back over the fire, I say, and let it simmer till it cools off of itself. I thought you would come back. Why? Well, I knew they had taken away your papers. Furthermore, Polly has been saying that you would come back. And why did she think so? Asked Mayo in milder tones. She didn't say why, admitted Captain Candage. Maybe women see into things deeper than men do. It seems like coming home when a man is sick and tired of everything in the world, sir. Reckon my Polly had something like that in mind. She dropped a few hints that she hoped you'd come and get rested up from your troubles. And she has gone back to her work, I suppose? No, she is still on her job at McCoy. Sir calls it her real job. She isn't a quitter, Polly isn't. She says they need her. Like the song says, the flowers need the sunshine and the roses need the dew. That's how they need her, averred Okomoto. Though them hue and cry women and children can't be said to be much like roses and geraniums. But they're more like it than they ever was before, since Miss Polly has taken hold of them. It's wonderful what a good girl can do when she tries, Captain Mayo. Resuming his life on the fishing schooner was like slipping on a pair of old shoes, and Mayo was grateful for that New England stoicism, which had greeted him in such matter-of-fact fashion. What you want to tell me is all right, and what you don't want to tell me is still better, stated Captain Candage. Because when you ain't talking about it, you ain't stirring it. So, in that fashion, he came back into the humble life of McCoy. There had been no awkwardness in his meeting with Captain Candage. It had been man to man, and they understood how to dispense with words. But Mayo looked forward to his meeting with Polly Candage without feeling that equanimity which the father had inspired. He felt an almost overmastering desire to confide to her his troubles of the heart. But he knew that he would not be able to do that. His little temple had been so cruelly profaned. His humiliation was too great. He was conscious that some other reason was operating to hold him back from explaining to her, and because he did not understand just what it was, he was ill at ease when he did come face to face with her. He was grateful for one circumstance. Their first meeting was in the old fish house at McCoy, under the 100 curious eyes of the colony. He had rowed ashore in his dory and went to seek her in the midst of her activities. She put out both her hands and greeted him with frank pleasure, and seemed to understand his constraint, to anticipate his own thoughts, to respect his reticence. I'm glad you have come back to wait till all your troubles are settled. The most consoling friends are those who know and who sympathize and who keep still. Now come with me and listen to the children and see what the women are doing. You will be proud and glad because you spoke up for them that day when we went over to hue and cry. After that, there was no constraint between them. They kept their own affairs hidden from each other. The autumn passed and the long, chill evenings came, and when the fishing schooner was in port at McCoy, between trips, Mayo and the girls spent comfortable hours together, playing at cards under the widow's red-shaded lamp and under the widow's approving eyes. No, they ain't courting either, she informed the pestering neighbors. Do you suppose I have been twice married and twice a widder not to know courting when I see it? It's Boyd this and Polly that, to be sure, the whole continual time, but she is engaged to somebody else, because she has been wearing an engagement ring that has come to her since she has been here. She showed it to me, and she showed it to him. And as for him, everybody Longcoast knows how dead gone on him that millionaire girl is. Now everybody mind their own business. As the days passed, the widow's counsel seemed to apply to all the affairs of McCoy. Folks went at their business in good earnest. The winter wind nipped, the wharf piles were sheathed with ice, and only hardy men were abroad on the waterfront of the coast city. But the crew of the _Ethel and May _ were unusually cheerful that day. The schooner had stayed on Cash's banks and had ridden out a gale that had driven other fishermen to shelter. Then in the first lull she had sent her dories over the rail and had put down her trawls for a set, and a rousing set it was. It seemed as if the cod, hake, and haddock had been waiting for that gale to stop so that they might hunt for baited hooks and have a feast. Nearly every ganging line had its prize. The bow pulley in each dory fairly chuckled with delight as the trawl line was pulled over it. Every 3 feet was a ganging line. Each dory strung out a mile of trawl. And when the dories returned to the schooner and dumped the catch into the hold, the little craft fairly wallowed under her load. They caught the market bear. The gale had blown for nearly a week. Fish houses bid spiritedly against one another, and when at last a trade was made and the schooner's crew began to pitchfork the fish into the winch buckets, and the buckets rose creaking out over the rail, the 2 captains went into the office of the fish house to figure some mighty gratifying profits. "Nothing like luck in the fishing game, gents," observed the manager. "Well, grit counts for something," stated Captain Candage. "We've got a crew that ain't afraid of a little weather. If that's the case, there may be something for you off-coast about now that's better than the fishing game." "What's that?" asked the old skipper. "Wrecking. Seen the morning papers. We've had something to do besides fool with papers. That new Beeline steamer, _Conomo_, has been piled up on Razy Reef. One time this last time she hugged too close," snapped the young man. The others bent an inquiring gaze on him. But he did not explain. His thoughts were busy with the events of that day when the Beeline steamer started his troubles with Marston. "Paper says she's considered a total loss," went on the manager. "If that's so, and the underwriters give her up, there ought to be some fine picking for men with grit. The Board of Survey went out to her on a tug this morning. He gave them their check and they went aboard their schooner." The affair of the _Conomo_ was not mentioned between them until they were at sea on their way to the eastward again. The piece of news did not interest Mayo at first, except as a marine disaster that had no bearing on his own affairs. Captain Candage was stumping the quarterdeck, puffing at his short, black pipe. "I don't know as you feel anyways as I do about it, Captain Mayo, but it ain't going to be no great outset to us if we make a leg out to Razy and see what's going on there," he suggested. "I have no objections," returned Mayo. "But the way things are managed nowadays in case of wrecks, I don't see much prospect of our getting in on the thing in any way. Meb not, but in case they're going to abandon her there'll be some grabbing, and we might as well grab with the rest of 'em. If they can't get her off some junk concern we'll gamble on her. But we'll make an excursion of it to see the sights, sir. We can afford a little trip after what we pulled down today." There was no hope of reaching the wreck before nightfall, so they jogged comfortably in the light westerly that had succeeded the gale. Captain Candage took the first watch after the second dog watch, and at 2 bells, or 9 o'clock, in the evening, Mayo awoke and heard him give orders to pinch her. He heard the sails flap, and knew that the men were shortening in readiness to lay to. He slipped on his outer clothing and went on deck. "We're here," stated the old skipper, "and it looks like some other mosquitoes had got here ahead of us, ready to stick in their little bills when they get a chance." It was a clear night, brilliant with stars. In contrast with the twinkling and pure lights of the heavens, there were dim reds and greens and yellow-white lights on the surface of the ocean. These lights rocked and oscillated and tossed as the giant surges swept past. "I make out half a dozen sail, little fellers, and 2 tugs," said Captain Candage. "But get your eye on the main squeeze." Mayo looked in the direction of the extended mittened hand. "Some iceberg, hey," commented the skipper. A short half-mile away, a veritable ghost ship, loomed the wrecked _Conomo_. Spray had beaten over her and had congealed until she seemed like a mass of ice that had been molded into the shape of a ship. She gleamed, a spectral figure, under the starry heavens. A single red light, a baleful blob of color, showed from her main rigging. They surveyed her for some time. "I should say she was spoke for," was Captain Candage's opinion. "It's high tide now, and a spring tide at that, and them tugs is just loafing out there ain't making a move to start her. We can tell more about the prospect in the morning." Then the 2 captains turned in, for the _Ethel and May _lay to docilely with a single helmsman at the wheel. The crisp light of morning did not reveal anything especially new or important. There were half a dozen small schooners, fishermen, loafing under shortened canvas in the vicinity of the wreck. One of the tugs departed shoreward after a time. Mayo had assured himself, through the schooner's telescope, that the remaining tug was named _Saba J. Ransom _. The captain of that fellow went mate with me on a fishing steamer once, he informed Captain Candage. Jockey me down in reaching distance, and I'll go aboard him in a dory. He may have some news. Captain Dodge was immensely pleased to see his old chum, and called him up into the pilot house and gave him a cigar. It's only a loafing job, he said. I've got to stand by and take off her captain and crew in case of rough weather or anything breaks loose more'n what's already busted. They are still hanging by her so as to deliver her to the buyer. Buyer? Yep. To whatever junkman is fool enough to bid her in. She's stuck. Fast. Underwriters have gone back on that tug and are going to auction her. I'm here to help keep off pirates and take her men ashore after she has been handed over. You a pirate, Mayo? He asked with a grin. I'm almost anything nowadays, if there's $1 to be made, returned the young man. The _ransoms captain gave him a wink. I'm on to what happened on board the _Olney he confided. Feller who was in the crew told me. You're good enough for old Marston's girl. Why haven't you gone up to New York and cut that conversation, Dodge, barked Mayo, his face hard and his jaw jutting threateningly. Good day, added the young man, slamming the pilot house door behind him. His schooner, standing off and on, picked him up. There's no use hanging around here, he informed the old skipper. They're going to junk her if they can find anybody fool enough to bid. She'll be guarded till after the auction. Therefore the _Ethel and May shook out all her canvas and headed full and by for Maquoit to secure her fresh supply of bait. It's a shame, mourned Captain Candage, staring over the taffrail at the ice-sheathed steamer. Most new, and cost $250,000 to build, if I remember right what the paper said when she was launched. If she was making money, they'll have another one in her place, said Mayo. Don't know about that, sir. The beeline wasn't none too strong financially. I'm told a lot of little fellers who put in what they could scrape and borrowed the rest. Depends on insurance and their courage what they do after this. He offered another observation after he had tamped down a load in his black pipe. Men will do most anything for money, enough money. Seems as if I'd heard that statement before, was Mayo's curt rejoinder. Oh, I know it ain't in any ways new. But the more I think over what has happened to the _Conomo_, the picture seems the point to that remark. And whilst I was standing off and on, waiting for you, I run close enough to that steamer to make out a few faces aboard her. Mayo glanced at him without comment. For instance, I saw Art Simpson. You know him, don't you? He was captain of Mr. Marston's yacht once. Why did he leave her? I heard he had been discharged. That was what the broker said when he hired me. Yes, that's what Simpson said. He made a business of going around and swearing about it. Seemed to want to have everybody long coast hear him swear about it. When I see a man make too much of a business of swearing about another man, I get suspicious. After Art Simpson worked his cards so as to get the job of second officer on board the new _Conomo_, I got more suspicious. Now that I have seen how that steamer has been plunked fair and square on Razy, I'm almighty suspicious. I'm suspicious enough to believe that she banged during Art Simpson's watch. What are you driving at, Captain Candage? Are you hinting that anybody would plan a man for a job of that kind? Exactly what I'm hinting, drawled the skipper. But putting a steamer on the rocks at this time of year. No passengers and plenty of lifeboats for the crew, sir. I have been hearing a lot of talk about steamboat conditions since I have been carrying in fish. I found out a little something in that line myself, admitted Mayo. There's one thing to be said about Blackbeard and Captain Teach and old Cap Kidd. They went out on the sea and tended to their own pirating. They didn't stay behind a desk and send out understrappers. Mayo, in spite of his bitter memories of Julius Marston's attitude, felt impelled to palliate in some degree the apparent enormities of the steamboat magnates. I don't believe the big fellows know all that's done, Captain Candage. As responsible parties, they wouldn't dare to have those things done. The understrappers, as you say, are anxious to make good and to earn their money, and when the word is passed on down to them, they go at the job recklessly. I think it will be pretty hard to fix anything on the real principles. That's why I am out in the cold with my hands tied, just now. I wish we were going to get into the underscore Konamo underscore matter a little, so that we could do some first-hand scouting. It looks to me like the rankest job to date, and it may be the opening for a general overhauling. When Deviltry gets to running too hard, it generally stubs its toes, sir. Captain Candage found a responsive gleam in Mayo's eyes, and he went on. Of course, I didn't hear the talk, nor see the money pass, nor I want in the pilot house when Art Simpson shut his eyes and let her slam. But having been a sailorman all my life, I smell nasty weather a long ways off. That steamer was wrecked a purpose, and she was wrecked at a time o' year when she can't be salvaged. You don't have to advise the devil how to build a bonfire. Mayo did not offer any comment. He seemed to be much occupied by his thoughts. 2 days later, a newspaper came into Mayo's hands at McCoy, and he read that the wrecked steamer had been put up at auction by the underwriters. It was plain that the bidders had shared the insurance folks' general feeling of pessimism. She had been knocked down for $2,500. The newspapers explained that only this ridiculous sum had been realized because experts had decided that in the first blow the steamer would slip off the ledges on which she was impaled and would go down like a plummet in the deep water from which old Razy cropped. Even the most reckless of gambling young men could not be expected to dare much of an investment in such a peekaboo game as that. But I wonder what was the matter with the expert who predicted that, mused Mayo. He doesn't know the old jaw teeth of Razy Reef as well as I do. When the underscore Ethel and May underscore set forth from McCoy on her next trip to Cash's Banks, Mayo suggested, and he was a bit shamefaced when he did so, that they might as well go out of their way a little and see what the junkers were doing at Razy. Captain Candage eyed his associate with rather quizzical expression. Great minds travel, etc., he chuckled. I was just going to say that same thing to you. On your mind a little, is it? Yes, and only a little. Of course, there can't be anything in it for us. Those junkers will stick to her till she ducks for deep water. But I've been wondering why they think she's going to duck. I seined around Razy for a while, and the old chap has teeth like a hyena, regular fangs. Maybe they took Art Simpson's say-so, remarked the old man, wrinkling his nose. Art would be very encouraging about the prospects of saving her, that is to say. He would be so in case losing that steamer has turned his brain. Guess there wasn't very much interest by the underwriters, suggested Mayo. They weren't stuck very hard, so I've found out. She was mostly owned in 64ths, and with marine risks up to where they are, small owners don't insure. It's a wicked thing all through, Candage. That great new steamer piled up there by somebody's devilishness. I believe as you do about the affair. I've been to sea so long that a boat means something to me besides iron and wood. There's something about something, almost human, put in the old man. I sorrowed over the underscore Polly underscore, but I didn't feel as bad as if she'd been new. It was sort of like when old folks die of natural causes, you know they have lived about as long as they can. It's sorrowful to have them go, but you have to feel reconciled. But I know just how it is with you in the case of that steamer, for I'm a sailor like you. It's just like getting a fine boy through college, seeing him start out full of life and courage and hopes and prospects, and then seeing him drop dead at your feet. There was a quaver in the old man's tones. But Mayo, who knew the souls of mariners, understood. Under their hard shells there is imagination that has been nurtured in long, long thoughts. In the calms under starlit skies, in the black darkness when tossing surges swing beneath the keel, in the glimmering vistas of sunlighted seas, sailors ponder while their more stolid brothers on land allow their souls to doze. You are right, Captain Candage. That's why I almost hate to go out to the underscore Konamo underscore. Those infernal ghouls of young men will be tearing her into bits instead of trying to put the breath of life back into her. The helpless steamer seemed more lonely than when they had visited her before. The mosquito fleet that had surrounded her, hoping for some stray pickings, had dispersed. A tug and a couple of lighters were stuck against her icy sides, and, like leeches, were sucking from her what they could. They were prosecuting their work industriously, for the sea was calm in one of those lulls between storms, a wintry truce that Atlantic coastwise toilers understand and depend on. Mayo, his curiosity prompting him, determined to go on board one of the lighters and discover to what extremes the junk jackals were proceeding. 2 of his dory men ferried him after the schooner had been hove to near the wreck. "What's your business?" inquired a man who was bundled in a fur coat and seemed to be bossing operations. "Nothing much," confessed the young man from his dory, which was tossing alongside the lighter. "I'm only a fisherman." The swinging cranes of the lighters, winches purring, the little lifting engines puffing in breathless staccato, were hoisting and dropping cargo potatoes in sacks and huge rolls of print paper. Mayo was a bit astonished to note that they were not stripping the steamer, not even her anchors and chains had been disturbed. "Fend off," commanded the boss. Captain Dodge dropped one of the windows of his pilot house and leaned on his elbows, thrusting his head out. The tug _Saba J. Ransom _ was still on the job. She was tied up alongside the wreck, chafing her fenders against the ice-sheathed hull. "Hello, Captain Mayo," he called, a welcoming grin splitting his features. "Come aboard and have a cigar, and this time I'll keep the conversation on fish scales and gurry butts." The man in the fur coat glanced from one to the other and was promptly placated. "Oh, this is a friend of yours, is he, Captain Dodge?" "You bet he is. He's been my boss before now." "If that's the case, make yourself at home anywhere. But you know what some of these fellows along coast who call themselves fishermen will do around a wreck when your back is turned." Mayo nodded amicably. "Step on board," invited the boss. "I'm all right here in the dory, and I'm out from underfoot, sir. We're going along to the fishing grounds in a jiffy. I'm only satisfying a sailor's curiosity." "Wondered what you intended to do with this proposition." "We're only grabbing what's handy just now. Some of the cargo forward is above water. I'm in on this thing in a sort of queer way myself." This keen-eyed young man who had been so heartily endorsed by the tugboat skipper afforded the man in the fur coat an opportunity for a little conversation about himself. "I'm the outside man for Todd and Simonton of Boston and bought on the jump after I'd swapped a wire or so with the house. Happened into that auction and bought blind. I believe in a gamble myself. Then somebody wired to the concern that they had been stuck good and fine, and they gave me a sizzler of a call down in a night message. A man can sit at desk in Boston and think up a whole lot of things that ain't so. Well, I've flown out here with what equipment I could scrape up in a hurry, and you can see what I'm doing. There's enough in sight in the way of loose cargo to square me with the concern. But, blast the luck. If Jake Simonton had a little grit and would back me, I believe we'd make a killing. Of course, it all depends on how she's resting and what will happen when the next blow comes," said Mayo. "Have you been below?" "I'm a hustler on a dicker and a hellion on junk," snapped the boss. "I'm no sailor, prophet, or marine architect. I simply know that she's full of water aft and has got something serious the matter with her innards. I'm pulling enough out to make Simonton sorry he sassed me in a night message. Only he will never let on that he's sorry. He never lets loose any boomerangs that will scale around and come back and hit him. He wants to be in a position to rasp me the next time I make a mistake in a gamble. All the crew gone ashore, the beeline men? Sure, bag and baggage. We own her as she stands." That second officer had em shivering every time a wave slapped her. "I was glad when he got away. He pretty nice stampeded _my_ men. Said she was liable to slide any minute." The drawling voice of Captain Dodge broke in above them. "Here comes the tug _Resolute_," he stated. "Meb, it's another one of them night. Messages from your concern, Titus. May want you to put what you can carry of her in a paper bag and bring it to Boston." "You never can tell what they're going to do in Boston," growled the outside man. "I get discouraged sometimes trying to be enterprising." He began to pace, looking worried, and did not reply to several questions that Mayo put to him. So the young man accepted Captain Dodge's invitation and climbed to the tugboat's pilot house. He had a very human hankering to know what the coming of that tug from the main signified, and decided to hang around a little while longer, even at the risk of making Captain Candage impatient. The _Resolute_ brought a telegram, and the man in the fur coat slapped it open, took in its gist at one glance, and began to swear with great gusto. He climbed into the _Ransom's pilot house with the air of a man seeking comfort from friends, and fanned the sheet of paper wrathfully. "Orders to resell. Get out from under. Take what I can get. Don't want the gamble. And here I have cleaned a good profit already." "Why don't you fire back a message advising em to hold on?" asked Captain Dodge. And have a gale come up in a few hours and knock her off in this rock? That's what would happen. It would be just my luck. I'm only a hired man, gents. If my firm won't gamble, it ain't up to me. If I disobey orders and hold on, I'll be scared to death the first time the wind begins to blow. There's no use in ruining a fine set of nerves for a firm that won't appreciate the sacrifice, and I need nerve to keep on working for 'em. I say it ain't up to me. Me for sure as soon as I load those lighters. Every dollar I get by reselling is velvet, so let 'er go. What do they tell you to do about price? Ventured Mayo. Take the first offer and hurry about it. They seem to have an idea that this steamer is standing on her head on the point of a needle, and that only a blind man will buy her. He went back to his crew, much disgusted, ordered the freshly arrived tug to wait for a tow, and spurred laggard toilers with sharp profanity. Somebody has been scaring his concern, suggested Mayo, left alone with Captain Dodge. Perhaps so, but it may be good business to get scared, provided they can unload this onto somebody else for a little ready cash. This spell of weather can't last much longer. Look at that bank to us uthered. I don't know just what is under her in the way of ledges. Never knew much about old Razy. But my prediction is she'll break in two as soon as the waves give her any motion. It was on the tip of Mayo's tongue to argue the matter with the tugboat man, but he took second thought and shut his mouth. You're probably right, he admitted. I'd better be moving. I don't see any fish jumping aboard our schooner. We've got to go and catch 'em. Goodbye, Dodge. When his associate came in over the rail of the _Ethel and May _Captain Candage, from force of habit, having picked up his men, gave orders to let her off into the wind. Hold her all aback, commanded Mayo. Excuse me, Captain Candage, for a cross order, but I've got a bit of news I want you to hear before we leave. The junk crowd has got cold feet and are going to sell as she stands, as soon as they get cargoes for those lighters. Well, she does lay in a bad way, and weather is making, said the skipper, fiddling his forefinger under his nose dubiously. They haven't even skimmed the cream off her. Probably will get all her cargo that's worth saving and some loose stuff in the rigging line. By gad. What a chance for a gamble. It might be for a feller who had so much money he could kiss a slice of it goodbye in case the Atlantic Ocean showed aces, said the old man, revealing a sailor's familiarity with a popular game. There is such a thing as being desperate enough to stake your whole bundle, declared Mayo. Captain, I'm young, and I suppose I've got a young man's folly. I can't expect you to feel the way I feel about a gamble. I may look old, but I haven't gone to seed yet, grumbled the skipper. What are you trying to get through you? That fat man on that lighter has a telegram in his pocket from his folks in Boston, ordering him to take the first offer that is made for the _Conomo_ as she stands. I'm fool enough to be willing to put in every dollar I've got and take a chance. Captain Candage stared at his associate for a time and then walked to the rail and took a long look at the steamer. I never heard of a feller ever getting specially rich in the fishing game, he remarked. Mayo, wild thoughts urging him to desperate ventures, snapped out corroboration of that dictum. And I've known a lot of fellers to go broke in the wrecking game, pursued Captain Candage. How much have you got? That question came unexpectedly. I've got rising $600. He was carrying his little hoard in his pocket, for a man operating from the hamlet of McCoy must needs be his own banker. I've got rising $600 in my own pocket, said the skipper. That fat man may have orders to take the first offer that's made, but we've got to make him one that's big enough so that he won't kick us overboard and then go hunt up a buyer on the main. The two hue and cry fishermen who had ferried the young man were nesting their dory on top of other dories and just forward of the house and were within hearing. Neither captain noted with what interest these men were listening, exchanging glances with the man at the wheel. And after we waggle our wad under his nose and less than 1,000 will be an insult, so I figure what have we got left to operate with? It won't do us any good to sail around that steamer for the rest of the winter and admire her. What was you thinking, Mayo, of trying to work him for a snap bargain, now that he's here on the spot and anxious to sell, and then grabbing off a little quick profit by peddling her to somebody else? No, sir, cried the young man with decision. I've got my own good reasons for wanting to make this job the whole hog or not a bristle. I won't go into it on any other plan. Well, We'll be into something, all right, after we invest our money the whole lump. We'll most likely be in a scrape, not a dollar left to hire men or buy wrecking outfit. The two men finished lashing the dories and went forward. It's a wild scheme, and I'm a fool to be thinking about it, Captain Candage. But wild schemes appeal to me just now. I can make some more money by working hard and saving it, a few dollars at a time, but I never expect to see another chance like this. Oh yes, I see that bank in the south. His eyes followed the skipper's gloomy stare. By tomorrow at this time, she may be 40 fathoms under. But here's the way I feel. He pulled out his wallet and slapped it down on the roof of the house. All on the turn of one card. And there comes the blow that will turn it. He pointed south into the slaty clouds. Captain Candage paused in his patrol of the quarterdeck and gazed down on the wallet. Then he began to tug at his own. I'm no dead one, even if my hair is gray, he grumbled. The two captains looked at the two wallets, and then at each other. The next moment their attention was fully taken up by another matter. Their crew of 15 men came marching aft and lined up forward of the house. A spokesman stepped out. Excuse us, captains, for meddling into something that perhaps ain't none of our business. We ain't meaning to peek nor pry, but some of us couldn't help overhearing. We've cleaned out our pockets. Here it is $368.37. Will you let me step onto the quarterdeck and lay it down side of them wallets? He accepted their amazed silence as consent and made his deposit solemnly. But this is all a gamble and a mighty uncertain one, protested Mayo. We ain't never had no chance to be sports before in all our lives, pleaded the man. We wouldn't have had that money if you two heroes hadn't give us the chance you have. We want more 'n half men before. Now we can hold up our heads. You'll make us feel mighty mean, as if we wasn't fit to be along with you, if you won't let us in. You bet you can come in, boys, shouted Captain Candage. I know how you feel. And another thing, went on the spokesman. We ain't had much time to talk this over. We rushed aft here as soon as we heard and had cleaned out our pockets. But we've said enough to each other so that we can tell you that all of us will turn to on that wreck with you and work for. Nothing till Tillwell, whatever happens. Don't want wages. Don't need promises. And if she sinks, we'll sing a song and go back to fishing again. The man at the wheel let go the spokes and came forward and deposited a handful of money beside the rest. There's mine. I wished it was $1 million. It would go just as free. Boys, I'd make a speech to you but my throat is too full, choked Mayo. I know better now why something called me over to hue and cry last summer. Hard over with that wheel. Jockey her down toward the wreck. When they were within hailing distance of the lighter, Mayo raised his megaphone. Will you take $1,500 cash now for that wreck, as you leave her when you've loaded those lighters? He shouted. There was a long period of silence. Then the man in the fur coat replied, through his hollowed hands, Yes, and blast the fools in Boston who are making me sell. XXVI the Tempest turns ITS card, and one thing which we have to crave is that he may have a watery grave. So we'll heave him down into some dark hole, where the sharks have his body and the devil have his soul. With a big bow wow. Tow row row. Palda rida redo day. Boston. After the man in the fur coat had placed a hastily executed bill of sale in Mayo's hands, he frankly declared that his interest in the fortune of the wrecked steamer had ceased. The Resolute reports that storm signals are displayed. I'll simply make sure of what I've got. I'll play the game as those quitters in Boston seem to want me to play it. The tugs, departing with their tows, squalled salutes to the little schooner hove to under the counter of the _Conemo_. Sounds like they was making fun of us, growled Candage. He scowled into the gray skies and across the lonely sea. Mayo, too, sensed a derisive note in the whistle toots. Depression had promptly followed the excitement that had spurred him into this venture. The crackle of the legal paper in his reefer pocket only accentuated his gloom. That paper seemed to represent so little now. It was not merely his own gamble he had drawn into a desperate undertaking men who could not afford to lose. They had put all their little prosperity in jeopardy. There were women and children ashore to consider. He and his fellows now owned that great steamer which loomed there under the brooding heavens. But it was a precarious possession. The loss of her now would mean not merely the loss of all their little hoards, it would mean the loss of hope, and the sacrifice of expectations, and the regret of men who have failed in a big task. He realized how stinging would be defeat, for he was building the prospects of his future upon winning in this thing. Hope almost failed to reassure him as he gazed first at the departing lighters and then at the ice-panoplied hulk on Razy. Surely no pauper ever had a more unwieldy elephant on his hands, without a wisp of hay in sight for food. He had seen wrecking operations. Money, men, and gigantic equipment often failed to win. Technical skill and expert knowledge were required. He did not know what an examination of her hull would reveal. He had bought his boys' swap jackknife sight denied. He confessed to himself that even the pittance they had gambled on this hazard had been spent with the recklessness of folly, considering that they had spent their all. They had nothing left to operate with. It was like a man tying his hands behind him before he jumped overboard. Oh, that was a lonely sea. It was gray and surly and ominous. Black smoke from the distant tugs waved dismal farewell. A chill wind had begun to harp through the cordage of the little schooner, the moan far-flung, mystic, a voice from nowhere that presages the tempest crooned in his ears. "I can smell something in this weather that's worse than scorched-on hasty pudding," stated Captain Candage. "I don't know just how you feel, sir, but if a feller should ride up here in a hearse about now and want my option on her for what I paid, I believe I'd dicker with him before we come to blows." "I can't blame you," confessed the young man. "This seems to be another case of, now that we've got it, what the devil shall we do with it? Let's pile ashore on the trail of them lighters and dicker it, and be sensible," advised his associate. "I feel as if I owned a share in old Popocatépetl or whatever that mountain is and had been ordered to move it in a shawl strap." Mayo surveyed their newly acquired property through the advancing dusk. "I believe I know a feller we can unload onto," persisted Candage. "He has done some wrecking and is a reckless cuss." "Look here," snapped his associate, "we'll settle one point right now, sir. I'm not hurrahing over this prospect, not at all. But I'm in it, and I'm going to stick on my original plan. I don't want anybody in with me who is going to keep looking back and whining. If everything goes by the board, you won't hear a whicker out of me. If you want to quit now, Captain Candage, go ahead, and I'll mortgage my future to pay back what you have risked. Now what do you say?" "Why, I say you're talking just the way I like to hear a man talk," declared the skipper stoutly. "I'll be cursed if I like to go into a thing with any half-hearted feller. You're my kind, and after this you'll find me your kind." He turned and shouted commands. "Get in mainsail, close reef foresail, and let her ride with that and Jumbo." "That's the idea," commended Mayo. "The Atlantic Ocean is getting ready to deal a hand in this game. We have got to stick close if we're going to see what cards we draw. A fishing schooner, if well handled, is a veritable stormy petrel in riding out a blow." Even the ominous signs of tempest did not daunt the two captains. They were there to guard their property and to have their hopes or their fears realized. "If the _Conimo_ has got her grit with her and lives through it," said Captain Candage, "we'll be here to give her 3 cheers when it's over. And if she goes down, we'll be on deck to flap her a farewell." In that spirit, they snugged everything on board the schooner and prepared to defy the storm. It came in the night, with a howl of blast and a fusillade of sleet like birdshot. It stamped upon the throbbing sea and made tumult in water and air. At midnight they were wallowing, with only a forestaysail that was iced to the hardness of boilerplate. But though the vast surges flung their mighty arms in efforts to grasp the schooner, she dodged and danced on her nimble way and frustrated their malignity. Her men did not sleep. They thawed themselves in relays and swarmed on deck again. Each seemed to be animated by personal and vital interest. "You can't buy crews like this one with wages," observed Captain Candage, icicled beard close to Mayo's ear. "I reckon it was about as my Polly said you cast bread on the waters when you took their part on hue and cry." The young man, clinging to a cleat and watching the struggles of their craft, waved a mittened hand to signify that he agreed. In that riot of tempest and ruck of sea he was straining his eyes, trying to get a glimpse of the hulk on Razy. But the schooner had worked her way too far off to the west, pressed to leeward by the relentless palm of the storm. Then at last came morning, an opaque dawn that was shrouded with swirling snow, and all was hidden from their eyes except the tumbling mountains of water which swept to them, threatened to engulf them, and then melted under their keel. The captains could only guess at the extent of their drift, but when the wind quieted after midday, and they were able to get sail on the schooner, they were in no doubt as to the direction in which the steamer must lie. They began their sloshing ratch back to east. Mayo braved nipping wind and iced rigging and took the Glass to the main crosstrees. He remained there though he was chilled through and through. At last, near the horizon's rim, he spied a yeasty tumult of the sea, marking some obstruction at which the waves were tussling. In the midst of this white welter there was a shape that was almost spectral under the gray skies. The little schooner pitched so ferociously that only occasionally could he bring this object into the range of the Glass. But he made sure at last. He clutched the Glass and tobogganed to deck down the slippery shrouds. "She's there, Captain Candage," he shouted. The teeth of old Raisy are still biting. They were back to her again before the early night descended. She was iced to the main truck, and the spray had deposited hillocks of ice on her deck, weighting her down upon the ledges which had pinioned her. But in spite of the battering she had received, her position had not changed. They circled her, the midget of a schooner seeming pitifully inadequate to cope with this monster craft. "Well," sighed Captain Candage, "thank the Lord she's still here. Our work is cut out for us now, whatever it is we can do with her. They say a mouse set a lion loose once by gnawing his ropes. It looks to me as if we're going to have some blasted slow gnawing here." They lay by her that night in a quieting sea, and spent wakeful hours in the cabin, struggling rather helplessly with schemes. "Of course, it's comforting to find her here and to know that the Atlantic Ocean will have to get more muscle to move her," said Candage. "And then again, it ain't so darnation comforting. Looks to me as if she's stuck there so solid that you couldn't joggle her off if you hove the moon at her. I reckon my hope has been what yours has been. Mayo salvage her whole instead of junking her. I'm a sailor, not a junkman. I'd almost rather let my money go, Captain Candage, than be a party to smashing up that new steamer into old iron. She has fooled the guessers by sticking where she is. It has been my hope from the first that she can be floated. She is not a rusted old iron rattletrap. Of course, she's got a hole in her, and we can see now that she's planted mighty solid. But she is sound and tight, I'll wager, in all her parts except where that wound is. I suppose most men who came along here now would guess that she can't be got off whole. I'm going into this thing and try to fool those guessers, too. That's the only real gamble," agreed the skipper. "We'd only make day's wages by carving her into a junk pile. A scrap heap ain't worth much except as old iron at half a cent a pound, but a new steamer like that is worth $200,000, by gory. If she's afloat. Well, we've got to do something besides lay to here and look at her lines. In the first place, I want to know what's the matter with her, about how much of a hole she has got. Our eyes ought to tell us a little something." And on that errand Mayo departed the next morning after breakfast. Only a sailor, young, alert, and bold, could have scaled the side of the steamer in that weather. Her ladder was in place, but nothing much except an exaggerated icicle. But it was on the lee side of her, and his dory was fairly well protected from the rush of the seas. With his hatchet he hacked foothold on the ladder, left his men in the dory, and notched his perilous way to the deck. The forehatch was open, just as the hastily departing salvagers had left it. He went below, down the frosted iron ladder. He was fronted with a cheerless aspect. Cargo and water hid what damage she had suffered. The fat man had secured most of the cargo that the water had not ruined. He climbed back on deck and explored amidships and aft. Her engine room was partially flooded, for her forepeak was propped on the higher part of the reef, and water had settled aft. Her crew's quarters were above the main deck, as is the case with most cargo carriers of the newer type. He found plenty of tinned food in the steward's domains, coal in Ty Galley bunker, and there was bedding in the officers' staterooms. Mayo scrambled back to his dory and went aboard the schooner. He reported his findings. "And here's the only sensible plan for the present, Captain Candage. I'll take 2 men and a dory and go aboard and guard our property. Somebody must stay here, and I don't want you to take the chances on that wreck. You've got a daughter. You probably know more of the shipyard crowd in Limeport than I do. That's the nearest city, and I believe that when you report that the _Konamo_ is holding after this storm, you can hire some equipment on credit and borrow some money. I swear I'll do my best. I know a lot of waterfront folks, and I've always paid my bills. We need stuff for the whole wrecking game engine, pumps, and all the rest. You go and scout on shore and capture a few men and bring 'em out here to look our prospect over. Offer MLA? No, sir. We'll make this a close corporation. I don't propose to let a lot of land sharks in here to manipulate us out of what's our own. It's our gamble, and we want what's coming out of it. Go ashore and see what you can do on prices and terms. Don't close anything till you and I have conferred. I'll have a schedule of needs made up by the time you're back. Half an hour later, he was located on the wreck with the two men he had selected as his companions. They carried tackle with them, with which they hoisted after them their dory, their main bower in case of emergency. And the sea which Mayo surveyed was more lonely than ever, for the _Ethel and May _ was standing off across the heaving surface toward the main, and the hulk was left alone in the expanse of ocean. He felt very much of a pygmy and very helpless as he scrambled about over the icy decks. He remembered that faith can move mountains, but he was as yet unable to determine just what power would be able to move that steamer, into whose vitals the reef of Razy had poked its teeth. At 8 bells, midnight, Mayo turned out of his berth, for he heard something that interested him. It was a soft pattering, a gentle swishing. As a mariner, he knew how sudden can be meteorological changes on the coast in winter. When the north winds have raged and howled and have blown themselves out, spitting sleet and snow, the gentler south winds have their innings and bear balmier moisture from the Gulf Stream. He poked his head out and felt a soft air and warm rain. He had been hoping and half expecting that a change of weather would bring this condition known as a January thaw. He went back to his bunk, much comforted. A bright sun awoke him. Clear skies had succeeded the rain. All was dripping and melting. Chunks of ice were dropping from the steamer's stubby masts, and her scuppers were beginning to discharge water from the softening mass on her deck. He and his little crew ate breakfast with great good cheer, then secured axes from the steamer's toolhouse and began to chop watercourses in the ice. A benignant sun in a cloudless sky had enlisted himself as a member of the wrecking crew on Razy Reef. That weather would soon clear the _Konamo_ of her sheathing. This was a cheerful prospect, because rigging and deck equipment of various kinds would be released. The steamer began to look like a less discouraging proposition. She was no longer the icicle that had put a chill into underwriters and bidders. Mayo lost the somberness that had weighed upon him. The sea did not seem so lonely and so threatening. He felt that he could show something tangible and hopeful to the parties whom Captain Candage might be able to solicit. When he saw a tug approaching in the afternoon, his optimism suggested that it brought the skipper and his party. His own hopes were so high now that he felt that men with equipment and money would be eager to loan it to parties who possessed such excellent prospects. In this fashion, he translated this apparent haste to get to the reef. But it was not Captain Candage who hailed him when the tug eased herself against the ladder, her screw churning the sea in reverse. A stranger came out of the pilot-house of the _Resolute _, carrying a big leather suitcase. He was plainly the passenger who had chartered her. A deckhand tossed a cast line to the steamer's deck, and Mayo promptly threw it back. "You can't come aboard." "Who says so?" "I say so. I have a bill of sale of her in my pocket." "I don't recognize it." "The law will have something to say about that later." "I don't care what the law may say later. I'm talking right now. We own this steamer. What are you here for?" "I left quite a lot of little personal belongings on her. I went away in a hurry. I want to come aboard with this valise and get 'em. They must be pretty valuable belongings, seeing that you've chartered a tug to come out here. A fellow's own property means more to him than it does to anybody else. Now that I've gone to all this expense, you ain't mean enough for you to keep me off? This is between sailors." "Who are you?" The man hesitated. "Well, if I've got to be introduced, I'll say my name is Simpson. I have been second officer aboard there. You're not here with any legal papers, Yuri, not trying any trick to get possession, are you?" "Take all in hearing to witness that I ain't. I'll pick up my stuff and leave in 10 minutes. Come aboard, then. The man set down his suitcase and hitched a heave line to the handle. He coiled the line and handed it to a deckhand. Throw that to me when I'm on deck, he ordered. Then he came up the ladder. Heave, and I'll hoist up the bag, suggested Mayo at the rail. Wait till I get there, barked the visitor, still climbing. He caught the line after he had reached the rail and pulled up the case with some effort and great care. Look here, that bag isn't empty, said Mayo. Who said it was? I'm carrying around in it all I own in the world. I'm starting for New York as soon as this tug sets me ashore. He picked up the case and started for the officers' quarters. Mayo went along too. You afraid I'm going to steal her engine out of her? The few little things of mine I'm after were hidden away, and that's how I forgot 'em. Now don't insult me by following me around as if I was a thief. I don't know just what you are, muttered the young man. There's something that looks mighty phony about this, but I haven't got you sized up just yet. I'll go back right now. I supposed I was asking a favor of a gentleman and a brother officer. He started on his return to the ladder. Go get your stuff, commanded Mayo. If your business here is all your own, I don't want to spy on you. He went back to question the captain of the tug for information in regard to the _Ethel and May _. She's in Limeport, reported the captain, elbows on his windowsill. Came past her in the inner harbor this morning. You've bit off quite a chunk here, haven't you? We all thought the storm had sluiced her. Made quite a stir up and down the waterfront when old Candage blew along and reported that she had lived it out. Reckon some of the panic boys are talking in another key about the prospects out here, about now, aren't they? Ain't so sure about that, sir, stated the towboat man, loafing into an easier attitude. Isn't there a feeling on shore that we are likely to make good on this proposition? There was solicitude in Mayo's voice. He was acutely anxious. On the sentiment ashore depended Captain Candage's success. Can't say that I hear of any. But the talk must. There ain't very much talk not now. It's generally reckoned that this packet is a gone goose and folks are talking about something else. But she is upright and fast. She is. The towboat man was not enough interested to listen to statements concerning the _Conomo's condition. Look-a here, son, he broke in. Do you think for a minute that this thing wouldn't have been grabbed up by the real people if there had been any show of a make? I know there isn't a show. How do you know? Demanded Mayo, with indignation. Haven't I been talking with the representative of one of the biggest salvaging companies on the Atlantic coast? He's there in Limeport now, was aboard my tug this morning. How does he know? Well, he does know. That's his business. And everybody in Limeport knows what he has said. He hasn't been bashful about expressing his opinion. Mayo leaned over the rail, a baleful light in his eyes indicating what his own opinions regarding this unknown detractor were, just then. I'd like to know who this Lord Guesto is barking behind honest men's backs. Mr. Fogg. That's him. Seems to know his business. Fogg. Exactly. That's his great word, explained the other, grinning. Some chap, too, with cigars and language. By the gods, now I know who chartered this tug, he shouted. What kind of a fool am I getting to be? He turned and ran toward the officers' quarters. He leaped into the main passageway and explored headlong the staterooms. There was no sign of his visitor. At that moment, in the tumult of his thoughts, he had only a glimmering of an idea as to what might be the motive of the man's visit. But he was certain now that a wretch who had deliberately wrecked a rival steamer, if Candage's suspicions were correct, would do almost anything else for money. A narrow companionway with brass rails led below to the crew's quarters. Mayo, coming to the head of it, saw the man hurrying to its foot. The captain grasped the rails and slid down with one swoop. What in the devil's name are you doing? He gasped. The intruder grabbed him and threw him to one side and started up the companionway. He had dropped the suitcase to seize Mayo, and it bounced in a way to show that it was empty. Mayo leaped and grasped the other's legs as he was mounting. The man kicked him ferociously in the breast before the attacker managed to pinion the legs in his arms. They went down together, rolling over and over. The stranger was stocky and strong, his muscles toughened by a sailor's activities. Moreover, he seemed to be animated by something more than a mere grudge or desire to defend himself. He fought with frenzy, beating his fists into Mayo's face and sides as they rolled. Then he began to shout. He fairly screamed, struggling to release himself. But his assailant was just as tough and just as desperate, and he had a younger man's superior agility. The other had forced the fight. Mayo proposed to hang to him until he discovered the meaning of this peculiar ferocity. He flipped across his prisoner, clutched him by both ears, and rapped the man's head so smartly on the deck planks that his victim relaxed, half unconscious. Then he opened staring eyes. "Let me go. Let me go. I quit. Run for it. Let me run. We're goners," he squalled. "Run? Why?" demanded the victor. "Dynamite. I've planted it. The fuse is going. Where is it? Below somewhere. I forgot. I can't remember. My mind is gone. I'm too scared to think. Run." Mayo jumped up and yanked the man to his feet. "Take me to it," he shouted. "There ain't time. I guessed at the fuse it may burn quicker than I reckoned." The young man drove his fist into the other's face and knocked him down. Then he jerked him upright again. "Take me where you've planted that dynamite, or we'll stay here and go up together. And now you know I mean what I say." The last blow had cowed his man. He raised his fist again. The visitor leaped away from him and ran along the lower deck, Mayo at his heels. He led the way aft. In the gloom of between decks there gleamed a red spark. Mayo rushed to it, whipped off his cap, and snuffed the baleful glow. When he was sure that the fuse was dead, he heard his man scrambling up the companion ladder. He pursued and caught the quarry as he gained the upper deck, and buffeted the man about the ears and forced him into a stateroom. "This means state prison for you. You were guilty of barratry before, and you know it. How did you dare to try this last trick?" "I had my orders." "Orders from what man?" "No matter. You needn't ask. I won't tell." The stranger was sullen and had recovered some of his assurance now that his fear of the dynamite was removed. "You're a lunatic. You ought to have known you couldn't pull off a thing of this kind." "I don't know about that. It was working pretty slick. If she had split and gone off these ledges, you couldn't have proved anything special. I've got good backing. You better let me go." Mayo glared at him, deprived of speech by this effrontery. "You'd better come over with the big fellows," advised the man. "I can tell you right now that every hole in Limeport has been plugged against you. You can't hire equipment there or get a cent's credit. It has all been nicely attended to. You're here fooling with a dead duck. You'd be better off if that dynamite had been let alone to split her." The entire uselessness of words in a situation like this, the inadequacy of speech to meet such brazen boldness, checked Mayo's oath-peppered anathema. He pulled the key from the stateroom door and menaced the prisoner with his fist when the man started to follow him out. "You don't dare to keep me aboard here. Take warning by what they have already done to you, Mayo." "I'm sure of my backing." "You'll have a chance to use it," retorted the young man. He dodged out and locked the stateroom door. "Your passenger is not going back with you, sir," he called down over the rail to the towboat captain. "I take my orders from him. You're taking them from me now. Cast off." "Look here, I mean what I say, sir. That man you brought out here is going to stay till I can put him into the hands of the police." "What has he done?" "The less you know about the matter, the better it will be for yourself and your boat. You tell the man who chartered your tug, you have him aboard there." Mayo looked straight into the towboat man's eyes. "You tell Mr. Fogg, who chartered your tug, that I have his man under lock and key, and that the more riot he starts over the matter the better I will be satisfied. And don't bring any more passengers out here unless they are police officers." Then he roared in his master mariner tones, "Cast off your lines, sir. You know what the Admiralty law is." The captain nodded, closed his pilot-house window, and clanged his bell. Mayo knew by his mystified air that he was not wholly in the confidence of his passenger and his employer. This bungling, barefaced attempt to destroy the steamer touched Mayo's pride as deeply as it stirred his wrath. Fogg evidently viewed the pretensions of the new ownership with contempt. He must have belief in his own power to ruin and to escape consequences, pondered the young man. He had put Mayo and his humble associates on the plane of the ordinary piratical wreckers of the coastmen who grabbed without law or right, who must be prepared to fight other pirates of the same ilk, and whose affairs could have no standing in a court of law. Even more disquieting were the statements that the avenues of credit ashore had been closed. Malicious assertions could ruin the project more effectually than could dynamite. But now that the _Conemo_ had withstood the battering of a gale and bulked large on the reef, a visible pledge of value, it did seem that Captain Candage must be able to find somebody who would back them. For 2 days Mayo waited with much impatience, he and his men doing such preliminary work as offered itself. He expected that Fogg would send a relief expedition, but his apprehensions bore no fruit. His prisoner was sourly reticent, and by the few words he did drop seemed to console himself with the certainty that retribution awaited Mayo. On the 3rd day came the schooner. She came listlessly, under a light wind, and her limp sails seemed to express discouragement and disappointment. Mayo, gazing across to her as she approached, received that impression, in spite of his hopes. He got a glimpse of Captain Candage's face as he came to the steamer's side in his dory, and his fears were confirmed. "'Tain't no use," was the skipper's laconic report as he swung up the ladder. "You mean to say you didn't get a rise out of anybody?" "Nothing doing nowhere. There's a fat man named Fogg in Limeport, and he is spreading talk that we ain't got law or prospects. Got a few men to listen to me, but they shooed me off when they found that we wouldn't take 'em in and give 'em all the profits. Went to McCoy and tried to get Deacon Rowley into the thing, and when I go and beg favors of Deacon Rowley, you can imagine how desperate I am. He's a cash-down fellow, you have found that out. But couldn't you show him that this is the best gamble on the coast? He ain't a gambler, he's a sure-thing operator. And when he knew that we had put in all our cash, he threatened to take the schooner away from us unless we go back to fishing and be sensible, that's the way he put it. So then him and me had that postponed row. But look at her," pleaded Mayo, waving his hand, "ice off her, sound in all her rivets after her beating. If we could get the right men out here now, I ain't confident, myself, no more," stated Captain Candage, running an eye of disfavor over their property. "If you get out here away from level-headed businessmen and dream about what might happen, you can fool yourself. I can see how it is with you. But I've been ashore, and I've got it put to me good and plenty. I did think of one way of getting some money, but I come to my senses and give it up. Getting money how? No matter. I'd cut off both hands before I'd let them hands take that money for a desperate thing like this. Let's sell her for scrap to the first man who'll take her and then mind our own business and go fishing. Will you take your turn aboard here and let me go ashore? There ain't no sense in us wasting more time. I've done my trick here, Captain Candage, and it has been a good one. I only ask you to take your trick as a shipmate should. Keep a dozen of the men here with you. There's plenty of grub. Stand off all comers till I get back. What are you going to do? Make a man's try, sir, before I let 'em dump us. We can always go fishing. But there's only one _Conemo_. I'll stay. It's only fair to you to have your chance ashore. And I've got an almighty good rifle aboard that schooner, stated the skipper. Send it to me by one of the men. You may need it, stated Captain Mayo, with grim set to his jaw. You come with me. I want to show you a bird that flew aboard here the other day. Outside the stateroom door he halted Captain Candage, who was following on his heels, taking Mayo's statement literally and showing only mild interest. Captain Candage, your man, Art Simpson, is in this stateroom. He came out here on a tug with a bag of dynamite and intended to blow up this wreck. Godamighty, ain't they going to stop at anything, croaked the old skipper. It's about time for us to find out how much of this is reckless devilishness on the part of hired men and how much the big men really know of what is being done on this coast, sir. And that's why I'm holding this man Simpson. Let me at him, pleaded Candage. I'll crack his shell for him. I'll get at his meat. Mayo unlocked the door and walked in. Simpson, you, bawled the old skipper, and then halted in confusion, his mouth wide open. This ain't Art Simpson, he declared, after a mazed survey of the glowering stranger. Who be ye? None of your infernal business. When you do know who I am, you'll discover that you have a tough proposition on your hands. We realize that already, without knowing your name, retorted Mayo. I'm not worrying, it's for you to do the worrying. I have given you your warning. Now take what's coming to you from the men who are behind me. What's your name? That's what I've asked you, demanded Candage. None of your business, that's what I have told you. We'll get some light on that subject after I have you on shore, said Mayo. Come on. You're going. Sooner the better, agreed the stranger. I'll relish seeing you get yours. Mayo wasted no time. He sent his prisoner down the ladder to the dory ahead of him and put out his hand to the old skipper. If I can't do better, I'll take that devil, whoever he is, by the heels and bat out the brains of the other pirates. I reckon that they'll back down when they see that you've caught him foul, stated the skipper consolingly. I've got a lot of confidence in your grit, sir. But I must say it's a terrible tricky gang we're up against, so it seems to me. This may be just the right string for us to pull, returned Mayo. There's no pleading with them, but we may be able to scare 'em. I'm afraid I'm too much inclined to look on the dark side, confessed Captain Candage. You're going to find 'em all egging ye ashore, sir. But the last words my Polly tells me to say to you is to keep up your courage and not to mind my growling. She thinks we have got a sure thing here, and that shows how little a girl knows about men's work. And yet, that one little message of good cheer from the main so comforted Mayo that he went on his way with the whimsical thought that girls who knew just the right time to give a pat and bestow a smile did understand man's work mighty well. 18 girls help and man's work, we know the tricks of wind and tide that make and mean disaster, and balk 'em, too, the wren and me, off on the old man's pasture. Day out and in the Blackfish there go wobbling out and under, and nights we watch the coasters creep from light to light in yonder. The skipper. It was the period of January calms, that lull between the tempest ravings of the equinoxes, and the Ethel and May made slow time of it on her return to the main. In Mayo's mood of anxious impatience, hope in his affairs was as baffling as the winds in the little schooner's sails. His passenger sat on the rail and gave the pacing captain occasional glances, in which irony and sullenness were mingled. So you're going to put me into court, he inquired, when at last they drifted past the end of the breakwater at Limeport. Well, that will give you a good excuse for throwing up your work on that wreck. Mayo kept on walking and did not reply. He had been pondering on the question of what to do with this new elephant on his hands. In a way, this stranger was an unwieldy proposition to handle in conjunction with the problem of the _Conomo_. Just understand that I don't give a hoot in a scuttlebutt if you do turn me over to the police, pursued the man. I'm going to be taken care of. So will you. You'll be tied up. Courts like to have chief witnesses attend strictly to the job. The young man had only a sailor's vague knowledge of the procedure of courts of law, but that knowledge and considerable hearsay had convinced him that law was lagging, exacting, and overbearing. All his time, his best efforts, his presence were needed in the gigantic task he had undertaken at Raisy. To allow himself to be mired in a law scrape together with this person, even in criminal prosecution of the man, surely meant delay, along with repeated interruption of his work, if not its abandonment for a time. "Where's your boss?" he demanded, stopping in front of the prisoner. "Name, please. Don't try to bluff me." "Fogg, I mean. You'll probably find Mr. Fogg at the Nicholas Hotel. I'm going to walk you up there. If you try to run away, run your Aunt Huldah. Piff, son. Now you're showing sense. Take me to Mr. Fogg. You'll be shown a few things." They had no difficulty in finding Mr. Fogg. He was in front of the fire in the office of the Nicholas, toasting his back and warming his slowly fanning palms, and talking to a group of men. He affected non-recognition of Mayo when the young man asked, brusquely, if he might see him in private. "Certainly, sir." "And your friend?" "Yes." The stranger, following up the stairs with Mayo, nudged his companion. "He's a wonder." "And your friend?" he quoted with a chuckle. "No coarse work about that." Mayo had firmly decided in his mind that his present business was the only matter he would discuss with Fletcher Fogg. Even though the just wrath of an innocent man, ruined and persecuted, prompted him to assail this smug trickster with tongue, and even with fists, he bound himself by mental promise to wait until he had proofs other than vague words and his own convictions. And now invited Fogg, when he had closed the door of his room, waiting till his callers had entered. "Yes, _now, _" blurted Captain Mayo. Not underscore then underscore, Mr. Fogg. We'll have that settled later, when I make you pay for what you did to me. This man here, you know him, of course. He tried to dynamite the underscore Konamo underscore. I caught him in the act. He is your man. He has made his boasts that he would be protected. Mr. Fogg turned a cold stare upon the man's appreciative grin. I never saw this person before, sir. I know better. Mayo leaped to a conclusion and bluffed. I can prove by men here in this city that you have been talking with him. He may have been one of the persons who came to me asking for work on the wreck, providing my concern decided to salvage. But we concluded not to undertake the work, and I paid no attention to him. As far as any memory of mine is concerned, I never saw him before, I say. You don't represent any salvage company, insisted Mayo. You have come here to interfere with anybody who tries to salvage that steamer. What is your business with me, sir? Get somewhere. I have come to show you this man. If you'll keep your hands off my affairs, shut your mouth, and stop telling men here that the plan to salvage is hopeless, I'll turn this man over to you. You know what I ought to do to you right here and now, Fogg, he cried savagely. But I'm not going to bother, not now. I'm here to trade with you on this one matter. I'm not interested. Then I shall take this man to the police station and lodge my complaint. When criminal prosecution starts, you'll see what happens to you. Go as far as you like, consented Mr. Fogg, listlessly. You can't make me responsible for the acts of a person I don't know from Adam. Is that your last word? Of course it is, snapped the promoter. You must be a lunatic to think anything else. Very well. May I use your telephone to call the police? Certainly. Mr. Fogg lighted a cigar and picked up a newspaper. Just a moment before you use that phone, objected the third member of the party. I want an understanding. You please step out of the room, Mayo. Stay where you are, commanded Fogg. I'll give no chance for any underhand work. He scowled when the prisoner winked at him. This looks to me like a put-up job between you two. There's nothing put up between us, declared the man. There'd better be something put up between underscore you underscore two. The thing can go about so far where I'm concerned, and no farther. I want an understanding, I say. Fogg slapped open the pages of his newspaper. I have made my talk, said Mayo. By gad, I'm not going to jail, not for anybody. Fogg removed his eyeglasses and gave the man a full, unblinking stare. Did you try to dynamite that wreck? Is that orders to talk right out? Orders? I don't know what you mean, sir. I have asked you a plain question. And you want an answer? Naturally. What I tried to do didn't work, he was too quick for me. There, now, get together. He has made you a fair offer, Mr. Fogg. There's no need of my going to jail. I won't go. You ought to go, for what you did, commented Fogg dryly. No, for what he didn't do from your standpoint, suggested Captain Mayo. And you have been boasting, eh? Fogg kept up his disconcerting stare, with fishy eyes. I ain't going to let men walk over me and wipe their feet on me when I'm obeying orders. Orders from whom, sir? Condemn it all, orders from men who can protect me by saying one word. I ain't going to stand all this riddle-cumry business. Flat down, now, Mr. Fogg, what say? Not a word. If what this fellow says is true, you ought to be in jail. The advice is good. He'll be there very soon, declared Mayo, starting for the telephone. Fogg replaced his eyeglasses and began to read. I'm ready to blow up, warned the man. He hurried across the room and guarded the telephone with outspread arms. Both of you will be sorry if the police are called, he cried. To Mayo, who was close to him, he mumbled, damn him, if he dumps me like this you're going to be the winner. There was so much reality in the man's rancor that Mayo was impressed and seized upon the idea which came to him. We'll test your friend, he whispered, clutching the man and making pretense of a struggle. I'll fake a call. Keep wrestling. Fogg gave only indifferent attention to the affair in the corner of the room. With one hand holding down the receiver arm, Mayo called. He was pushed about violently, but managed to say, Desk? Call police to hotel lobby at once. Mr. Fogg, pleaded the man, giving Mayo an understanding nudge with his elbow, ain't you going to give me a chance for a private talk? If you ever speak to me or try to see me again, I'll have you arrested. But you're dumping me. Get out of this room, both of you. I don't want the police up here. Mayo clapped hand on his prisoner's shoulder and pushed him out. Go downstairs slow, protested the man. He is bound to come out and call me back. He's got to. He doesn't dare to dump me. He dares to do anything, stated Mayo, bitterly, including what he did to me and the _Montana_. I suppose you read about it, everybody else did. They walked leisurely, but Mr. Fogg's door remained closed. They waited in the office of the hotel. He did not appear. By Judas, rasped the man, another 2-spot torn up and thrown into the discard along with you. And I helped do it to you. I'm coming. Across Mayo. That telephone business was a mighty friendly trick to help me force him. I appreciate it. I was on board the _Montana_ that night you and she got yours. My name is Burkett Oliver. I was there, though you didn't see me. I heard you were there, afterward, stated Captain Mayo, grimly. Captain Wass mentioned you. And probably didn't give me much of a reputation. I can't help that. You needn't put one bit more trust in me, Captain Mayo, than you want to. I don't ask you to have any respect for me. But I want to tell you that when a man promises to back me and then turns round and dumps me so as to cover his own tracks, he will get his if I'm able to hand it to him. I'm generally dirty. I'm especially dirty in a case like that. If you show me any favors, Mr. Burkett, I suppose I'll have to depend on your spite against Fogg instead of your affection for me. You see, I'm perfectly frank. But I have been fooled too much to place any trust in anybody. I don't ask you to trust me. I know how the _Montana_ job was done. I'm not going to tell you right now. I'm going to make sure that I have been thrown down by Fogg. And if he means it, I'm going to use you so that I can get back at him, no matter how much it helps you. I can be pretty frank myself, you understand. They were silent and looked at each other. Well, inquired Burkett sourly. Well, what? Asked Mayo, with as little show of liking. What about this police business about your complaint against me? I'm not going to say anything about the case. You're free as far as I'm concerned. I am ashore here to make a raise of money or credit. I can't spend any time in court, bothering with you. I reckon you got your satisfaction out of that beating up you gave me. I rather began to like you after that, said Burkett, pulling one corner of his mouth into a grin that was a grimace. I'm going to stay at this hotel. Fogg will see that our affair just now was a bluff. He will have you into camp once more. You've got to take your chances on it, Mayo. What do you say? I'll take my chances. By gad. Sir, you're a square chap, and I'm not meeting many of that sort in these days. Let this thing hang. Before you leave the city, slip word to me here. I'll tell you the news. With that understanding they parted. 3 days later, acknowledging to himself that he was a thoroughly beaten young man, Mayo walked into the Nicholas Hotel. He had been unable to secure either encouragement, money, or credit. There were parties who would back him in any attempt to junk the _Conomo_, but his proposition to raise her with the aid of the tribe of hue and cry made his project look like a huge joke and stirred hearty amusement all along the waterfront. Everywhere he found proof of Fogg's neat work of discouragement. If a real salvaging company had turned the scheme down as impracticable, how could penniless amateurs hope? It was conceded in business and financial circles that they hoped because they were amateurs. Mayo's outlook on his own strictly personal affairs was as dismal as his view of the Razy project in which his associates were concerned. He went to the hotel merely because he had promised Burkett that he would notify that modern buccaneer regarding any intended departure. He despondently reflected that if Fogg and Burkett had agreed again, the combination against him still existed. If they were persistently on the outs, Burkett was merely a discredited agent whose word, without proofs, could be as easily brushed away as his connection with Fogg in the matter of the _Conomo_. In fact, so Mayo pondered, he might find association with Burkett dangerous, because demands for consideration can be twisted into semblance of blackmail by able lawyers. He entertained so few hopes in regard to any assistance from Burkett that he was rather relieved to discover that the man was no longer a guest at the hotel. Has he left town? I suppose there's no secret about the thing, explained the clerk. Mr. Fogg had the man arrested yesterday for threatening words and actions. Something of that sort. Anyway, he is in jail and must give bonds to keep the peace. Mayo's flagging interest in the possibilities of Burkett as an aide in his affairs was a bit quickened by that piece of news, and he hurried up to the jail. If ever a captured and fractious bird of passage was beating wings against his cage's bars in fury and despair, Mr. Burkett was doing it with vigor. Mayo, admitted as a friend who might aid in quelling the disturbance that was making the deafened jailers and noise-maddened prisoners regret the presence of Mr. Burkett, found the man clinging to the iron rods and kicking his foot against them. "It's the last thing he did before he left town, this what he has done to me. I can't give bonds. I don't know anybody in this city," raved the prisoner. "I'm afraid that I don't know the folks here very well, judging from my experiences trying to raise money," stated Captain Mayo, after he had quieted Burkett. "But I'll go out and see what I can do." After some pleading, he induced a fish wholesaler to go to the jail with him and inspect Burkett as a risk in the matter of bonds. Mr. Burkett, being a man of guile, controlled his wrath and offered a presentable guise of mildness. "But how am I going to know that he won't be hunting this enemy up as soon as I give bonds?" asked the fishman. "Captain Mayo is tackling a job of wrecking off Ghost," said Burkett, "and I'm out of work just now and will go with him. I'll be a safe risk, all right, out there. Does that go with you, Captain Mayo?" "Yes, sir." After the matter of bonds had been arranged before the commissioner, and when Burkett walked down the street with Mayo, the latter stopped on a corner. "I'll have to leave you here, Burkett. I'm going aboard the schooner. We're sailing. But how about your taking me?" "I was willing to help you lie that much, Burkett. I knew you did not intend to go with me. I don't want to put you in bad with anybody after this, Captain Mayo. I need to keep away for a time where I won't be in danger of seeing Fletcher Fogg. If I meet him while I'm frothing like this, I'll kill him, even if it means the chair. Give me a lay aboard that steamer, no matter how bad your prospects are, and I'll be square with you. That's my man's word to you. I realize it isn't much of a word in your estimation, but there are some promises I can keep. I propose to help you get back at Fogg and his gang. That's reason enough for what I'm doing," he pleaded earnestly. "You ought to see that yourself. I'm just as good a man with machinery as I am in the pilot house. I won't set you back any." "All right, Mr. Burkett, come along," agreed Mayo, curtly, without enthusiasm. There was a fair wind for their departure, and Mayo headed the schooner for Maquoit. The few words which Captain Candidge had dropped in regard to Rowley's state of mind worried Mayo. His little edifice of hope was tottering to a fall, but the loss of the _Ethel and May meant the last push and utter ruin. He decided that he was in honor bound to preserve the schooner for the uses of the men of hue and cry, even if it meant abandonment of the _Conomo and going back to fishing. Without that craft they would be paupers once more. The _Ethel and May sneaked her way into Maquoit harbor if a schooner can be said to sneak. A breeze at nightfall fanned her along, and when her killick went down, the rusty chain groaned querulously from her hawse-hole. Mayo rowed ashore and toiled his way up the little street to the widow's cottage. He was ashamed to meet Polly Candidge, ashamed with the feelings of a strong man who has put out every effort and has failed. But somehow, he wanted to feel that sisterly grip of her hand and look down into those encouraging gray eyes. He remembered that in times past she had soothed and stimulated him. This time he did not come to her expecting to get new courage for further effort. He had exhausted all resources, he told himself. But in his bitter humiliation, he needed the companionship of a true friend. Yes, he felt, almost, that she was now the only friend he had left. His experiences with those whom he had before looked on as friends had made him feel that he stood alone. She came running to him in the little parlor, her hands outstretched and her face alight. He felt at first sight of her, and his face flushed at thought of his weakness, that he wanted to put his head on her shoulder and weep. "You poor boy, things have not been going well," he choked, for the caress in her tones touched his heart. He patted her hands, and she sat down beside him on the old haircloth sofa. "I've had a terrible week of it, Polly." Her sweet smile did not waver. The gray eyes stared straight into his. "I have talked to till my mouth has been parched and my tongue sore, and God knows my heart is sore." All they do is look at me and shake their heads. I thought I had friends alongshore, men who believed in me, men who would take my word and help me. I'll never be fooled again by the fellows who pat you on the back in sunny weather and won't lend you an umbrella when it rains unless you'll leave your watch with M for security. And speaking of the watch, he went on, smiling wistfully, for her mere presence and her unspoken sympathy had begun to cheer him. Reminds me why I'm here in Macoit. Oh yes, he put in, hastily, catching a queer look of disappointment on her face. I did want to see you. I looked forward to seeing you after all the others had turned their backs on me. There's something wonderfully comforting in your face, Polly, when you just look at me. You don't have to say a word. I do thank you, Boyd. I hear that Rowley is getting uneasy about his schooner, wants to take it away from us. So I have sold my watch and all the other bits of personal things I could turn into cash, and am here to give him the money and tell him we're going back to fishing again. You'll give up the steamer? Yes, and hopes and prospects and all. I've got to. But if you could win, I'll stay down where I belong. I won't dream anymore. Don't give up. There's nothing else to do. We poor devils need something besides our bare hands. The girl struggled mightily with her next question, but he did not note her emotions, for his elbows were on his knees, and he was staring at the rag carpet. Will it cost a lot of money for what you want to do on the steamer? We may need a lot before we can do it all. But I have been sitting up nights planning the thing, Polly. I have gone over and over it. When I was on board the steamer waiting for your father, I examined her as best I could. If I had a little money, I could make a start, and after I started, and could show the doubters what could be done, I could raise more money then. I am sure of it. Of course, the first investment is the most dangerous gamble, and that's why everybody is shy. But I believe my scheme would work, though I can't seem to get anybody else to believe it. Will I understand if you'll tell me? I'd get a diver's outfit and material, and build bulkheads in her, both sides of the hole in her bottom. Then I'd have an engine and pumps, and show that I could get the water out of her, or enough of it so that she'd float. But the big hole, you wouldn't mend that? I think we could brace the bulkheads so that we could hold the water out of both ends of her, and let the main hole in her alone. And she wouldn't sink? He was patient with the girl's unwisdom in the ways of the sea. Since you've been here at Macoit, Polly, you have seen the lobster smacks with what they call wells in them. All amidships is full of water, comes in through holes bored in the whole fresh seawater that swashes in and out and keeps the lobsters alive till they get to market. But the vessel is tight at both ends and she floats. Well, that's what I plan to do with Economo. With a few $1,000s, I'm sure I can make enough of a start so I can show and the rest can be done. He promptly lost the bit of enthusiasm he had shown while he was explaining. He began his gloomy survey of the carpet once more. But it's no use. Nobody will listen to a man who wants to borrow money on a wild hope. She was silent a long time and gazed at him, and he did not realize that he was the object of such intent regard. Several times she opened her mouth and seemed about to address him eagerly, for her eyes were brilliant and her cheeks were flushed. I wish I had the money to lend you, she ventured at last. Oh, I wouldn't take it not from a girl, Polly. No, indeed. This is a gamble for men, not an investment for the widow and orphan, he declared, smiling at her. I believe in it, that's because I'm desperate and need to win. It's for a big reason, Polly. She turned her face away and grew pale. She flushed at his next words. The biggest thing in the world to me is getting that steamer off Razy and showing that infernal Marston and all his Long Coast gang that I'm no four-flesher. I've got it in for M. He patted the hands she clasped on her knees, and he did not notice that she was locking her fingers so tightly that they were almost bloodless. He rose and started for the door. I'll go and pacify Rowley tonight and be ready for an early start. Boyd, she pleaded, will you do me a little favor? Most certainly, Polly. Wait till tomorrow morning for your business with Mr. Rowley. Why? He looked at her with considerable surprise. Because you are a bit unstrung and are tired, and you and he might have words, and you might not use your cool judgment if he should be short with you. You know you are a little at odds with all the world just now. She spoke nervously and smiled wistfully. I would be sorry to have you quarrel with Mr. Rowley because, Father is a partner and has already had words with him. Please wait till morning. You must not lose the schooner. I'm too far down and out to dare to quarrel with Rowley, but I'll do as you say, Polly. Good night. You're a good boy to obey a girl's whim. Good night. The moment his foot was off the last step of the porch, she hurried to her room in the cottage and secured a little packet from her portfolio. She heard the thud of his dory oars as she walked down the street. She was glad to know that he was safely out of the way. Rowley's dingy windows shed a dim blur upon the frosty night. It was near time for him to close his store, and when she entered he was turning out the loafers who had been cuddling close to his barrel stove. After a few moments of waiting, the girl was alone with him. No, I don't want to buy anything, Mr. Rowley. I need your help. I ask you to help me to do a good deed. He pulled his spectacles to the end of his nose and stared at her doubtfully and with curiosity. If it's about the schooner, I'd rather do business with menfolks, he said. This is business that only you and I can do, and it must be a secret between us. Will you please glance at this bank book? He licked a thin finger and turned the leaves. Deposit of $5,000 and accrued interest, he observed, resuming his inquisitive inspection of her animated countenance. My mother's sister left me that legacy. It's all my little fortune, sir. I want to loan that money to my father and Captain Mayo. Well, go ahead, if you're fool enough to. I ain't your guardian, assented Deacon Rowley, holding the book out to her. But I advise you to keep your money. I know all about their foolishness. My father wouldn't take it from me and Captain Mayo wouldn't, either. That shows they ain't rogues on top of being fools. But I have faith that they can succeed and make a lot of money if they get a start, she insisted. I see you do not understand, sir, what I need of you. I want you to lend them that money, just as if it came from you. I'll give you the book and a writing, and you can draw it. No, ma'am. Won't you help a girl who needs help so much? You're a Christian man, you say. That's just why I can't lie about this money. I'll have to tell them I'm lending it. You will be lending it. How's that, miss? For your trouble in the matter, I'll let you collect the interest for yourself at 6%. Oh, Deacon Rowley, all you need to do is hand over the money and say you prefer not to talk about it. You're a smart businessman. You'll know what to say without speaking a falsehood. You'll break my heart if you refuse. Think. You're only helping me to help my own father. He has foolish notions about this. You can say you'll let them have it for a year, and you'll get $300 interest for your trouble. I don't believe they'll ever make enough to pay the interest, much less the principal. Give them $5,000 and draw a year's interest for yourself out of my interest that has accrued. Say, how old be you? I'll be 22 in June. Deacon Rowley looked at her calculatingly, fingering his nose. Being of age, you ought to know better, but being of age, you can do what you want to with your own. Do you promise never to let on to anybody about this? I do promise, solemnly. Then you sign some papers when I get M drawn up, and I'll hand M the money. But look-a-here, if I go chasing M with $5,000, I'll have M suspecting that I'm crazy or something worse. It ain't like Rufus Rowley to do a thing of this sort with his money. I know it, she confessed, softening her frank agreement with an ingenuous smile. But Captain Mayo is coming to you tomorrow morning on business about the schooner, and you can put the matter to him in some way. Oh, I know you're so keen and smart you can do it without his suspecting a thing. I don't know whether you're complimenting me or sassing me, miss. But I'll see it through somehow. She signed the papers giving him power of attorney, left her bank book with him, and went away into the night, her face radiant. She threw a happy kiss at the dim anchor light which marked the location of the _Ethel and May _ in the harbor. I am helping you get the girl you love, she said, aloud. She went on toward the widow's cottage. Her head was erect, but there were tears on her cheeks. Zix the toilers of old Razy, hurrah! Hurrah! For Yankee wit! Hurrah! Hurrah! For Cape and grit! It's pluck and dash that's sure to win. The _Hortons _in. The _Hortons _in. Old locality. Polly Candage, covering her emotions with that mask of demureness which nature lends to the weaker sex for their protection, received a tumultuous Mayo next morning in the parlor of the cottage. I don't know how it has happened. I don't understand it, he exploded. I didn't suppose anybody could blast money out of his pocket with dynamite. Your father said it couldn't be done. But Deacon Rowley has loaned us $5,000. Here's his check on the Limeport First National. Only charges 6%. I'm so weak it was all I could do to walk up here. What did he say to explain it? Inquired Polly, with maiden's curiosity in learning to what extent of prevarication a deacon would go in order to make $300. Wouldn't say much of anything. Handed out this check, said my endorsement on it would be enough for a receipt, and said your father, and I could sign a joint note later sometime when he got around to it. Have you heard any rumor that the old fellow is losing his mind? But this check looks good. Well, I think he's been pondering on the matter since father was here. In fact, Deacon Rowley has said a few things to me, said the girl, meeting Mayo's gaze frankly. Not much, of course, but something that hinted he had a lot of confidence in both of you, seeing that you have used him nicely in the other business he has done with you. Sometimes, you know, these hard old Yankees take a liking to somebody and do things all of a sudden. This is sudden, all right enough, stated Mayo, scratching the serrated edge of the check across his palm as if to make sure it was real and not a shadow. Yes, he told me not to mention the note to him till he said something to us about it himself, and to keep quiet about the loan. Didn't want others running to him with their schemes. And if I were in your place, advised the girl, I wouldn't tell father where you got the money, not for a time. You know, he doesn't get along so very well with Deacon Rowley. Old folks sometimes do quarrel so, and he might be worried, thinking the deacon had some scheme behind this. But you don't think that way, do you? I have the money, and he hasn't asked me to sign any papers. There's no comeback there, far as I can see, declared the young man. Now what will you do? Rush for Limeport, hire equipment for I've cash to pay in advance for any leases and get to that wreck and on to my job. Simply tell father you raised the money from a friend. If he is worrying about anything, he doesn't work half as well. I'll ask God to help and bless you every hour in the day. Polly Candidge, cried Mayo, taking her warm, plump hands, there's something about you that has put courage and grit and determination in me ever since you patted my shoulder there in the old Polly. I have been thinking it over a lot. I had time to think when I was out aboard that steamer, waiting. There's only one girl for you to think about, she chided. His face clouded. And it's the kind of thinking that isn't healthy for a man with a normal mind. Thank the Lord, I've got some real work to think about now and the cash to do that work with. He fondled his pocket. She went with him to the wharf, and when the schooner slid to sea behind Hugh and Cry, her white handkerchief gave him final salute and silent Godspeed. Captain Boyd Mayo, back in Limeport once more, was not the cowed, apologetic, pleading suppliant who had solicited the waterfront machinists and shipyard owners a few days before. He proffered no checks for them to look askance at. He pulled a wallet that was plethoric with new yellowbacks. He showed his money often, and with a purpose. He drove sharp bargains while he held it in view. He received offers of credit in places where before he had been denied. Such magic does visible wealth exert in the dealings between men. He did not come across Fletcher Fogg in Limeport, and he was glad of that. Somebody informed him that the magnate had gone back to New York. It was manifest to Mayo that in his contempt Fogg had decided that the salvaging of the _Conomo_ intact had been relegated to the storehouse of dreams. His purpose would be suited if she were junked, so the young man realized. Only the _Conomo_ afloat, a successful pioneer in new transportation experiments along coast, would threaten his vested interests. There had been wintry winds and intervening calms in the days since Mayo had been prosecuting his projects ashore. But by word of mouth from straying fishermen and captains of packets, he had been assured that the steamer still stuck on Razy. And when at last he was equipped, he went forth from Limeport. He went blithely, although he knew that a Titan's job faced him. He kept his own counsel as to what he proposed to do with the steamer. He even allowed the waterfront gossips to guess, unchallenged, that he was going to junk the wreck. He was not inviting more of that brazen hostility that characterized the operations of Fogg and his hirelings. He was at the wheel of a husky lighter which he had chartered. The rest of the crew he supplied from his own men. The lighter was driven by its own power and carried a good pump and a sturdy crane. Its decks were loaded high with coal. The schooner was now merely convoy. It was an all-day trip to Razy, for the lighter was a slow and clumsy craft, but when Mayo at last made fast to the side of the _Conemo_ and squealed a shrill salute with the whistle, the joy he found in Captain Candidate's rubicund countenance made amends for anxiety and delay. "I knew you'd make a go of it, somehow," vouchsafed the old skipper. "But who did you have to knock down in a dark place so as to steal his money off on him?" "That's private business till we get ready to pay it back, with 6% interest," stated the young man, bluntly. "Oh, very well. So long as we've got it, I don't care where you stole it," returned Candide, with great serenity. "I simply know that you didn't get it from Skinflint Rowley, and that's comfort enough for me. Let me tell you that we haven't been loafing on board here. We rigged that tackle you see aloft, and jettisoned all the cargo we could get at. It was all spoiled by the water. There's pretty free space for operations, midships. I've got out all her spare cable, and it's ready. And you've done a good job there, sir. We've got to make this lighter fast alongside in such a way that a blow won't wreck her against us. Spring cable's plenty of them, and we are sailors enough to know how to moor. But when I think of what amateurs we are in the rest of this job, cold shivers run over me. That Limeport waterfront crowd got at you, too, hey? Captain Candide, I have watched men more or less in this life. It's sometimes a mighty big handicap for a man to be too wise. While the awfully wise man sits back and shakes his head and figures prospects and says it can't be done, the fool rushes in, because he doesn't know any better, and blunders the job through and wins out. Let's keep on being fools, good and plenty, but keep busy just the same." And on that basis the rank amateurs of Razy proceeded with all the grit that was in them. The men of hue and cry had plenty of muscle and little wit. They asked no questions, they did not look forward geomally to doubtful prospects. The same philosophy, or lack of it, that had always made life full of merry hope when their stomachs were filled, taking no thought of the morrow, animated them now. Fate had given Mayo and his associate an ideal crew for that parlous job. It was not a question of union hours and stated wages. They worked all night just as cheerily as they worked all day. An epic of the sea was lived there on Razy Reef during the weeks that followed. The task which was wrought out would make a story in itself, far beyond the confines of such a narrative as this must be. Bitter toil of many days often proved to be a sad mistake, for the men who wrought there had more courage in endeavor than good understanding of methods. Then, after disappointment, hope revived, for further effort avoided the mistakes that had been so costly. The brunt of the toil, the duty of being pioneer, fell on Mayo. He donned a diving suit and descended into the riven bowels of the wreck and cleared the way for the others. On deck they built sections of bulkhead, and he went down and groped in the murky water and spiked the braces and set those sections and caulked the spaces between bulkhead and hull. There were storms that menaced their lighter and drove the little schooner to sea in a welter of tempest. There were calms that cheered them with promise of spring. The schooner was the errand boy that brought supplies and coal from the main. But the men who went ashore refused to gossip on the waterfront, and the occasional craft that hove to in the vicinity of Razy were not allowed to land inquisitive persons on the wreck. After many weeks the bulkheads were set, and the pumps were started. There were 3 crews for these pumps, and their clanking never ceased, day or night. There was less water in the forepart. Her bow was propped high on the ledges. The progress here was encouraging. Aft, there were disasters. 3 times the bulkhead crumpled under the tremendous pressure of the sea, as soon as the pumps had relieved the opposing pressure within the hull. Mayo, haggard, unkempt, unshorn, thin with his vigils, stayed underwater in his diving dress until he became the wreck of a man. But at last they built a transverse section that promised to hold. The pumps began to make gains on the water. As the flood within was lowered and they could get at the bulkhead more effectively from the inside, they kept adding to it and strengthening it. And then came the need of more material and more equipment, for the gigantic job of floating the steamer was still ahead of them. Mayo felt that he had proved his theory and was now in a position to enlist the capital that would see them through. He could show a hull that was sound except for the rent amidships, a hull from both ends of which the trespassing sea was being evicted. With the money that would furnish buoying lighters and tugs and the massive equipment for floating her, he felt that he would be able to convert that helpless mass of junk into a steamer, once more change scrap iron into an active value of at least $150,000. And when he and Captain Candage had arrived at that hopeful and earnest belief, following days of tremulous watching of the work the pumps were doing, the young man went again to the Maine on his momentous errand. As they sailed into Limeport, Mayo was a bit astonished to see green on the sloping hills. He had been living in a waking dream of mighty toil on Razy. He had almost forgotten that so many weeks had gone past. When he went ashore in his dory from the schooner, the balmy breath of spring breathed out to him from budding gardens, and the warm breeze fanned his roughened cheeks. As he had forgotten that spring had come, so had he forgotten about his personal appearance. He had rushed ashore from a man's job that was now waiting for him to rush back to it. He did not realize that he looked like a caveman, resembled some shaggy, prehistoric human. His mind was too full of his affairs on Razy. When Captain Mayo strode down the main street of Limeport, it troubled him not a whit, because folks gaped at him and turned to stare after him. He had torn himself from his gigantic task for only one purpose, and that idea filled his mind. He was ragged, his hands were swollen, purple, cut and raw from his diver's labors, his hair hung upon his collar, and a beard masked his face. They who thronged the streets were taking advantage of the first warm days to show their spring finery. The contrast of this rude figure from the open sea was made all the more striking as he brushed through the crowds. Here and there he bolted into offices where there were men he knew and whom he hoped to interest. He had no fat wallet to exhibit to them this time. He had only his empty, swollen hands and a wild, eager, stammering story of what he expected to do. They stared at him, many of them stupidly, some of them frankly incredulous, most of them without particular interest. He looked like a man who had failed miserably. There was nothing about him to suggest success. One man put the matter succinctly. "Look here, Mayo, if you came in here, looking the way you do, and asked me for a quarter to buy a meal with, I'd think it was perfectly natural, and would slip you the quarter. But not 10,000. You don't look the part. What have my clothes got to do with it? I haven't time to think about clothes. I can't wear a plug hat in a diving suit. I've been working. And I'm still on the job. The way I look ought to show you that I mean business." But they turned him down. In half a dozen offices they listened and shook their heads or curtly refused to look into the thing. He had not come ashore to beg for assistance as if it were a favor. He had come feeling certain that this time he had a valuable thing to offer. His labors had racked his body, his nerves were on edge, his temper was short. When they refused to help, he cursed them and tore out. That they allowed his personal appearance to influence their judgment stirred his fury. It was so unjust to his self-sacrificing devotion to his task. He soon exhausted his circle of acquaintances, but the rebuffs made him angry instead of despondent. Thrusting rudely past pedestrians who were polite and sleek, he marched along the street, scowling. And then his eyes fell on a face that gave a fresh stir to all the bitterness that was in him. He saw Fletcher Fogg standing outside the Nicholas Hotel. The day was bland, the spring sun was warming, but it was evident that Mr. Fogg was not basking contentedly. His countenance was fully as gloomy as that of Captain Mayo, and he chewed on an unlighted cigar and spat snippets of tobacco over the curb while he pondered. Mayo was not in a mood to reason with his passion. He had just been battering his pride and persistence up against men whose manner of refusal showed that they remembered what Fletcher Fogg had said regarding the prospects of successful floating of the _Conomo_. There stood the ponderous pirate, blocking Mayo's way on the sidewalk, just as he had blocked the young man's prospects in life in the _Montana_. Affair just as he had closed avenues of credit. Mayo bumped against him and crowded him back across the sidewalk to the hotel's granite wall. He put his two raw, swollen hands on Fogg's immaculate waistcoat and shoved salt-stained, work-worn, and bearded face close. Even then the promoter did not seem to recognize Mayo. He blinked apprehensively. He looked about as if he intended to summon help. "You don't seem to have your iron wishbone in your pocket this time," growled the assailant. He jabbed his thumbs cruelly into Fogg's ribs. "Gad, Yuri Yuri, Captain Mayo. I'll be cursed if I knew you till you spoke. I managed to hold myself in the last time you saw me, Fogg. I was waiting. Now, damn you, I've got you. He was making reference merely to the physical grip in which he held the man. But Fogg seemed to find deeper significance in the words. I know it, Mayo, he whined. That's why I'm down here. I have been wondering about the best way to get to meet you right. You got to me all right, you infernal renegade. But, see here, Mayo, we can't talk this matter here on the street. There isn't going to be any talking. The meeting up had been so unexpected and Mayo's ire was so hasty that the young man had not taken thought of what he intended to do. His impulse was to beat that fat face into pulp. He had long before given up all hope that any appeal to Fogg as a man would help. He expected no consideration, no restitution. But there must be some talk. I'm here to make it. You have me foul. I admit it. But listen to reason, he pleaded. It isn't going to do you any good to rave. I'm going to mash your face for you. I'll take the consequences. But after you do that, you still have got to talk turkey with me about those papers. In spite of his fury, Mayo realized from Fogg's demeanor and his words that mere fear of a whipping was not producing this humility. There was a policeman on the corner. Don't talk so loud, urged Fogg. Come up to my room where we can be private. Mayo hesitated, puzzled by his enemy's attitude. It's a word from the old man himself. He ordered me down here. It's from Marston, whispered the promoter. I'm in a devil of a hole all around, Mayo. Very well. I'll come. I can beat you up in your room more comfortably. I'm not afraid of the beating. I wish that was all there was to it, muttered Fogg. He led the way into the hotel and Mayo followed, getting a new grip on himself, conscious that there was some new crisis in his affairs, scenting surrender of some sort in Fogg's astonishing humility. Will you smoke? Asked Fogg obsequiously when they were in the hotel room. No. He refused with venom. He saw himself in one of the long mirrors and had not realized until then how unkempt and uncouth he was. He was ill at ease when he sat down in a cushioned chair. For weeks he had been accustomed to the rude makeshifts of shipboard. In temper and looks he felt like a caveman. I'm in hopes that we can get together on some kind of a friendly basis, entreated Fogg, humbly. Simply fighting the thing over again won't get us anywhere. I had to do certain things and I did them. You spoke of my iron wishbone. Now about that _Montana matter, I don't want any rehearsal, Mr. Fogg. What's your business with me? It's hard to start unless I can feel that you'd listen to some explanations and make some allowances. When a man works for Julius Marston, he has to forget himself and do. I have worked for Julius Marston. But not in the finance game, Mayo. There was a tremble in the promoter's voice. Men are only shadows to him when it's a matter of big finance. He gives his orders to have results produced. He doesn't stop to think about the men concerned. It's the figures on his books he looks at. He uses a man like he'd use a napkin at table. As you used me. You have had good training. Well, if the trick was passed on down, it's now being passed on up, stated Fogg, despondently. I'm the goat right now. Can you view me personally in this matter? I don't want to. I would get up and use these fists on you, sore as they are. I'm afraid it's going to be a tough matter for us to settle, sighed the promoter. I thought I had everything tied up in the usual way. Damn it, if it wasn't for a woman being mixed into it, the thing would have worked out all right. He let his temper loose. You can never reckon on business when a woman sticks in her fingers. I don't care if you're in love with Marston's daughter, Mayo. She is like a lot of other cursed high-flyer girls who have always had more time and money than is good for them. She is trouble swishing petticoats. And you must have considerable of a mortgage on her, seeing that she has double-crossed her own father in order to pull your chestnuts out of the fire. Having not the least idea what Mr. Fogg was talking about, Mayo was silent. You're a cool one. I must hand it to you, snapped the promoter. You'd better leave the name of Miss Marston out of this business with me, sir. How in blazes can I leave it out, seeing what she has done? And Mayo, not knowing what new outbreak had marked the activities of the incomprehensible young lady, resumed his grim silence, his own interests suggesting that watchful waiting would be his best policy. Well, what are you going to say about the papers? Demanded Fogg. We may as well get down to cases. I'm not going to say anything. You've got to say something, Mayo. This is too big a matter to fool with. If you are reasonable, you can help me fix it up and that will help the girl. She's Marston's daughter, all right, and her father understands how erratic she is and makes allowances for her freaks. But he can't stand for some things. At that moment, curiosity was more ardent in Mayo than resentment, though Fogg's tone in regard to Alma Marston did provoke the latter emotion. It was evident that she had undertaken something in his behalf, had in some manner sacrificed her father's interests and her own peace of mind in order to assist the outcast. He wondered why he did not feel more joy when he heard that news. He remembered her promise to him when they parted, but he had erected no hopes on that promise. It had not consoled him while he had been struggling with his problems. He was conscious that his sentiments in regard to the whole affair were rather complex, and he did not bother to analyze them. He sat tight and stared at Mr. Fogg with non-committal blankness of expression. "Have you the papers with you?" "No," he added, "of course not." "That's all right. It may be better, providing they are in a safe place. Now see here, Mayo. I'm not going to work any bluffs with you. I can't, under the circumstances. I don't know where Burkett went, and Burkett is with me on the _Conomo_. I'm not going to work any bluffs with you either, Fogg. I don't care where he is nor what he has told you. Any allegations from regular liars and men who have been fired can be taken care of in court under the blackmail law. But in the case of those papers, it's different. I'm open and frank with you, Mayo. We have been betrayed from inside the fort. Through some leak in the office, that girl got hold of those papers. I don't know what your sense of honor is in such matters. I'm not here to appeal to it. Too much dirt has been done you to have that argument have any special effect. I'm open and frank, I say." He spread his hands. Probably she didn't half realize what she was doing. But now that you have the papers, you realize. Not by a flicker of an eyelid did Mayo betray his total ignorance of what Fogg referred to. "I want to ask you, man to man," proceeded the emissary, "whether you propose to use those papers simply for yourself to get back well, you know." He waved his hand. "Or are you going to slash right and left with them for general revenge?" "I haven't decided. It's a fair question I have asked. So far as you are concerned. In anything which may be in those papers, and that's mostly my own reports, you will be squared and more, Captain. You can have the _Triton_ with a 10 years contract as master, contract to be protected by a bond. Your pay $250 a month. Of course, that trade includes your reinstatement as a licensed master and the dropping of all charges in the _Montana_ matter. There is no indictment, and the witnesses will be taken care of, so that the matter will not come up, providing you have enemies. This is man's talk, Mayo. You'll have to admit it. There's another thing which must be admitted, Fogg. I have been disgraced, hounded, and persecuted. The men along this coast, the most of them, will always believe I made a mistake. You know what that means to a shipmaster, Mr. Fogg wiped the moisture off his cheeks with a purple handkerchief. You were put in devilish wrong. I admit it. I went too far. That's why Marston is making me the goat now. I shall be dumped if this matter isn't straightened out between us. I was in this very room one day, Mr. Fogg, and saw how you dumped one Burkett. You seemed to enjoy doing it. Why shouldn't I have a little enjoyment of my own? I had to dump him. He was a fool. He had bragged. I had to protect interests as well as myself. But you haven't anything to consider right now but your own profit. Is that so? Inquired Mayo, sardonically. You seem to have me sized up as one of these mild and forgiving angels. Now look here, Mayo, don't let any fool notions stand in the way of your making good. It isn't sense, it isn't business. You have something we want, and we're willing to come across for it. What other strings are hitched on? Asked the young man, feigning intractability as his best resource in this puzzling affair. Well, of course you give up that fool job you're working on. Quit being a junkman. I'm not a junkman. We're going to float the Conomo. Mayo, talk sense. That job can't be done. So you've been telling every outfitter and banking man in this city, Fogg. But now you are talking to a man who knows better. And let me say something else to you. I'll do no business with the kind of a man you have shown yourself to be. Don't be a boy, Mayo. I'm here with full powers. We'll take that wreck off your hands. Want to kill her as she stands, do you? It's our business what we do with her after we pay our money, declared Fogg, bridling. There's something more than business with you in this matter. Yes, I see there is. It's your childish revenge you're looking after. I'll give you $10,000 to divide among that bunch of paupers. Send them along about their fishing and be sensible. It's no use for us to talk, Fogg. I see that you don't understand me at all. You ought to know better than to ask me to sell out myself and my partners. He rose and started for the door. Partners, those paupers? They have frozen and sweat, worked and starved, with me out on Razy Reef, Fogg. They are partners. What's your lay? What are the writings? Insisted the promoter, following Mayo. Not the scratch of a pen. Only man's decency and honor. You and your boss haven't got money enough to buy. There isn't anything to sell. But there are some things we can buy if it has come to a matter of blackmail, raged Fogg. Are you cheap enough to trade on a foolish girl's cursed butting into matters she didn't understand? You have been pawing those papers over. You know what they mean. Mayo turned and looked at the excited man. They have nothing to do with you or your affairs, the most of those papers, sputtered Fogg. Mayo, be reasonable. We can't afford to have our holding companies shown up. The syndicate can get by that infernal federal law if we work carefully. Otherwise Marston and you and a few others might go to Atlanta, eh? It isn't too late to send you there. You are worrying about those papers, are you? Of course I'm worrying about them. What do you suppose I'm down here for? You keep on worrying, Mr. Fogg. Come on into the little corner of hell where I have been for the last few months. The fire is fine. He yanked open the door and slammed it behind him, shutting off the promoter's frenzied appeals. XXX the matter op a monogram in wax. Oh, come list a while, and you soon shall hear. By the rolling sea lived a maiden fair. Her father followed the smuggling trade like a warlike hero that never was afraid. The female smuggler. Captain Mayo carried only doubts and discouragement back to the wreck on Razy. His doubts were mostly concerned with the matter of the documents which Mr. Fogg was seeking so insistently. Mayo himself had done a little seeking. He inquired at the post office, but there was no mail for him. If no papers had been abstracted from the Marston archives, if this affair were some new attempt at guile on the part of Fogg, the promoter had certainly done a masterly bit of acting, Mayo told himself. He determined to keep his own counsel and wait for developments. 2 days later the developments arrived at Razy in the person of Captain Zoratus Was, who came visiting in a chartered motorboat. He climbed the ladder, greeted his _protege_ with sailor heartiness, and went on a leisurely tour of inspection. Something like a tinker's job on an iron kittle, son, he commented. You must have been born with some of the instincts of a plumber. Keep on the way you're operating and you'll get her off. I'll never get her off by operating as I am just now, Captain Was. We are standing still. No money, no credit, no grub. I made a raise of 5,000 and have spent it. I don't dare to go to the old skinflint again. Well, why not try the heiress? Inquired the old skipper. You know I have always advised you strong about the heiress. Look here, Captain Was, I don't want to hear any more jokes on that subject, objected the young roan curtly. No joke to this, stated the captain with serenity. Let's step into the stateroom. He led the way and locked the door. There's no joke, son, he repeated, and I don't like to have you show any tartness in the matter. Seeing what friends we have been, I ain't taking it very kindly because you have been so mighty close-mouthed. I'm a man to be trusted. You made a mistake in not telling me. The thing most fell down between me and her. He frowned reproachfully at the astonished Mayo. She came expecting, of course, that I was about your closest friend, and when I had to own up that you have never mentioned her to me, she thought she had made a mistake in me, and wasn't going to give me the thing. What thing, and what are you talking about? Captain Was patted his coat pocket. I convinced her, and it was lucky that I was able to, for it's a matter where only a close and careful friend ought to be let in. But after this you mustn't keep any secrets away from me if you expect me to help you. However, you have shown that you can take good advice when I give it to you. I advised you to grab Julius Marston's daughter and, by thunder, you went and done it. Now, Mayo impatiently interrupted. Captain Was was drawling, with manifest enjoyment of the part he was taking in this romance. "You have brought something for me, have you?" "She is a keen one, son," proceeded the captain, making no move to show the object he was patting. "Hunted me up, remembering that I had you with me on the old_Nequasit_, and put questions to me smart, I can tell you. You ought to have been more confidential with me. Captain Was, I can't stand any more of this nonsense. If you have anything for me, hand it over. I have taken pains for you, traveled down here 400 or 500 miles, taking your time for the trip and for this conversation," declared Mayo, with temper. "I have been put in a mighty mean position by not knowing you had these papers. Safe and sure has always been my motto. And I had a little business of my own to tend to on the way. I have been finding out how that fat Fogg snapped himself in as general manager of the Vos line. Of course, it was known well enough how he did it, but I have located the chap that done it for him, that critter we took along as steward, you remember." In spite of his anxiety to get into his hands the parcel in the old skipper's pocket, Mayo listened with interest to this information. It related to his own affairs with Fogg. "I'm going to help the honest crowd in the Vos line management to tip over that sale that was made, and when the right time comes I'll have that white-livered clerk in the witness box if I have to lug him there by the ears. Now, Mayo, that girl didn't say what was in this packet." He pulled out a small parcel which had been carefully tied with cords. "She is in love with you, because she must be in love to go to so much trouble in order to get word to you. If this is a love letter, it's a big one. Seems to be all paper. I have hefted it and felt of it considerable." He held it away from Mayo's eager reach and investigated, still more with prodding fingers. "Hope she isn't sending back your love letters, son. But by the look she had on her face when she was talking about you to me, I didn't reckon she was doing that. Well, here's comfort for you." He placed the packet in Mayo's hands. The parcel was sealed with 3 neat patches of wax, and on each blob was imprinted the letters AM in a monogram. Mayo turned the packet over and over. "If you want me to step out, not feeling as confidential toward me as you used to, I'll do it," proffered Captain Was, after a polite wait. "I'm not going to open this thing, not yet," declared the young man. "That's for reasons of my own, quite private ones, sir. But I'd just as soon step out. No, sir. Your being here has nothing whatever to do with the matter." He buttoned the packet into his coat pocket. He had little respect for Fletcher Fogg's delicacy in any question of procedure. The promoter's animus in the matter of those papers was clear. Nevertheless, the agent had crystallized in bitter words an idea which was deterring Mayo. Would he take advantage of a girl's rash betrayal of her father? Somehow those seals with her monogram made sacred precincts of the inside of the packet. He touched them and withdrew his hand as if he were intruding at the door, which was closed upon family privacy. "I suppose you'd rather keep your mind wholly on straight business, seeing what a bad position you're in," suggested Captain Was. "Very well, we'll put love letters away and talk about something that's sensible. It's too bad there isn't some tool we could have to pry open that Vos line sellout." The stockholders got cold feet and slid out from under Vos after the _Montana_ was laid up. "What has been done with her?" "Nothing up to now. Cashed in with the underwriters and are probably using the money to play checkers with on Wall Street. Maybe they're using her for a horrible example till they scare the rest of the independents into the combination." "Have the underwriters sold?" "Yes. She has been bid in probably by some tinderstrapper of the big pirates. It's a wonder they let you get hold of this one. They thought she was spoken for. When they found that she wasn't, they sent Burkett out here to blow her up." Captain Was was not astonished by that information. "Probably. All the talk which has been circulated says that you were junking her. I didn't have any idea you were trying to save her." "We have been blocked by some busy talkers," admitted the young man. "It's too bad the other folks can't do some talking and have the facts to back 'em up, son. Do you know what could be done if that syndicate could be busted? The old Vos crowd would probably hitch up with the Beeline folks. The Beeliners are discouraged, but they haven't let go their charter. You wouldn't have to worry, then, about getting your money to finish this job, and you'd have a blamed quick market for this steamer as soon as she was off this reef." The bulging packet seemed to press against Mayo's ribs, insistently hinting at its power to help. I am going back and have a talk with Old Man Vos about this steamer, said Captain Was. Now, son, a last word. I don't want to pry into any delicate matters, but I sort of smell a rat in those papers in your pocket. When she took M out of her muff, all I could smell was Violet. Do you think you've got anything about you that would help me help us help yourself? No, sir, only what you see for yourself in this steamer's possibilities. Very well, then I'll do the best I can. But confound this girl business when it's mixed into man's matters. It was heartfelt echo of Mr. Fogg's sentiments. Captain Was departed on his chartered motorboat after eating some of the boiled fish and potatoes which made up the humble fare of the workers on Razy. Mayo based no hopes on the promised intervention of the old skipper. He had been so thoroughly discouraged by all the callous interests on shore that he felt sure his project was generally considered a failure. When he was on shore himself, the whole thing seemed to be more or less a dream. When the steamer Carolyn was wrecked on Matinic Rock a few years ago, a venturesome young man, without money or experience in salvaging, managed to raise a few $1,000s, bought the steamer for $1,000 from a frightened junk concern, and after many months of toil, during which he was mocked at by experienced men, managed to float her. She was sold recently for $180,000 and is now carrying cargoes to Europe. They were reduced to extremities on board the Conemo. There was no more coal for the lighter's engine, equipment was disabled, parts were needed for worn machinery. Smut-nosed Dolph was pounding Hungryman's tattoo on the bottom of the flour barrel, trying to knock out enough dust for another batch of biscuit. Mayo had kept his promise and had not confided to Captain Candage the source of the loan which had enabled them to do what they had done. After a few days of desperate consideration, Mayo sailed on the Ethel and May_for McCoy. He avoided the eyes of the villagers as much as was possible. He landed far down the beach from the house, which was the refuge for the folks from hue and cry. In his own heart he knew the reason for this slinking approach. He did not want Polly Candage to see him in this plight. Her trust had been so absolute, her confidence in him so supreme. In his mental distress, he was not thinking of his rags or his physical unsightliness. He went straight to the store of Deacon Rowley, and his look startled that gentleman into some rather unscriptural ejaculations. However, Deacon Rowley promptly recovered his presence of mind when Mayo solicited an additional loan. The refusal was sharp and conclusive. But you may as well follow your hand in the thing, insisted Mayo. That's why I have come to you. I hated to come, sir. I have tried all other means. You can see how I have worked. He spread his tortured hands. Come out and see for yourself. I don't like the water. But you can see that we are going to succeed if we get more money. You have $5,000 in the project. You can't afford to drop where you are. I know what I can afford to do. I have always said from the first that you'd never make a go of it. At this statement, Mayo displayed true amazement. But, confound it all, you lend us money. What do you mean by crawfishing in this way? Deacon Rowley was visibly embarrassed. He had dropped to this vitally interested party a damaging admission of his real sentiments. I mean that I ain't going to dump any more money in, now that you ain't making good. I might have believed you the first time you came. I reckon I must have. But you can't fool me again. No use to coax. Not another cent. Aren't you worried about how you're going to get back what you have already lent? Demanded Mayo, with exasperation. The Lord will provide, declared Deacon Rowley devoutly. The young man stared at this amazing creditor, worked his jaws a few moments wordlessly, found no speech adequate, and stamped out of the store. He no longer dreaded to meet Polly Candage. He felt that he needed to see her. He was seeking the comfort of sanity in that shore world of incomprehensible lunacy. He had had experience with Polly Candage's soothing calmness. She came out from her little school and controlled her emotions with difficulty when she saw his piteous condition. Let's walk where I can feel the comfort of green grass under my feet, he pleaded. That may seem real. Nothing else does. By her matter-of-fact acceptance of him and his appearance and his mood, she calmed him as they walked along. And even Rowley, he added, after his blunt confession of failure, he has just turned me down. He won't follow his $5,000 with another cent. The old rascal deserves to be cheated if we fail. He is telling me that he always believed we would never make good in the job. Is he crazy, or am I? Make all allowances for Deacon Rowley, she pleaded. Keep away from him. He is not a consoling man. But there must be some way for you, Boyd. Let us think. You have been keeping too close to the thing to your work, and there are other places besides Limeport. There's New York and there's a way, he growled. You must try every chance. It means so much to you. Is that your advice? Certainly, Boyd. He stopped and pulled the sealed packet from his coat. In the stress of his despair and resentment, he was brutal rather than considerate. There are papers in there with which I can club Julius Marston until he squeals. I haven't seen them, but I know well enough what they are. I can scare him into giving back all he has taken away from me. I can make him give back a lot to other folks. And from those other folks I can get money to finish our work on the _Conomo_. Look at the monogram on that seal, Polly. He pointed grimy finger and held the packet close. From Miss Marston? She asked, tremulously. Yes, Polly. And she is helping you? I suppose she is trying to. Well, it's what a girl should do when she loves a man, she returned. But she did not look at him, and her lips were white. And you think I ought to use her help? Yes. She evidently realized that her tone was a mere quaver of assent, for she repeated the word more firmly. But these papers are not hers, Polly. She stole them, or somebody stole them for her from her own father, he went on, relentlessly. She must love you very much, Boyd. They turned away from each other and gazed in opposite directions. He was wondering, as he had through many agonized hours, just what motive was influencing Alma Marston in those later days. With all his soul, he wanted to question Polly Candage to get the light of her woman's instinct on his troubled affairs, but the nature of the secret he was hiding put effective stopper on his tongue. Under those circumstances, no matter what kind of a sacrifice she has made for you, you ought to accept it, Boyd. I want to accept it. Every impulse in me says to go in and grab. Polly, hellfire is blazing inside of me. I want to tear them down, the whole of them. I do. You needn't jump. But if I use those papers which that girl has stolen from her father, I'll be a dirty whelp. You know it, and I know it. Suppose you should tell me some secret about your own father, so I could use it to cheat him out of his share of our partnership? You might mean all right, but after I had used it you would hate me. Now wouldn't you? Probably I wouldn't hate you, she stammered. But I'd think more of you if you— Yes, I'm sure I'd think more of you if you didn't take advantage of my foolishness. That's it, exactly. Any man, if I told him about this situation, would say that I'm a fool not to use every tool I can get hold of. But you understand better. I'm glad I came to talk with you. I have been dreadfully tempted. Your advice is keeping me straight. I have not advised you, Boyd. You don't need to use words. It's your instinct telling me what is right to do. You wouldn't think it was a square deal for me to use these papers, would you? If you love her so much that you're willing to sacrifice yourself and your work and— Say it, Polly. I'm sacrificing your father, too. It's for a notion, not much else. No, it must be because you love her so much. You are afraid she will think less of you if you take advantage of her. I think your stand is noble, Boyd. I don't. I think it's infernal foolishness, and I wish the Mayo breed didn't have so much of that cursed stiff-necked conscience. Our family wouldn't be where it is today. He spoke with so much heat that she turned wondering eyes on him. But it's for her sake, Boyd. It's nothing of the sort. That is, it isn't as you think it is. I only think you love her. I don't want you to say that or believe it, he raved. If you only knew, if I could tell you, you'd see that it's insulting my common sense to say that I'm in love with Alma Marston. I don't love her. I don't know just where I stand. I don't know what's the matter with me. I'm in the most damnable position a man can be in. And I'm talking like a fool. Isn't that so? I don't understand you, she faltered. Of course you don't. I reckon I'm a lunatic. I'll be rolling over here and biting the grass next. His passion puzzled her. His flaming eyes, his rough beard, his rage, and all the uncouth personality of him shocked her. Boyd, whatever is the matter? I'm afraid. I don't blame you. I'm afraid of myself these days. He shook his swollen fists over his head. It ought to encourage you because she is trying to help you. Be still, he roared. You don't know what you're talking about. Help me. There are women who can help a man help a man every turn he makes. There are other women who keep kicking him down into damnation even when they think they are helping. I'm not going to stay here any longer. I mustn't stay, Polly. I'll be saying things worse than what I have said. What I said about women doesn't refer to you. You are true and good, and I envy that man, whoever he is. He started down the slope toward the beach. Are you going back to the wreck? She asked, plaintively. To the wreck. But wait. She could not control either her feelings or her voice. I can't wait. I don't dare to stay another minute. She called again, and he halted at a little distance and faced her. He was absolutely savage in demeanor and tone. Remember what I said about her. Don't insult my common sense. She Izzo, no matter. He shook his fists again and went on his way. She stood on the hillside and watched him row out to the little schooner. And through her tears she did not know whether he waved salute to her with those poor, work-worn hands, or again shook his fists. He made some sort of a flourish over the rail of the quarterdeck. The grieving and mystified girl was somberly certain that his troubles had touched Mayo's wits. XXXI the big fellow himself had promised to Sue that this trip, if well ended, should coil up his ropes and he'd anchor on shore. When his pockets were lined, why his life should be mended, the laws he had broken he'd never break more. Well, watch. They needed food, lease money for their hired equipment was due, and the dependents at McCoy must be looked after. Pride and hope had inspired the crew at Razy to salvage the _Conemo_ intact. Material removed from her would immediately become junk to be valued at junk prices, instead of being a valuable and active asset on board. But there was no other resource in sight. No word came from Captain Wass, and Mayo had put little confidence in that possibility anyway. There was nothing else to do. They must sell off something on which they could realize quickly. In the estimation of many practical men, this procedure would have been a warrantable makeshift, its sole drawback being a sacrifice of values. But to the captains on Razy it seemed like the beginning of complete surrender. It was the first step toward the dismantling of the steamship. It was making a junk pile of her, and they confessed to themselves that they would probably be obliged to keep on in the work of destruction. In the past their bitterest toil had been spiced with the hope of big achievement. The work they now set themselves to do was melancholy drudgery. They brought the _Ethel and May _ alongside and loaded into her the anchors, chains, spare cables, and several of the lifeboats. Mayo took charge of the expedition to the Main. The little schooner, sagging low with her burden, wallowed up the harbor of Limeport just before sunset, one afternoon. Early June was abroad on the seas, and the pioneer yachting cruisers had been coaxed to the eastward. Mayo saw several fine craft anchored inside the breakwater and paid little attention to them. He paced the narrow confines of his quarterdeck and felt the same kind of shame a ruined man feels when he is on his way to the pawnshop for the first time. He had his head down. He hated to look forward at the telltale cargo of the schooner. By Ginger. Here's an old friend of yours, this yacht, called Mr. Speed, who is at the wheel. They were making a reach across the harbor to an anchorage well up toward the wharves, and were passing under the stern of a big yacht. Mayo looked up. It was the _Olnea_. But excuse me for calling it a friend, Captain Mayo, bawled the mate, with open water disregard of the possibilities of revelation in his far-carrying voice. A man rose from a chair on the yacht's quarterdeck and came to the rail. Though the schooner passed hardly a biscuit toss away, the man leveled marine glasses, evidently to make sure that what he had guessed, after Mr. Speed's remark, was true. Mayo felt an impulse to turn his back, to dodge below. But he did not retreat. He walked to his own humble rail and scowled up into the countenance of Julius Marston. The schooner was sluggish, and the breeze was light, and the two men had time for a prolonged interchange of visual rancor. I didn't mean to holler so loud, Captain Mayo, barked Okomoto, in still more resonant manner, to offer apology. But seeing her and remembering last time I laid eyes on her, shut up, commanded the master. I'll take the wheel. Go forward and clear cable, and stand by for the word. He looked behind, in spite of himself, and saw that a motor tender had come away from the _Olnea_. It foamed along in the wake of the schooner. It circled her after it had passed, and kept up those maneuvers until the schooner's anchor was let go. Then the tender came to the side and stopped. The mate and engineer and her were new men. Mayo did not know them. The mate tipped respectful salute and stated that Mr. Marston had sent them to bring Captain Mayo on board the yacht at once. My compliments to Mr. Marston, but I am not able to come. They went away, but returned in a short time, and the mate handed a note over the rail. It was a curt statement, dictated and typewritten, that Mr. Marston wished to see Captain Mayo on business connected with the _Conomo_, and that if Captain Mayo were not able to transact that business, Mr. Marston would be obliged to hunt up some other party who could do business regarding the _Conomo_. Remembering that he had the interests of others to consider, Mayo dropped into the tender, sullen, resentful, wondering what new test of his endurance was to be made, and feeling peculiarly ill-equipped, in his present condition of courage and temper, to meet Julius Marston. The latter had himself under full restraint when they met on the yacht's quarterdeck, and Mayo was more fully conscious of his own inadequacy. Below, if you please, Captain. He led the way, even while he uttered the invitation. No one was visible in the saloon. In the luxury of that interior, the unkempt visitor seemed especially strange, particularly out of place. You will excuse what has seemed to be my hurry in getting you over here, sir, but I take it that your sailing into this port just now coincides with the arrival of the Vos crowd in the city today. Mr. Fletcher Fogg first, and now Mr. Fogg's employer, had given advance information which anticipated Mayo's knowledge. The young man had been having some special training in dissimulation, and he did not betray any surprise. He bowed. It's better for you to talk with me before you allow them to make a fool of you. I am prepared to take that steamer off your hands, as she stands, at a fair appraisal, and I will give bonds to assume all expenses of the suit brought by the underwriters. There has been no suit brought by the underwriters. Mr. Marston raised his eyebrows. Oh, I must remember that you are considerably out of the world. The underwriters make claim that the vessel was not legally surrendered by them. Have you documents showing release? If so, I'll be willing to pay you about double what otherwise I shall feel like offering. Take a disputed title in an admiralty case and it's touchy business. Mayo remembered the haphazard manner in which the steamer had been transferred, and he did not reply. Marston's manner was that of calm, collected, cool business. His air carried weight. More than ever did Mayo feel his own pitiful weakness in these big affairs where more than honest hard work counted in the final adjustment. How much did you pay your big lawyers to stir up this suit by the underwriters? He blurted, and Marston's eyelids flicked, in spite of his impassivity. There was instinct of the animal at bay, rather than any knowledge, behind Mayo's question. Why should you suggest that I have anything to do with such a suit? You seem almighty ready to assume all liability. I'm not here to have childish disputes with you, sir. This is straight business. Very well. What do you want? Have you documents, as I have suggested? I have my bill of sale. I take it for granted that the folks who sold to me are backed by papers from the underwriters. That's where you are in error, unfortunately. You are all made party to a suit. Time clause, actual abandonment, right of redemption, all those matters are concerned. Of course, it means injunction and long litigation. I suggested assuming liabilities and stepping in, because I am backed by the best admiralty lawyers in New York. I repeat the offer Mr. Fogg made to you. You admit that Mr. Fogg made that offer for you or your interests to you? Well, yes, admitted Marston. We allow Mr. Fogg to act for us in a few matters. I am glad to know it. There has been so much cross-tag going on that I have been a little doubtful. Kindly avoid sarcasm and temper, if you please. Do you care to accept the offer? Mayo glared at the financier, looking him up and down. Furious hatred took away his power of sane consideration. He was in no mood to weigh chances, either for himself or for his associates. He doubted Marston's honesty of purpose. He knew how this man must feel toward the presumptuous fool who had dared to look up at Alma Marston. He was conscious that the magnate must be concealing some especial motive under his cold exterior. Whether Marston was anticipating blackmail from Mayo's possession of the documents or had hatched up ostensible litigation in order to force the bothersome amateurs out of the _Conomo_ proposition, the young man could not determine. Either view of the situation was equally insulting to those whom he made his antagonists. "Well," snapped the magnate, plainly finding it difficult to restrain his own violent hatred much longer in this interview. "Decide whether you will have a little ready cash and a good position, or whether you will be kicked out entirely. I don't want your money. You're trying to cheat me with fake law business even while you are offering me money. I don't want your job. I have worked for you once. I'll never be your hired man again. If I did not know that you have a better reason for standing out in this fashion, I'd say that you have allowed your spite to drive you crazy, young man. What is that better reason? Blackmail. You propose to trade on a theft." Mayo struggled for a moment with an impulse that was almost frantic. He wanted to throw the packet in Marston's face and tell him that he lied. Again the young man felt that queer sense of helplessness. He knew that he could not make Marston understand. "Mayo, I have tried to deal with you as if you were more or less of a man. I was willing to admit that my agents had injured you by their mistakes. I have offered a decent compromise. I have done what I hardly ever do, bother with petty details like this." That impulse to deliver the papers to Marston was then not so insistent. Even Mayo's rising anger did not prompt him to do that. The wreck of a man's life and hopes dismissed flippantly as petty details. "Seeing that I am not able to deal with you on a businessman's basis, I shall handle you as I would handle any other thief." Mayo turned to leave, afraid of his own desperate desire to beat that sneering mouth into shapelessness. At the head of the companionway stood half a dozen sailors, armed with iron grate bars. "If those papers are on you, I'm going to have them," stated the financier. "If they are not on you, you'll be glad to tell me where they are before I get done with you." The captive halted between the master and the vassals. "I'm going to crucify my feelings a little more, Mayo," stated Marston. "Step forward here where those men can't hear. It's important." Marston knocked softly on a stateroom door and his daughter came forth. She gasped when she saw this ragged visitor, and in her stare there was real horror. "I haven't been able to sift this thing to the bottom. By facing you two, as I'm doing, I may be able to get the truth of the case," said Marston, with the air of a magistrate dealing with malefactors. "Now, Alma, I'll allow you a minute or two to use your tongue on this fine specimen before my men use their bars. I heard what my father offered you. You must take it. I have other men to consider honest men, who have worked hard with me." He trembled in their presence. Her appearance put sane thoughts out of his head and choked the words in his throat. He saw himself in a mirror and wondered if this were not a dream, if it had not been a dream that she had ever loved him. He wanted to put out to her his mutilated hands, which he was hiding behind him. He yearned to explain to her the man's side of the case. He wanted her to understand what he owed to the men who had risked their lives to serve him, to make her realize the bond which exists between men who have toiled and starved together. "You have yourself to consider, first of all. Much depends. In your silly notions about a lot of paupers, you are throwing my father's kindness in his face." He stammered, unable to frame coherent reply. "Be sensible. You have no right to put a heap of scrap iron and a lot of low creatures ahead of your personal interests." There was malice in Marston's eyes. He saw an opportunity to make Mayo's position even more false in the opinion of the girl. "I'll be entirely frank, Mayo. In spite of our personal differences, I want your services. I need them. I have found out that you're a young man of determination and plenty of ability. I'll put you ahead fast if you'll come over with me. But you must come clean. No strings on you with that other crowd. I can't sell 'em out." "I won't do it," protested Mayo. He did not exactly understand all the reasons for his obstinacy, but his instinct told him that Julius Marston was not descending in this manner except for powerful reasons, and that he was attempting to buy a traitor for his uses. "How do you dare to turn against my father?" "I don't know. Something seems to be the matter with me." He wrenched at his throat with his hand. "And after what I did, my wicked foolishness, those papers, go on." "I propose to get to the bottom of this thing," declared Marston. The young man drove his hand into his pocket, pulled out the sealed packet, and forced it into the girl's hands. Marston promptly seized it. "You have not opened it?" "No, sir." I did not open it either, cried the girl. I sealed it just as it was tied up. Marston ripped off the strings and the wax. Outside, a loud voice was hailing the yacht. Compliments of Captain Wass to Captain Mayo, and will he please say when he is coming back aboard his schooner? The financier paid no attention. He was busy with the papers. His face was white with rage. He threw them about him on the floor. Every sheet is blanket is waste paper, he shouted. What confounded trick is this? You'd better ask the man who gave that packet to your daughter, suggested Mayo. He seemed to be less astonished than Marston and the girl. I might have known that your man, Bradish, would be that kind of a sneak. What do you know about Bradish being concerned in this? I'm guessing it. Probably your daughter can say. I'll have no more of your evasions, Alma. I'm going to the bottom of this matter now. Did Bradish give you this packet? Yes, father. How did it get to this man here? I gave it to a man named Captain Wass. Again they heard the voice outside. I don't care if he is busy. I tell you to take word to Captain Mayo that he is wanted right away on his schooner. Tell him it's Captain Wass. The devil has sent that man along at about the right time, declared Marston. He strode to the companionway. Inform Captain Wass that he is wanted on board here. Hide those bars till he is below. He came back, raging, and stood between Mayo and the girl, who had seemed to find words inadequate during the short time they had been left together. I don't believe anything you tell me. There's an infernal trick here. The papers are missing. Somebody has them. His fury blinded his prudence. He strode toward Captain Wass when the old mariner came stumping down the companionway. Is your name Wass? Captain Wass, sir. You took papers from my daughter and brought them to this man. Correct. Marston stepped back and kicked at the blank sheets on the floor. Perhaps you can tell me if these are what you brought. Captain Wass stared long at Mayo, at the girl, and at the incensed magnate. Then he looked down at the scattered papers and scratched his head with much deliberation. Why don't you say something? Demanded Marston. I'm naturally slow and cautious, stated Captain Wass. He put on his spectacles, kneeled on the soft carpet, and examined the blank papers and the broken seals. He laid them back on the carpet and meditated for some time, still on his knees. When he looked up, peering over the edge of his spectacles, he paid no attention to Marston, to the latter's indignant astonishment. Vos and others are waiting for us at the hotel, he informed Captain Mayo, and it's important business, and we'd better be tending to it instead of fooling around here. No matter about any other business except this, sir, cried Marston. There can't be much business mixed up in a lot of blank sheets of paper, snapped Captain Wass. What's the matter? I have lost valuable papers. The old skipper bent shrewd squint at the angry man who was standing over him. Steamer combination papers, hey? You seem to know pretty well. Ought to know. Why? Captain Wass rose slowly, with grunts, and rubbed his stiff knees. Because I've got 'em. Stole them from the package, did you? It wasn't stealing, it was business. Hand them over. I insist on that, too, Captain Wass, said Mayo, with indignation. Hand over those papers. Can't be done, for I haven't got 'em with me. And I won't hand 'em over till I have used them in my business. I shall have you arrested, announced Marston. So do. Sooner the whole thing gets before the court, the better. His perfect calmness had its effect on the financier. What are you proposing to use those papers for? To make you pirates turn back the Vos Line property and pay damages. As to the rest of your combination, the critters that's in it can skin their own skunks. I guess the whole thing will take care of itself after we get the Vos Line back. You are asking for an impossibility. The matter cannot be arranged. Then we'll see how far Uncle Sam can go in unscrambling that particular nestful of eggs. I'll give the papers to the government. Haven't you any influence with this man? Marston asked the astounded Mayo. No, he has not a mite in this case, returned Captain Wass. He needs a guardian in some things, and I'm serving as one just now. You must get them from him, you must, Captain Mayo, cried the girl. I did not understand what I was doing. I will get them. I'd like to see you do it, son. He turned on the Wall Street man. I'm only asking for what is rightfully due my own people. I'm a man of few words, and just now I'm sticking close to schedule. Until 11 o'clock tonight you'll find Vose, myself, and our lawyers at the Nicholas Hotel. After 11 o'clock we shall be in bed because we've got to get an early start for the wreck out on Razy. We're going to finance that job. And in case we don't come to terms with you tonight, we shall use our club to keep you out of our business after this. You know what the club is. Marston was too busily engaged with Captain Wass to pay heed to his daughter. She went close to Mayo and whispered, "You must quit them, Boyd. It's for my sake. You must help my father. They are wretches. Think of what it will mean to you if you can help us. You will do it. Promise me." He did not reply. "Do you dare to hesitate for one moment when I ask you for my sake?" "That's my last word," bawled Captain Wass. "There's no blackmail about it, Weary, only taking back what's our own." "Are you one of those creatures?" she asked, indignantly. If she had shown one spark of sympathy or real understanding in that crisis of their affairs, if she had not been so much, in that moment, the daughter of Julius Marston, counseling selfishness, he might have fatuously continued to coddle his romance, in spite of all that had preceded. But her eyes were hard. Her voice had the money chink in it. He started, like a man awakened. His old cap had fallen on the carpet. He picked it up. "Goodbye," he said. "I have found out where I belong in this world." And in that unheroic fashion ended something which, so he then realized, should never have been begun. He followed Captain Wass across the saloon. "Better advise your buckos to be careful how they handle them grape bars," shouted Captain Wass. "I'm loaded, and if I'm joggled I'm liable to explode." They were not molested when they left the yacht. The doryman who had brought Captain Wass rowed them to the wharf. "Those papers," Mayo had ventured, soon after they left the yacht's side. "Not one word about yelped the old skipper. "It's my business entire. When the time comes right I'll show you that it's my private business. I never allow anybody to interfere in that." That night, after the conference at the hotel, and after Julius Marston, growling profanity, had put his name to certain papers, drawn by careful lawyers, Captain Wass explained why the matter of the sealed packet was his private business. He took Marston apart from the others for the purpose of explaining. "I haven't said one word to Vose or his associates about this business of the documents. They think you have come because you wanted to straighten out a low-down trick worked by an understrapper. So this has put you in mighty well with the Vose crowd, sir." Marston grunted. "It ought to be kind of pleasing to have a few men think you are on the square," pursued Captain Wass. "That's enough of this pillycock conversation. Hand over those papers." "Just one moment." He signaled to Captain Mayo, who came to them. "I'm going to tell Mr. Marston why those documents were my especial business today, and why you couldn't control me in the matter. I may as well explain to the two of you at once. It was my own business for this reason. I don't know anything about any papers. I never saw any. I never opened that package. I handed it along just as it was given to me. That's true, on my sacred word, Mr. Marston, and I haven't any reason for lying to you not after you have signed those agreements." "Come outside," urged the financier. "I want to tell you what I think of you." "No," said the old skipper mildly. "And I'd lower your voice, sir, if I were you. These men here have a pretty good idea of you just now, and I don't want you to spoil it. You're a lying renegade." "Oh no. I have only showed you that all the good bluffers are not confined to Wall Street. There's one still loose there. Your man Bradish probably had reasons for wanting to bluff your daughter and save his own skin. He'll probably hand your papers to you." Marston swore and departed. "I laid out that course whilst I was down on my knees in his cabin, sort of praying for a good lie in a time of desperate need," Captain Wass confided to Mayo. "It wasn't bad, considering the way it has worked out. 32 a girl's dear, because cheer up, Jack. Bright smiles await you from the fairest of the fair, and her loving eyes will greet you with kind welcomes everywhere. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea. Rolling home to dear old England, rolling home, dear land, to thee. Rolling home." There was no niggardliness in the trade the Vose folks made with Captain Mayo. They contracted to cooperate with him and his men in floating the steamship, repairing her in dry dock, and refitting her for her route. She would be appraised as she stood after refitting as a going proposition, and Mayo was to receive stock to the amount of her value stock in the newly organized Vos line. Furthermore, stated Old Man Vos, we shall need a chap of just about your gauge as manager. You have shown that you are able to do things. He was up on the _Conomos deck after a long inspection of the work which had been done under difficulties. You would have had the steamer off with your own efforts if your money had lasted. Your next job is the _Montana_, but you'll simply manage that. Captain Mayo, use your head and save your muscle. I'll get her off, seeing that I put her on. We all know just how she was put on, and Marston will pay for it in his hard coin. Under these circumstances, Raisy Reef was no longer a mourner's bench. The dreary days of makeshift were at an end. The lighters of one of the biggest wrecking companies of the coast hurried to Raisy and flocked around the maimed steamer Samaritans of the sea. Gigantic equipment embraced her. Great pumps gulped the water from her, bolstered and supported, as a stricken man limps with his arms across the shoulders of his friends. The steamer came off Raisy Reef with the first spring tide in July, and toiled off across the sea in the wake of puffing tugs, and was shored up and safe at last in a dry dock, the hospital of the crippled giants of the ocean. No music ever sounded as sweet to Captain Mayo as that clanging chorus the hammers of the ironworkers played on the flanks of the _Conomo_. But he tore himself away from that music and went down to Maquoit along with a vastly contented Captain Candage, who remembered now that he had a daughter waiting for him. She had been apprised by letter of their success and of their coming. Maquoit made a celebration of that arrival of the _Ethel and May and Dolph and Odie, cook and maid of the schooner, led the parade when the men were on shore. They came back to their own with the full purses that the generosity of their employers had provided, and there was no longer any doubt as to the future of the men who once starved on hue and cry. Captain Mayo had declared that he knew where to find faithful workers when it came time to distribute jobs. Polly Candage had come to him when he stepped foot on shore, hands outstretched to him, and eyes alight. And when she put her hands in his, he knew, in his soul, that this was the greeting he had been waiting for. Her words of congratulation were the dearest of all. Her smile was the best reward, and for her dear self he had been hungry. But he would not admit to himself that he had come to woo. When the soft dusk had softened the harsh outlines of the little hamlet, and the others were busy with their own affairs and had left Mayo and Polly to themselves, he sat with her on the porch of the widow's cottage, where they spent that first evening after they had been saved from the sea. There had been a long silence between them. "We have had no opportunity. I have not dared yet to tell you my best hopes for the dearest thing of all," she ventured. "The one up inland." "I know. I am glad for you." "What one up inland?" "That young man, the only young man in all the world." "Oh, yes. I had forgotten." He stared at her. "Forgotten? Why, I don't exactly mean forgotten. But I was not thinking about him when I spoke. I mean that now with your new prospects you can go to there may come a time when you can speak to Mr. Marston." "I have spoken to Mr. Marston quite lately." "He has spoken to me," he said, his face hard. "We shall never speak to each other again if I can have my way." He met her astonished gaze. "Polly, I hate to trouble you with my poor affairs of this kind. I can talk of business to Mr. Vos and of the sea to your father. But there's another matter that I can't mention to anybody except you will listen. I will tell you where I saw Mr. Marston and his daughter." She listened, her lips apart. "So, you see," he said at the end, "it was worse than a dream. It was a mistake. It couldn't have been real love, for it was not built on the right foundation. I have never had much experience with girls. I have been swashing about at sea most all my life. Perhaps I don't know what real love is. But it seems to me it can't amount to much unless it is built up on mutual understanding, willingness to sacrifice for each other." "I think so," returned Polly softly. "I want to see that young man of yours, up inland. I want to tell him that he is mighty lucky because he met you first." "Why?" "I can't tell you just why. It isn't right for me to do so. But a girl likes to hear such things. Please, will you forgive me for saying what I shouldn't say?" "I will forgive you. He's lucky because if I didn't know you were promised and in love, I'd go down at your feet and beg you to marry me. You're the wife for a Yankee sailor, Polly Candage. If only there were two of you in this world, we'd have a double wedding. He leaped up and started away. Where are you going? She asked, and there was almost a wail in her tones. No, he does not understand girls well, she told herself bitterly. I'm going down to Rowley's store to see if he will take his money back and let us save interest. He told me I'd have to keep the money for a year. She called to him falteringly, but with such appeal in her tones that he halted and stared at her. Couldn't you? I assented just as well to let the matter rest until till. Oh, there's no time like the present in money matters, he declared, with a laugh, wholly oblivious, not in the least understanding her embarrassment. Her piteous effort to bar her little temple of love's sacrifice so that he could not trample in just then. His laugh was a forced one. He realized that if he did not hurry away from this girl, he would be reaching out his arms to her, declaring the love that surged in him. Now that he had awakened to full consciousness of that love, his Yankee reticence, his instinct of honor between men, were fighting hard against his passion. He told himself that he would not betray a man he did not know, nor proffer love to a girl who, so he believed, loved another. May I not go with you? She pleaded, restraining her wild impulse to run ahead of him and warn the deacon. Of course, he consented, and they walked down the street, neither daring to speak. They found Rowley alone in his store. He was puttering around, making ready to close the place for the night. As they entered, the girl stepped behind Mayo and, catching the deacon's eye, made frantic gestures. In the half-gloom, those gestures were decidedly incomprehensible. The deacon lowered his spectacles and stared at her, trying to understand this wigwagging. I'd like to take up that loan and save the rest of the year's interest, Deacon Rowley, stated Mayo, with sailorly bluntness. The girl was trying to convey to the deacon the fact that he must not reveal her secret. She was shaking her head. This seemed to the intermediary like direct and conclusive orders from the principal. No, sir, Captain Mayo. It can't be done. I don't call that a square deal between men, no matter what straight business may be. Polly now signaled eager assent, meaning to make the deacon understand that he must take the money. But the deacon did not understand. He thought the girl affirmed her desire for straight business. You took it for a year. No backtracks, Captain. She shook her head, violently. No, sir. Keep it, as you agreed, and pay your interest. Deacon Rowley, you're an old idiot, blazed the girl. When the deacon yanked off his spectacles and Captain Mayo turned amazed eyes to her, she put her hands to her face and ran out of the store, sobbing. She was only a girl. She had no more resources left with which to meet that situation in men's affairs. Mayo's impulse was to follow, but the deacon checked him. I ain't going to be made a fool of no longer in this, even to make $300, he rasped. A fool? What do you mean? You go settle it with her. What has Polly Candage got to do with this business? It's her money. You mean to say, she drawed her money out of the bank and hornswoggled me into lying for her. What won't a girl do when she's in love with a fellow? If you ain't knowed it before, it's high time you did know it. That last remark of the deacon's had disgusted reference only to the matter of the money. But it conveyed something else to Captain Boyd Mayo. He ran out of the store. Far up the road he overtook her. She was hurrying home. When she faced him he saw tears on her cheeks, though the generous gloom of evening wrapped them where they stood. He took both her hands. Polly Candage, why did you risk your money on me? He demanded. I knew you would succeed, she murmured, turning her face away. It was a good investment. When you gave it, did you or you thinking was it only for an investment, Polly? She did not reply. Look here. This last thing ought to tie my tongue, for I owe everything to you. But my tongue won't stay tied, not now, Polly. I don't care if there is somebody else up country. I ought to care. I ought to respect your. She pulled a hand free and put plump fingers on his lips. There is nobody up country. There never has been anybody, Boyd, she whispered. He took her in his arms and kissed her and held her close. Will you tell me one thing now? I know the answer, sweetheart mine, but I want to hear you say it. Why did you give me all your money? She put her palms against his cheeks and spoke the words his soul was hungry for. Because I love you. The end.